Good morning, team members. Books on the retro number 9 are closed. Team Rovers, our number 9 retro is posted. You can go on down there and check it out. Let me read you the first 15 out this morning. Team number 1 is going to be Sam Connolly and Joel Ledbetter. On deck, it's going to be Team 3. That's Chuck Kelly and Brett Hoover. Jed Hutchison and John Doblar. Your number 4. Number 5 is going to be Ben Hull and Brian Nate. Denny Lou Nichols and TJ Gerard. You'll be 6. Mervyn Packano, Brett Lindsay. You're 7. 8. Doyle Music and Scott Nelson. Janelle Roush and David O'Keefe. You're 9. 10 is going to be Claude Lemire and Shane Schuchart. Amber Fair and Lance Schuchart. You're 11. 12. Jarrett Baker, Shelby Berg. Sidney Johnson, Steve McDaniel. You're 13. 14 is going to be John Strube and CJ Gares. Let's go down through 20. Mike Kegley and Ryan Rombo. Then it's going to be Brad Duffield and Daryl Crowley. You're 16. 17 is going to be Tracy Deuce, Gary Johnson, Sam Connolly, Jay Cochran. You're 18. 19 will be Quint Bowe and Curtis Carnes and Chuck Kelly, Ron Schaefer. You are Team 20. I'll go through them again. We want to make sure everybody is here and ready to rock and roll. Team number 1 will be Sam Connolly and Joel Ledbetter. From there, we go to 3. That's going to be Chuck Kelly and Brett Hoover. Jet Hutchison and John Doblar. Your number 4. 5 is going to be Ben Hall and Brian Nate. Denny Lou Nichols, TJ Gerard. Your 6. 7 is Mervyn Packano, Brett Lindsay. Doyle Music, Scott Nelson. Your 8. 9 will be Janelle Roush and David O'Keefe. Claude Lemire, Shane Schuchart. Your 10. Amber Farron and Lance Schuchart. Your 11. Jarrett Baker, Shelby Berg. You are team number 12. Number 13 is going to be Sidney Jones and Steve McDaniel. John Strube and CJ Karras. Your 14. 15, Mike Kegley and Ryan Rombo. Then it's Brad Duffield and Daryl Crowley at 16. 17, Tracy Deuce, Gary Johnson, Sam Connolly, and Jay Cochran. You'll be 18. Number 19 will be Quint Bowe and CJ and Kurt Carnes. And then it is Chuck Kelly and Rod Schaefer. They are team number 20. Your team 20 right there. Team Rovers, there's your first 20 out this morning. Cock your hammer and get yourselves ready. We are right on the threshold of a pretty dadgum good day. Day number 4 at the Wrangler Finals for 2024. Good luck to each and every one of you. We are just a few minutes away now, Team Rovers. It is 8:55. We're going to have us a great Friday, and we're going to kick it all off in 2 minutes and 51 seconds. Well, Team Ropers, the tip top of a beautiful Friday morning to you. What a Friday morning it is. We are going to have us a number 9 retro coming up here. We got, what did I see, 300 and change in this one? 352 teams entered up this morning. It is going to be a great way to have a Friday. Before we open up our day, if you would please join me, let's go to the Lord and ask his blessing. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you again, Lord, on a wonderful day that you blessed us with, and we just thank you, Lord, for the blessings of this day. Thank you, Lord, for the safety in travel. There's been countless thousands of miles traveled, Lord, and you brought us all here safely, and for that we thank you. We pray, Lord, that you'll be with our loved and dear ones wherever they are. Those that can't be here with us, Lord, we just ask that you would put your hand of protection over them, keep them in your care, and bring us all back together again in due time. We pray for our nation today, too, Lord. In our United States of America, we are in desperate times, Lord, and in this election year, we just pray that men and women of your choosing would be put into positions of power and that they would be given the inclination and the ability to make decisions that would cause us to be a nation that is once again united under God. Thank you, Lord, for the gift of your Son, Jesus, and for the forgiveness of our sins that we can have through him. We pray this in his name. Amen. If you would please rise and give the proper respect for our national anthem. Cassidy Hutchison, thank you for packing Old Glory for us and doing an absolutely phenomenal job on the flags all week long. Cassidy Hutchison and Ty Westbrook, thank you for what you've been doing to help us out here this week. We're going to burn a couple of steers. Lane O'Keefe, helping on the flags as well. Thank you very much for what you've been doing. We're going to burn a couple of steers before we get underway. Want to make sure that everything is just exactly the way that we need it to be. Books on that number 7 retro, the number 7, of course, are open. That is going to be taking place right after this one. Got a 3s only incentive in that one. Going to be a whole lot of opportunity right here today in the Metro. Got the barrier by just a slim margin right there. Let's take a look at one more, please. Sam Connolly, Joel Ledbetter. You're going to have honors this morning as we get it underway. Chuck Kelly and Brett Hoover going to be on deck. Then we drop down to Jed Hutchison and John Dobler and Ben Hall, Brian Nate be fourth out. That's coming after the Burns. One more Burns steer right there. Looks like we're going to burn one more, please. Sam Connolly, Joel Ledbetter, welcome to Billings Boys. Good luck to you. Ride right on in and get the best you can. Chuck Kelly and Brett Hoover going to be on deck. Then Jed Hutchison, John Dobler, and Ben Hall and Brian Nate. Kenny Unruh and Winston Blackmore, you're going to run after Team 15. Kenny Unruh, Winston Blackmore, you're going to run after Team 15. Chuck Kelly and Brett Hoover, go ahead and ride on in. Sam Connolly and Joel Ledbetter right here. This is team number 1, and we are going to start it out, unfortunately, with a no time. Now let's go to Chuck Kelly and Brett Hoover. Chuck Kelly and Brett Hoover. Team Ropers, you're up your first one here, then head on down and get your second one in arena number 2. Meet you back up here for the short round. Chuck Kelly, Brett Hoover going to work right now. Jed Hutchison and John Dobler. You can ride right on in. 5 on each end of that one. 1967. You can head on down to the second arena. Jed Hutchison and John Dobler. Now this is draw number 4. 5 is going to be Ben Hall and Brian Nate. Denny Lou Nichols, TJ Gerard, you're 6. And then Mervyn Pacino and Brett Lindsay. Ben Hall, Brian Nate, come on in. Hall and Nate, boxes are yours. Hutchison and Dobler right here, team number 4. No time on number 4. We go to team number 5 now. Ben Hall and Brian Nate. Denny New Nichols and TJ Gerard. Your number 6. Number 7 will be Mervyn Pacino, Brent Lindsay. Doyle Music, Scott Nelson, team 8. Music and Nelson, team 8. You're 4 away. Plus 5, you're looking at 1367. 5 more at the line. It's looking like 1867. 1867. That'll bring us to Denny Lou Nichols and TJ Gerard. Mervyn Pacino and Brent Lindsay on deck. Doyle Music, Scott Nelson, your 8. 9 is going to be Nellie Roush and David O'Keefe. Mervyn Pacino, Brent Lindsay right on in. Pacino and Lindsay, please. Denny Lou Nichols and TJ Gerard. Draw number 6. Got him. Nice run. 922. Head down to the second pin. 922. That's going to bring it to Mervyn Pacino and Brent Lindsay. Doyle Music and Scott Nelson, you'll be on deck. Janelle Roush, David O'Keefe. Your 9. 10 is going to be Claude Lemire and Shane Schuchard. Doyle Music, Scott Nelson, number 8. You can ride on in. 8, go ahead and ride in. This is Pacino and Lindsay, team number 7. Looking good, looking good, looking great. 940. 940. See you down to the second pin. Music and Nelson right now, draw number 8. Janelle Roush and David O'Keefe on deck at 9. How you doing this morning, Brent? Oh, Yeller just wanting to say that he's actually the one in charge. Janelle Roush, David O'Keefe. The arena is yours. Claude Lemire and Shane Schuchard, your 10. 11 is going to be Amber Fair and Lance Schuchard, Jarrett Baker, and Shelby Berg. 12, your 4th out. Claude Lemire, Shane Shucard, go ahead and ride in. Lemire and Shucard, boxes are yours. Nelly Roush, going to get him fished on right there. Let's see if David O'Keefe can get a pair. Yep, we're 1065. 10.65 will bring us down to Claude Lemire and Shane Shucard. Amber Fair and Lance Shucard, your 11. 12 is going to be Jarrett Baker and Shelby Berg. Sidney Johnson and Steve McDaniel, your 13. Sidney Johnson, Steve McDaniel, your team 13. You're going to be fourth out. Amber Fair and Lance Shucard, go ahead and ride in. Claude Lemire and Shane Shucard right here. We're going to start with 5. Let's not put too much more with it. Smooth run there in the field for a 13.59. 13.59 to Amber Fair and Lance Shucart. Now this is draw number 11. Baker and Berg are going to be on deck. Johnson and McDaniel. You'll be 13.14 is going to be John Strube and C.J. Karras. Jarrett Baker and Shelby Berg, number 12. Go ahead and ride on in. Team number 12, you can ride on in. Amber Fair and Lance Shucard. I'm sorry, no time at number 11. We'll go to team number 12, Jarrett Baker and Shelby Berg. Sidney Johnson, Steve McDaniel. Your 13-14 is going to be John Strube and C.J. Karras. Mike Kegley, Ryan Rombaugh. You are team number 15. Kenny Unruh, Winston Blackmore, cock your hammer. You're out in 5. Go ahead and ride in with that team before you rides out. Team Rovers, we can pick up the pace just a tick this morning. I believe we probably got 800 or 900 to get through today, so we want to hustle every chance we get. Sidney Johnson, Steve McDaniel, number 13. Go ahead and ride in. 13, ride in, please. Jarrett Baker and Shelby Berg right here. No time at draw number 12. That'll put us to number 13. Sidney Johnson and Steve McDaniel, Strube and Karras on deck. Mike Kegley and Ryan Rombaugh, you are third to go. And then we're going to get Kenny Unruh and Winston Blackmore. John Strube and C.J. Karras, welcome. Come on in. The water is fine. Johnson and McDaniel here, team number 13. 10:38. 10:38 on the clocks. John Strube and C.J. Karras right now. Mike Kegley and Ryan Rombaugh, you will be on deck. In the hold, it's going to be Kenny Unruh and Winston Blackmore, then Brad Duffield and Darryl Crowley. Kegley and Rombaugh, you can ride on in. Mike Kegley and Ryan Rombaugh, number 15. Kenny Unruh, Winston Blackmore, you're on deck. Brad Duffield and Darryl Crowley, you're 16. Deuce and Johnson, 17. Kenny Unruh, Winston Blackmore, go ahead and ride on in. Mike Kegley and Ryan Rombaugh, team number 15. Good work, gentlemen. 12:34. 12:34. Kenny Unruh, Winston Blackmore. Brad Duffield and Darryl Crowley, you're going to be on deck. In the hold, it'll be Tracy Deuce and Gary Johnson. Then Sam Connolly. Sam Connolly and Jay Cochran have it on your mind. You're just a couple out. Looking right here for Kenny Unruh and and Winston Blackmore. Brad Duffield and Darryl Crowley, go ahead and ride on in. Duffield and Crowley, boxes are yours. Kenny Unruh, Winston Blackmore. No time. Let's go down to number 16 now. Brad Duffield and Darryl Crowley. Deuce and Johnson, you are on deck. In the hold, it'll be Sam Connolly and Jay Cochran, and then Quintbo and Curtis Carnes. Tracy Deuce, Gary Johnson. Ride right on in. That is Brad Duffield and the company of Darryl Crowley, their team number 16. They're going to get it done right there. 9.79. Great start, fellas. Great start. That puts us to Tracy Deuce and Gary Johnson. Draw number 17. 18 is going to be Connolly and Cochran. Quintbo and Curtis Carnes, you're going to be at 19. 20 will be Chuck Kelly and Rod Schaefer. Sam Connolly and Jay Cochran. You can ride on in, please. Deuce and Johnson and 5, 13.21. 13.21. That's going to put us at draw number 18 now. Top of page number 2, Sam Connolly and Jay Cochran. Quentin Bowe and Curtis Carnes. Your 1920 is going to be Chuck Kelly and Rod Schaefer, Kelsey Buechel, and John Dobler. Quentin Bowe, Curtis Carnes now, number 19. Kelly and Schaefer on deck. Buechel and Dobler. Your number 9, your 21 and 22 is going to be Ben Hall and Dave Normandy. We're at Chuck Kelly and Rod Schaefer now. Draw 20. 21 going to be Kelsey Buechel and John Dobler. Chuck Kelly is down at the bottom, I guess. Kelsey Buechel now. Kelsey Buechel, John Dobler. Second out, it's going to be Ben Hall and Dave Normandy. Then it's Bud Williams and TJ Gerard and Harley Rindle, Terry Moe. You're 24. Ben Hall, Dave Normandy. Go ahead and ride in. Hall and Normandy, you can ride in, please. When your shirt matches the horn wrap on the steer, that is some pretty darn incredible planning right there. No time, number 21. 22, Ben Hall and Dave Normandy. Bud Williams and TJ Gerard, your 23. 24, going to be Harley Rindle and Terry Moe. Tant Sherman, Lauren Cuny, your 4th to go. Bud Williams, TJ Gerard, come on in. I'm looking right here at Ben Hall and Dave Normandy. This is number 22. Going to be no time on 22. Down to Bud Williams and TJ Gerard. Now Harley Rindle and Terry Moe on deck. Tant Sherman, Lauren Cuny, your 25. 26, going to be Tony DeSuttle and Wickberg. Harley Rindle and Terry Moe. TJ's not here. Is he? TJ Gerard, are you in the house? We're going to go to Harley Rindle and Terry Moe. Tant Herman and Lauren Cuny, number 25. Go ahead and ride on in. 25, you can ride in, please. Harley Rindle and Terry Moe right here. Team number 24. No time, number 24. 25, Herman and Cuny. Tony DeSuttle and Wickberg, your 26. 27 is going to be Darren Ogden and Todd Heggie. Travis Elings and Brent Lindsay, you're at 28. Tony DeSuttle, Wickberg, 26. Go ahead and ride on in. It's an no time 25. Go to Tony DeSuttle and Wickberg. Team Ropers, there is an app for our week this week you can get to find out just exactly what is going on in the Metro. It'll have your team number on there, and you can kind of follow along and see which teams we're on. And that way you'll know just exactly when you're up and when to be here. A no time at number 26. Darren Ogden and Todd Hagee, number 27. 28 is going to be Travis Elings and Brent Lindsay. Ken Hurd and Perry Joyce, 29. 30 is going to be Richard Esterby and Charlie Johnswick. Elings and Lindsay, go ahead and ride on in. Ogden and Hagee right now, number 27. Straight up right there, 9-10. Wait, we did take the barrier. Going to be 14-10. 14-10. Now it's Travis Elings and Brent Lindsay, number 28, 29. Ken Hurden and Perry Joyce. Esterby and Johnswick at 30. And Tammy Kraus, Doug Sorge at 31. Chuck Kelly and Ron Schaefer, Bud Williams, TJ Gerard. Going to get you picked up here in just a handful. Healings and Lindsay don't appear to be happening. What about Ken Herndon and Perry Joyce? Ken Herndon and Perry Joyce right now. Number 29. 30's got to be Richard Esterby and Charlie Joswick. Tammy Kraus, Doug Sorge, your 31. And Frank Bevins, Ryan Romba. You are team number 32. Richard Esterby and Charlie Joswick at 30. Go ahead and ride in. Ken Herndon and Perry Joyce. 864 goes to a 13.64 with the barrier. Richard Esterby and Charlie Joswick. It is a website. You can go to the website to find out exactly what's happening in the Metro. You can follow along in the open and see when you're up and where we're at in the Big Pen. No time on number 30, 31, Tammy Kraus, Doug Sorge, Frank Bevins, and Ryan Rombo. You are number 32. 33 going to be Paul Kraus, Winston Blackmore, Tracy Deuce, and Glenn Hostutler. You're at 34. After Deuce and Hostutler, we're going to look for Chuck Kelly, Ron Schaefer, and Travis Ealings, Brent Lindsay. Frank Bevins and Ryan Rombo. Go ahead and ride on in. Bevins and Rombo, the boxes are yours. Kraus and Sorge working on it right here. They're going to face up and be straight up. 909. 9.09 brings us to Frank Bevins and Ryan Romba. Paul Kraus, Winston Blackmore, you're on deck. And the hold is going to be Deuce and Hostutler, then Bud Williams and T.J. Gerard. Paul Kraus and Winston Blackmore at 33. Go ahead and ride in. 33, you can ride in. Frank Bevins and Ryan Rombo right here. This is draw number 32. Out the bottom end with a no time to number 33 now. Paul Kraus, Winston Blackmore. Tracy Deuce and Glenn Hostutler, you're on deck. Then it's Bud Williams and T.J. Gerard. And Travis Ealings, Brent Lindsay, 28. Deuce and Hostutler, go ahead and ride on in. Kraus and Blackmore, look at that. Look at it right there. That's as good as it can look, boys. 876. I'll bet you Clinton Foster got a good shot of that good run. Make sure you come upstairs and check out his wares. You can get them all right here. Clinton Foster Photography. Tracy Deuce and Glenn Hostutler coming up right now. On deck, it'll be Bud Williams, T.J. Gerard, then Travis Ealings and Brent Lindsay. And Denny Lou and Wayne, you're at 35. Do we have Bud Williams and T.J. Gerard? We got Bud Williams. Bud Williams, T.J. Gerard. Chuck Kelly and Rod Schaefer, if you're with us, go ahead and ride on in. Chuck Kelly and Rod Schaefer, go ahead and ride on in, please. No time right here. Chuck Kelly and Rod Schaefer. Then Travis Elings and Brent Lindsay. Then I'm going to look for Tracy Deuce and Glenn Hostutler. Travis Elings, Brent Lindsay. Go ahead and ride on in. Chuck Kelly and Rod Schaefer taking one down to the catch pin. That'll move us to Travis Elings and Brent Lindsay. Tracy Deuce, Glenn Hostutler, you are on deck. Deuce and Hostutler, come on in. Travis Elings and Brent Lindsay working on it right now. This is draw number 28. Straight up, 946. 946. Now to Tracy Deuce. Glenn Hostutler. Denny Lou Nichols, Wayne Sutton. Go ahead and ride on in. Nichols and Sutton, boxes are yours. Tracy Deuce on the front side. Glenn Hostutler. I'm sorry, going to be no time, number 34. Let's go to 35. Denny Lou Nichols and Wayne Sutton. Travis Kellett and Roger Lewis, you are 36. 37 will be Jarrett Baker, Kevin Murnion, Kelly Buchel, and Morgan Wagner. Kelsey Buchel and Morgan Wagner, that is. You're 38. You're 4 away. Travis Kellett, Roger Lewis. You can ride on in. Kellett and Lewis, boxes are yours. Denny Lou Nichols and Wayne Sutton. Going to be in no time. That brings us down to Travis Kellett, Roger Lewis, 36. 37 will be Jarrett Baker, Kevin Murnion, Buchel and Wagner. You're 38. Number 39, Jim Goodwin and John Doblar. Darren Ogden and Daryl Crowley, we need you at the office. Ogden and Crowley, we need you at the office. Baker and Murnion, we need you in boxes A and B. Kellett and Lewis. 5 more. Your number is going to be 14, 42. 14 and 42. That brings us to Jarrett Baker, Kevin Murnion. Draw number 37. Number 38 is going to be on deck. That'll be Kelsey Buchel and Morgan Wagner. 39, Jim Goodwin and John Doblar. Then Lacey Good and T.J. Gerard. Kelsey Buchel and Morgan Wagner at number 38. You can ride on in 38 if you would, please. Baker and Murnion. I'm sorry, going to be no time. We'll go to Kelsey Buchel and Morgan Wagner right now, 38. 39, Jim Goodwin and John Doblar. Then Lacey Good, T.J. Gerard, Hardy Rendall, and Bob Mohar. You're 41. Jim Goodwin, John Doblar, 39. Go ahead and ride on in. Kelsey Buchel and Morgan Wagner. Going to be straight up right there with an 8 and 65. 8.65 puts us to Jim Goodwin and John Doblar. Lazy Good, TJ Gerard, you're going to be on deck. Harley Rendall and Bob Mohar, you're 41. Hold up on the line just a second, please. Harley and Bob, hold up just a minute here if you would. Lacy Good, TJ Gerard. Sorry, dang it. Going to be no time. Team Ropers, arena number 2, whether you caught or missed in arena number 2, you need to go back to arena number 2. Team Ropers, if you have roped if you need to go down to the second arena, if you caught the first one, whether you caught or missed down in the second arena, you need to go back there. We're going to send you back there. We'll try and hobble along up here in arena number 1. But right now, if you did catch in arena number 1, you'd need to go right down to arena number 2 right now. We're going to put that one out front. So please just head down to arena number 2. Get that taken care of. If we need to roll you up here, we can do that. But please go down to arena number 2 and get that taken care of first. With that, we'll try Harley Rendall and Bob Mohar. Going to be followed by... Hold up just a second. I'm sorry. We're missing one of our most important elements here. My bad. Harley Rendall, Bob Mohar. Ben Hall and Brad Oland, you are on deck. Ben Hall and Brad Oland, number 42. You can go ahead and ride on in. I'm looking at Harley Rendall and Bob Mohar. Straight up, 10.59, 10.59. That is going to be Ben Hall and Brad Oland. Ben's not here. What about Chuck Kelly and Bill Medeiros? Can we do that? Lauren Cooney, Greg Schaefer, you're going to be on deck. Greg Shear, excuse me, you're on deck. Gene Small and Joel Ledbetter. Lauren Cooney, Greg Schaefer, go ahead and ride in. Cooney and Schaefer, the boxes are yours. Kelly and Medeiros. With 5, the number's looking like 14-7-2. 14 and 72. That'll bring us down to Lauren Cooney and Greg Shear. Gene Small and Joel Ledbetter on deck at 45. 46 going to be Ken Herden, Darrell Crowley, Dave Sanderson, and Bobby Albertson, year 47. Gene Small and Joel Ledbetter at 45. You can ride on it in 45. Fill the boxes, please. Cooney and Shear. We're looking at team number 44. They're going to do it in 9.72. 9.72. That'll put us at Gene Small and Joel Ledbetter. Ken Herden and Darrell Crowley, 46. 47 is going to be Dave Sanderson, Bobby Albertson, Chuck Hunter, Don Charging, year 48. Ken Herden, Darrell Crowley, 46. Come on in. 46, you can ride in. Gene Small, Joel Ledbetter. Straight up, got 9:10 on the clock. 9:10. Now to Ken Herden and Darrell Crowley, number 46. 47 is Sanderson and Albertson. Chuck Hunter and Don Charging. Third to go at 48. 49 is going to be Matt Lane and Ryan Rumbo. Dave Sanderson, Bobby Albertson. Can we go your direction? Dave Sanderson and Bobby Albertson right now. On deck, going to be Chuck Hunter, Don Charging, Matt Lane, and Ryan Rumbo. You are number 49, and 50 is going to be Travis Elings, Sean Eisler. $13.33, including $13.33. That brings us down to draw number 48, Chuck Hunter and Don Charging, Matt Lane, and Ryan Rumbo. You are on deck. Travis Elings and Sean Eisler, you're 50. And 51 is going to be Sam Connolly and Glenn Hostutler. Matt Lane, Ryan Rumbo. You can ride on in. Hunter and Charging, taking no time, I'm sorry. That brings us to Matt Lane and Ryan Rumbo. Travis Elings and Sean Eisler on deck. Connolly and Hustutler, you're 51. I'm going to go back and look for Brad Oland as well as Ken Herden and Darrell Crowley in just a few. Ryan Rumbo, I bet you, is down south. What about Travis Elings and Sean Eisler? Can we go that way? Travis Elings, Sean Eisler. Looks good. Sam Conley, Glenn Hostutler, you'll be on deck. Then Ben Hall and Brad Oland and Ken Herden, Darrell Crowley. Sam Connolly and Glenn Hostetler at 51. Right on in. 51, you can ride on in. Elings and Eisler going to get her all done here in 907. 907. Sam Connolly, Glenn Hostetler coming up right now. Ben Hall, Brad Oland, we've got you on deck in the hold. It'll be Ken Herden and Daryl Crowley. Then Matt Lane and Ryan Rumbo. Do we have Ben Hall and Brad Oland? I don't think so. Ken Herden, Daryl Crowley. Can we go that direction? Do we have Ken Herden? Must be down below. Mr. Crowley, I'm sorry to make you hustle like that. We'll pick you up here in just a couple. We'll get you back at you here in just a couple. Right now, we're going to go to Dave Paul and Wayne Sutton, Darren Ogden and Winston Blackmore. You're on deck. The hold, it'll be Mike Kegley and Nick Sessions and Jeff Brander, Corey Gangle. Darren Ogden, Winston Blackmore at 53. Go ahead and ride on in. 53, you can ride in. It's a no time at 52. Team 53 coming up right now. Darren Ogden and Winston Blackmore. Mike Kegley, Nick Sessions, you're on deck. Brander and Gangle, you're at 55. Then it's going to be Tan Sherman and John Doblar at 56. After 60, we'll go back and try to pick up the Mavericks. Mike Kegley and Nick Sessions, number 54, go ahead and ride in. 54, if you would, please. Ogden and Blackmore here, team number 53. 11.07. 11.07. Kegley and Sessions. Jeff Brander and Corey Gangle at 55. You can ride on in. 55 boxes are yours. Kegley and Sessions right here. This is 54. They are going to be in no time. We drop down to team number 55 now. Jeff Brander and Corey Gangle. Then Tan Sherman and John Dobler, Jim Goodwin, Charlie Sadler. You'll be at 57 and 58. Ty Nichols and Bob Mohar. Tan Sherman and John Doblar, number 56. Right on in. 56, if you would, please. Brander and Gangle right here. This is the double nickel team, 55. Dang it anyhow, no time. Number 55, 56, Tan Sherman and John Doblar. Jim Goodwin, Charlie Sadler on deck at 57, 58. It's going to be Ty Nichols and Bob Mohar. Katie Antonich. Katie Antonich and J.C. Bowe, you are third to go. Jim Goodwin and Charlie Sadler, 57. Go ahead and ride on in. It's going to be no time at 56. Now to 57, Jim Goodwin and Charlie Sadler. Ty Nichols and Bob Mohar, you're on deck. Katie Antonich and J.C. Bowe, you're 59. Amber Farron, Steve McDaniel, you're 60. Ty Nichols and Bob Mohar at 58. Go ahead and ride on in. 58. You can ride in. 13.88. 13 and 88. That brings us down to draw number 58. Ty Nichols and Bob Mohar. There's Katie Antonich and J.C. Bowe on deck. Amber Farron, Steve McDaniel. After Farron and McDaniel, having a look for Ben Hall and Brad Oland. Katie Antonich, J.C. Bowe, right on in. Smooth of the field, 5 of the line. 14.30 is the total. 14.30. Katie Antonich, J.C. Bowe right now, number 59. 60 is going to be Amber Farron, Steve McDaniel. Ben Hall, Brad Oland, you're third to go. Then we'll go down to Matt Lane and Ryan Rumbo. Amber Fair and Steve McDaniel, 60. Go ahead and ride on in, 60. You can ride on in. Antonich and Bo, 59. Amber Fair and Steve McDaniel right now. This is Team 60. On deck, it'll be Ben Hall and Brad Oland. Then it's Ken Herden, Daryl Crowley, and Matt Lane, Ryan Rombo. Ben Hall, Brad Oland at 42. You can ride on in. It's a no time at 60. We're going to go right here to draw 42. Ben Hall and Brad Oland. Then Ken Herden, Daryl Crowley, Matt Lane, and Ryan Rombo. You are third to run. Then we're back on track already with Pam Panic and Corey Fortune. Ken Herden, Daryl Crowley, field 46. Go ahead and ride on in, number 46. 13.87. 13.87. That'll put us to Ken Herden and Daryl Crowley. Matt Lane and Ryan Rombo, you will be on deck in the hole. It is Pam Panic and Corey Fortune. And number 62, Gene Small and Russell Mosier. Ken Herden and Daryl Crowley. We seem to have a paucity of Ken Herden right here. Let's go then to Matt Lane and Ryan Rombo. Matt Lane and Ryan Rombo coming up right now. On deck, it'll be Pam Panic and Corey Fortune. Mr. Crowley, I'll look for you after 68. Hopefully, your man will be back by then. I'll look for you after 68. Matt Lane and Ryan Rombo. Pam Panic and Corey Fortune, go ahead and ride on in. Panic and Fortune, boxes are yours. Yahtzee, 9-1-2. Good job, 9 and 12. That brings us to Pam Panic and Corey Fortune. Gene Spot and Russell Mosier will be on deck in the hold in. Rusty Crofts and Tyson Frank and Brad Duffield, Jay Stetson. Gene Spot and Russell Mosier at 62. Go ahead and ride in. 62, please. Panic and Fortune right here, number 61. Pantyhose right there. Nicely done, Mr. Fortune, 982. 982, that'll bring us down to Gene Spot and Russell Mosier. Rusty Crofts and Tyson Frank on deck at 63, 64, Duffield and Stetson. Paul Krause, Don Charging, 65. Rusty Crofts and Tyson Frank. Can we go your direction? Rusty Crofts and Tyson Frank. Brad Duffield and Jay Stetson, you'll be on deck in the hole. Paul Krause and Don Charging and Stephanie Lindsay and Tessie Lemire. Lindsay and Lemire. Brad Duffield, Jay Stetson, you are in the on-deck position right now. $15.45. $15.45. Now let's go to Brad Duffield, Jay Stetson. Paul Krause, Don Charging. With 5, we're 14.28. Paul Krause, Don Charging. Stephanie Lindsay, Tessie Lemire, you're going to be on deck. Elings and Eckhart, you are at 67. Sidney Johnson, Sean Eisler, you are 4th in line. You are draw number 68. Then I'm going to jump back to see if we can get Ken Herden, Daryl Crowley, and Gene Small, Russell P. Mosier. Stephanie Lindsay and Tessie Lemire, draw 66. Go ahead and ride in. Krause and Charging, dang it anyhow, no time. We are at number 66 now. Stephanie Lindsay and Tessie Lemire. Elings and Eckhart, you'll be on deck. Sidney Johnson, Sean Eisler, you're 3rd in line. Then it's going to be Ken Herden and Daryl Crowley. Travis Elings and Chris Eckhart at 67. Make your way on in. We're looking at Stephanie Lindsay right here in the company of Tessie Lemire. With 5, you're looking at 14.55. 14.55 brings us to Travis Elings, Chris Eckhart. Sidney Johnson and Sean Eisler, you'll be on deck. Then we'll go to Ken Hurd and Daryl Crowley. And Gene Small, Russell Mosier. Johnson and Eisler, you can ride on in. Johnson, Eisler, ride in, please. No time at number 67. Sidney Johnson, Sean Eisler. Ken Hurd and Daryl Crowley. Third to go, Gene Small, Russell Mosier. Then Dave Paul and Bob Peters. It is going to be, unfortunately, in no time at draw number 68. Do we have Ken Hurden and Daryl Crowley? Hot diggity dog, we do. Gene Small, Russell Mosier, you're going to be next out. Gene Small, Russell Mosier, we'd like to see you if we can. No time right there. Small and Mosier. Nix. All right, we'll go on then. We are at draw number 69. Dave Paul and Bob Peters. Billy Lemire and John Hall, you're on deck. Then it's going to be Jeff Padilla, Mike Sheik, and Richard Esterby, Jeff Brander. Rachel Peters to the entry office, please. Rachel Peters to the office. No time and draw 69. We're going to go to Billy Lemire and John Hall now, number 70. 71, Jeff Padilla, Mike Sheik. Richard Esterby and Jeff Brander. You're number 72. And Buck Woosley. Shelby Berg, you'll be 73. Jeff Padilla, Mike Sheik at 71. Go ahead and ride on in. Lemire and Hill right here. No T-Impo. Team number 71, Jeff Padilla, Mike Sheik. Richard Esterby and Jeff Brander on deck. Buck Woosley and Shelby Berg at 73. Tom Olson, Charlie Sadler. You're 74. Olson and Sadler, 74, fourth out. Richard Esterby and Jeff Brander, number 72. Go ahead and ride in. 72, if you would, please. Padilla and Sheik right here. This is 71. Not happening at 71. That brings us down to number 72. Richard Esterby and Jeff Brander. Buck Woosley and Shelby Berg on deck at 73. 74 going to be Tom Olson and Charlie Sadler. Then Ty Nichols and TJ Gerard. Buck Woosley, Shelby Berg, go ahead and ride in. No time at number 72. 73, Woosley and Berg. Olson and Sadler, you're on deck. Nichols and Gerard at 75 and 76. Tony Stahl and Perry Joyce. Tom Olson, Charlie Sadler, 74. Go ahead and ride in. 74, please. Woosley and Berg. Dang it, no time. Tom Olson, Charlie Sadler right now. This is 74, 75, Nichols and Gerard. Tony Stahl, Perry Joyce, third to go. We may have to go to Ty Nichols and TJ Gerard. Then Tony Stahl and Perry Joyce. Amber Farron, Dallas Gerhard, and Chuck Hunter, Wendy Beckendahl. After Hunter and Beckendahl, I'm going to look for Gene Small and Russell Mosier. Mr. Small got to be back here before too long. Looking like Nichols and Gerard are a dream for right now. What about Tony Stahl and Perry Joyce? Tony Stahl and Perry Joyce. Amber Farron and Dallas Gerhart, you're 77, 78. Hunter and Beckendahl. And after Hunter and Beckendahl, I'm going to look for Gene Small and Russell Mosier. Amber Farron, Dallas Gerhart at 77. Go ahead and ride in. Number 77, ride on in, please. No time right here. We'll go down to number 77. This is Amber Farron, Dallas Gerhart, Chuck Hunter, and Wendy Beckendahl. You will be on deck. Then it's Gene Small, Russell Mosier. Followed by Bud Williams and Shane Schuchard. Chuck Hunter, Wendy Beckendahl, if you would, please go ahead and ride in. No time. Chuck Hunter, Wendy Beckendahl. Gene Small. Gene, are you in the house yet? Do we have Gene Small here? Bingo. Just coming through the door. How do you like that for timing? With 5, we're looking at 15.87. 15.87. That's going to bring us to Gene Small and Russell Mosier. Then we'll go to Bud Williams and Shane Shuchart. Rusty Crofton, Rod Schaefer at 80. 81 will be Thane Russell and Elvin Fritzler. $13.57. $13.57. Right now, it's got about Williams and Shane at Shuchart. Draw number 79. Number 80 is going to be Rusty Crofts and Rod Schaefer. Then Thane Russell, Elvin Fritzler. They're 81. Kegley and Charging 82. Rusty Crofts and Rod Schaefer, number 80. Go ahead and ride on in. Team number 80. Williams and Schaefer. I'm sorry, that's going to be a no time. It'll bring it, Williams and Shuchart, that is a no time. Now to Rusty Crofts and Rod Schaefer. Draw number 80. 81 will be Thane Russell and Elvin Fritzler. Rusty Crofts. Do we have Rusty? It does not appear that we have Rusty. Well, can we go to Thane Russell and Elvin Fritzler? Thane Russell, Elvin Fritzler. Here we go. Mike Kegley, Don Charging, you'll be on deck. Colt Peterson, Steve McDaniel at 83. Tammy Kraus, Russell Mosier, you're 84. Russell, if you're still around, if you can hear me, stop by and rope your second one here. I know you roped one just a hot second ago, but stay here and rope this one with us, if you would, please, at 84. Russell Mosier, there he is. Dadgummit, that guy is sharp. Mike Kegley and Don Charging, ride right on in. Kegley and Charging, go ahead and ride on in. Russell and Fritzler are going to be a no time right here. That'll bring us to Mike Kegley and Don Charging. Colt Peterson and Steve McDaniel, you're on deck. Then Kraus and Mosier. And Quint Bose, Sean Eisler at 85. Colt Peterson and Steve McDaniel. Go ahead and ride in. Colt Peterson, Steve McDaniel, you can ride on in. Kegley and Charging right here. Draw number 82. We are a no time. That brings us to Colt Peterson, Steve McDaniel, Tammy Kraus, and Russell Mosier on deck. In the hold, it'll be Quint Bowe and Sean Eisler. Then we're going to look for Tom Olson and Charlie Sadler. Kraus and Mosier. Come on in. Kraus and Mosier. 5 on the front and 5 on the back. 1772. 1772. That'll bring us to Tammy Kraus and Russell Mosier. Quint Bowe and Sean Eisler, you're on deck. Tom Olson, Charlie Sadler, you're third to run. Then Ty Nichols and TJ Gerard. Quint Bowe and Sean Eisler at 85, right on in. 85, right on in. Please, little fishing right there, Tammy Kraus. Dang it, I'm sorry. No time at 84. Quint Bowe and Sean Eisler coming up right now. Tom Olson, Charlie Sadler going to be on deck. Third out, it's Nichols and Gerard. Then Rusty Crofts and Rod Schaefer. Taking 5 to be 1350. 13 and 50. Tom Olson and Charlie Sadler right now. Then Ty Nichols and TJ Gerard. He'll be followed by Rusty Crofts and Ron Schaefer. Nichols and Gerard, go ahead and ride in. Ty Nichols, Thomas James Gerard next out. Then Rusty Crofts and Rod Schaefer. Sidney Johnson, Delvin Arrow at 86. 87 is going to be Billy Lemire and Brian Nate. Rusty Crofts, Rod Schaefer, we welcome you to ride in if you're with us. It's all heartache at number 75. Rusty Crofts and Rod Schaefer. Not seeing Rusty Crofts, Mr. Schaefer. We'll have to look back for you in a handful. Right now, we're going to go to Sidney Johnson and Delvin Arrow. Sidney Johnson, Delvin Arrow. Billy Lemire and Brian Nate, you'll be at 87. 88 is going to be Lacey Good and David O'Keefe. And Corey Fortune, C.J. Karras. Billy Lemire and Brian Nate coming up right now. They're draw 87. Lacey Good, David O'Keefe, you're 88, 89. Fortune and Karras. Jarrett Baker and Jeff Brander, team 90. Baker and Brander, number 90, you're 4 away. Lacey Good, David O'Keefe, 88. Go ahead and ride in. 88, you can ride on in. With 5, we're looking at a 14-23. That's Lemire and Nate. 14 and 23, bringing us down to draw 88. Now Lacey Good and David O'Keefe. Corey Fortune and C.J. Karras, you're on deck. Jarrett Baker, Jeff Brander, you're 90. Stephanie Lindsay, Charlie Sadler, you're 91. Corey Fortune and C.J. Karras, 89. Ride in. 89, you can ride in, please. Lacey Good, David O'Keefe. No time at 88, now to 89. Jarrett Baker, Jeff Brander, number 90. Go ahead and ride on in. 90, you can ride on in. No time at 89. Jarrett Baker and Jeff Brander now, number 90. 91, got to be Lindsay and Sadler. Tom Olson and Morgan Wagner, you'll be 92 and 93. Got to be Buck Berger and Terry Moe. Stephanie Lindsay, Charlie Sadler, right on in. Lindsay and Sadler, you can ride in, please. And 5 more here for a 15-51. 15 and 5-1 brings us to Stephanie Lindsay and Charlie Sadler, number 91. 92, Olson and Wagner. Buck Berger, Terry Moe, you'll be 93. And 94 is going to be Amber Farron and J.A.Y. Cochran. Rusty Crofts, are you in the house as yet? Do we have Rusty? There's Rusty. Rusty, I'm going to get you after number 94. Rusty Crofts and Rod Schaefer, we're going to get you after number 94. No time at number 91. 982, Tom Olson, Morgan Wagner. Then Buck Berger, Terry Moe, Amber Farron, Jay Cochran. Then we're going to skip back to number 80. Get Rusty Crofts and Rod Schaefer. Buck Berger and Terry Moe, number 93. Go ahead and ride in. 93. Ride on in, please. Sweet, 10-27. A 10 and 27 is going to bring us to Buck Berger and Terry Moe at 93. 94, Amber Farron, Jay Cochran. Then we're going to look to Rusty Crofts and Rod Schaefer. That'll bring us to Andy Wagner and Scott Nelson. They're number 95. 94, Farron and Cochran. Come on in. Buck Berger and Terry Moe. Plus 5, we're a 1426. 1426. Amber Fair and Jay Cochran coming up right now. No time at number 94. Let's go right now to Cross and Schaefer. Got him there at an 893. Rusty Crofts, Rod Schaefer, 893. Nice work. Now we're back on track. Andy Wagner, Scott Nelson, number 95. Andy Wagner and Scott Nelson, number 95. Rob Erickson, Brad Holden, number 96. Go ahead and ride on in. 96 boxes are yours. Wagner and Nelson, draw number 95. With 5, we're looking at a 13 and 43. 1343. Rob Erickson, Brad Holden, number 96. 97 is going to be Chuck Kelly, Darryl Crowley, Duffield and Lawrence, your 98. 99, Mervyn Pacano and Don Charging. Chuck Kelly and Darryl Crowley, number 97, right in. 97, please. Rob Erickson, Brad Oland. They're going to get her done right there. We did take the barrier, 1379. 1379. Now to Chuck Kelly, Darryl Crowley, number 97. 98 going to be Brad Duffield, Troy Lawrence, Mervyn Pacano, Don Charging at 99. And 100 is going to be Thane Russell and Thomas James Gerard. Chuck Kelly, Darryl Crowley, Brad Duffield, Troy Lawrence. Go ahead and ride in. It's a no time at number 97. 98 is going to be Brad Duffield and Troy Lawrence. Mervyn Pacano and Don Charging, you're 99. 100 is going to be Thane Russell and TJ Gerard. And John Stroop, Kevin Murnion, year 101. Mervyn Pacano, Don Charging, number 99. Go ahead and ride on in. We're going to be in no time at 98. Pacano and Charging coming up right now. Thane Russell, TJ Gerard, you're on deck. John Stroop, Kevin Murnion, you're 101. And Ben Hall, Charlie Joswick, you're 102. Thane Russell, TJ Gerard, 100. Right on in, team 100. Right on in. It's a no time at number 99. That'll put us at team 100. Thane Russell and TJ Gerard. John Stroop, Kevin Murnion, you're on deck. Ben Hall and Charlie Joswick, you're third at 102. And Tony Stahl, Wendy Beckett-Dahl, you'll be 103. Team Ropers, we're going to cut the pin after 175. We'll farm after team 175. John Stroop, Kevin Murnion, 101. Go ahead and ride in. 101, you can ride in. Russell and Gerard. No time at 100. We're at 101 now. John Stroop and Kevin Murnion. Ben Hall and Charlie Joswick, you're going to be on deck. In the hole, it is Tony Stahl, Wendy Beckett-Dahl, and Jed Hutchison, Brian Nate. Ben Hall and Charlie Joswick at 102. You can ride on in. 102, you can ride in. Stroop and Murnion. With 5, we're 1312. 1312, now to Ben Hall, Charlie Joswick. Tony Stahl and Wendy Beckett-Dahl, you'll be on deck. Jed Hutchison, Brian Nate, you're third out. You're 104, and 105 is going to be Mike Kegley and David O'Keefe. Tony Stahl, Wendy Beckett-Dahl, go ahead and ride in. Stahl and Beckett-Dahl, you can ride in. Ben Hall and Charlie Joswick. With 5, we're looking at 16, and then 5 more, we're looking at 21.39. Tony Stahl and Wendy Beckendahl. Number 103. 104 going to be Jed Hutchison and Brian Nate. Kegley and O'Keefe here at 105. 106 going to be Rusty Crofts and Corey Fortune. Jed Hutchison and Brian Nate at 104. You can ride on in. Stahl and Beckendahl. They're going to get a +5. It'll be 14.43. 14.43 brings us to Jed Hutchison and Brian Nate. This is Team 104. Mike Kegley and David O'Keefe, you're 105. 106 going to be Rusty Crofts and Corey Fortune. Jeff Brander, Jen Brander, 107. Mike Kegley, David O'Keefe, cock your hammer, boys. You're next out. Mike Kegley, David O'Keefe at 105. Go ahead and ride on in. 105, please. Hutchison and Nate, number 104. 104, we hit the barrier. 13 and 13 is going to be your number there. 13, 13. Down to Mike Kegley and David O'Keefe right here. This is draw 105. 106 is going to be Rusty Crofts and Corey Fortune. Jeff and Jen Brander, your 107 and 108 will be Charlie Sadler, Lonnie Smith. Rusty Crofts and Corey Fortune, 106. Right on in. 106, you can ride on in. Mike Kegley and David O'Keefe. 11 and 28. 11.28 right there. Let's go to Crofts and Fortune now. Entries on the number 7 rope, and they're going to close at 12:30. That's just about, 2.5 hours away. They'll close at 12:30. Rusty Crofts, I think, is elsewhere. What about Jeff and Jen Brander? Can we do that? Jeff Brander and Jen Brander. Charlie Sadler, Lonnie Smith, you'll be on deck. Tom Olson and Brent Lindsay at 109. And 10 Sherman, Terry Moe, your 4th out. $805. $805. Charlie Sadler and Lonnie Smith now at 108. 109 is going to be Tom Olson and Brent Lindsay. 10 Sherman and Terry Moe, you're at 110. And Haley Yeoman, Jay Cochran, you're at 111. Tom Olson, Brent Lindsay, 109. 110 is going to be Tan Sherman and Terry Moe. Haley Yeoman and Jay Cochran, you're 111. And 112 will be Buck Woosley and Corey Gangle. Tan Sherman and Terry Moe at 110. Go ahead and ride in. 110, you can ride in. Olson and Lindsay, 13-17. 13-17 for Team 109. We'll go to Tan Sherman and Terry Moe now. Then Haley Yeoman and Jay Cochran. Buck Woosley, Corey Gangle here at 112. And 113 is going to be Andy Wagner and Curtis Carnes. Haley Yeoman and Jay Cochran coming up right now. Then Buck Woosley and Corey Gangle. Andy Wagner, Curtis Carnes at 113. And Paul Krause, Shane Schuchard, your 114. Rusty Crofts and Corey Fortune. I'm going to look for you after 114. Woosley and Gangle ride in. Great job here. We got an 871 for Yeoman and Cochran. 871. That brings us to Buck Woosley and Corey Gangle, 112. 113 is going to be Andy Wagner, Curtis Carnes, Paul Krause, and Shane Schuchard, your 114. Andy Wagner and Curtis Carnes, 113. Go ahead and ride on in. Buck Woosley and Corey Gangle, 112. Going to be no time. Let's go to 113. Wagner and Carnes. Paul Krause and Shane Schuchard, you are second out. Then Rusty Cross and Corey Fortune and Leroy Savy, Gary Johnson. Nine 15. 9 and 15. Now to Krause and Schuchard. Rusty Cross, Corey Fortune, going to look for you after this one. Then we're 115 and 116. Rusty Cross and Corey Fortune right now, 106. Let's go to Savy and Johnson. Leroy Savy, Gary Johnson, now 115. Johnson and charging your 116. 170 is going to be Libby Diedrichs and Cole Peterson and Nellie Roush. Troy Lawrence, you're fourth out. With 5, we got a 1431. 1431. That brings us to Sydney Johnson and Don charging at 116. Libby Diedrichs and Colt Peterson, your 117. 118 is going to be Nellie Roush and Troy Lawrence. Then Tony DeSuttle and Bobby Albertson. Libby Diedrichs, Colt Peterson, 117. You can ride on in. Sydney Johnson and Don charging. Smooth Run, 896. Smooth Run of 896. That'll put us to Libby Diedrichs and Colt Peterson. Janelle Roush and Troy Lawrence, you're on deck. Tony DeSotto, Bobby Albertson, you are at 119. Then it's 120. Rob Erickson and Wendy Beckendahl. Janelle Roush, Troy Lawrence, you can ride on in. No time at 117. We'll go to Janelle Roush and Troy Lawrence. Janelle Roush and Troy Lawrence going to work right now. Tony DeSotto, Bobby Albertson, 119. You can ride on in 120 and 121. Be thinking about it. No time at 118. We'll go to 119 now. Tony DeSotto and Bobby Albertson. Then it's Rob Erickson, Wendy Beckendahl, Bo and Nate, you're 121. And Tony DeSotto, Tony Stahl, and David O'Keefe. You'll be at 122. $14.02 goes to $19.02. $19.02. Rob Erickson, Wendy Beckendahl, welcome. Your team 120. 121 is going to be Quint Bow and Brian Nate. Then Tony Stahl, David O'Keefe, and Ken Herden, Dallas Gerhardt. Quint Bow and Brian Nate at 121. You can ride on in. 121 if you would, please. Erickson on the front side here. Wendy Beckendahl, dang it, no time at 120. 121 at Quint Bow and Brian Nate. Tony Stahl and David O'Keefe, you're on deck. Ken Herden and Dallas Gearhart, you're 123, and 124 is going to be Stephanie Lindsay and Warren Baker. Tony Stahl, David O'Keefe, 122. Go ahead and ride in, 122. Quentin Bowe and Brian Nate, team number 121. Got him, $8.99. $8.99. Tony Stahl, David O'Keefe now, $122. 123, going to be Ken Herden and Dallas Gearhart. Stephanie Lindsay, Warren Baker, you're 124. Then it's Sadler and Oliver at 125. Ken Herden and Dallas Gearhart, 123. Right on in. Tony Stahl, David O'Keefe. Smooth run right there. You're 9-14. 9 and 14. That'll bring us to Ken Herden and Dallas Gearhart. This is $123. 124 going to be Stephanie Lindsay and Warren Baker. Charlie Sadley, Eric Oliver at 125. And Wickberg and Lonnie Smith, you're 126. Stephanie Lindsay and Warren Baker, 124. You can ride on in. Ken Herden and Dallas Gearhart. 1349. 1349. Stephanie Lindsay, Warren Baker, 124. 125 is going to be Sadler and Oliver. Wickberg and Lonnie Smith, you're 126. And Jack Lund, Weston Paul, you'll be 127. No time. Sadler and Oliver coming up right now. We're at $125. Libby Diedrichs and Colt Peterson, your run comes after 127. Libby Diedrichs, Colt Peterson, you're running after 127. Sadler and Oliver have honors here at 125. Wickberg and Lonnie Smith right now, number 126. 127 is going to be Jack Lund, Weston Paul, Libby Diedrichs, and Colt Peterson, your third out. Then it's Chuck Hunter and Kevin Murnion. Jack Lund, Weston Paul, 127. You can ride on in. Berg and Smith. Going to be no time. We'll go to 127 out. Jack Lund and Weston Paul. Libby Diedrichs and Colt Peterson, you'll be on deck. In the hold, and it'll be Chuck Hunter, Kevin Murnion, and Frank Bevins, Roger Lewis, $129. With 5, we're 15 flat. 15 seconds flat. It's Libby Diedrichs and Colt Peterson right now. Chuck Hunter and Kevin Murnion, you'll be on deck. Frank Bevins and Roger Lewis, you'll be 129. Struben Eisler, you're 130. Frank Bevins and Roger Lewis, 129. Go ahead and ride on in. Chuck Hunter, Kevin Murnion, ride on in. We got a straight 891 here for Diedrichs and Peterson, 891. That'll put us to Chuck Hunter and Kevin Murnion. This is draw 128. 129, going to be Frank Bevins and Roger Lewis, then John Struben, Sean Eisler, and Pam Panic, Tyson Frank. Frank Bevins and Roger Lewis, 129. Go ahead and ride on in, 129. Frank Bevins, Roger Lewis. Frank Bevins and Roger Lewis. John Strube and Sean Eisler, you'll be on deck. Then we're going to go to Vanek and Frank and Leroy Saby, Jay Cochran. John Strube, Sean Eisler, 130. Right in, 130. Frank Bevins and Roger Lewis, team 129. It's a no time at 129. We'll go to 130 now, Strube and Eisler. Then Pam Vanek and Tyson Frank, Leroy Saby and Jay Cochran, you're 132. And Jim Goodwin, Gary Johnson, you're 133. Pam Vanek, Tyson Frank, 131. Right on in, 131. You can ride in, please. Strube and Eisler at 130. Got a good run right there. 851, gentlemen. 8 and 5-1. Two more of them like that. I think you're going to be in pretty good shape. Pam Vanek and Tyson Frank at 131 right here. 132 going to be Leroy Saby, Jay Cochran. Jim Goodwin, Gary Johnson, you're 133. And then Colt Peterson, Curtis Carnes, 134. Leroy Saby, Jay Cochran, 132. You can ride on in. 132. Fill the boxes, please. Vanek on the front side. Frank on the back side. No time at 131. 132 coming up right now. Leroy Saby and Jay Cochran. Jim Goodwin and Gary Johnson, you're on deck. Peterson and Carnes, you'll be 134 and 135. Buck Woosley and Glenn Hostutler. Jim Goodwin and Gary Johnson, 133, right on in, 133. No time at 132. Now we'll go to 133. This is going to be Goodwin and Johnson. Colt Peterson, Curtis Carnes, you're 134, 135. Woosley and Hostutler, Tony DeSottile and Shelby Berg. You are fourth out. Colt Peterson, Curtis Carnes, 134. Welcome. Come on in. Bell caller catch off the hand of Jim Goodwin right there. Gary Johnson, I'm sorry, no time at 133. Going to go to Colt Peterson, Curtis Carnes now at $134, 135. Buck Woosley and Glenn Hostutler, Tony Dizitel, I'm told, and Shelby Berg. You're at 136. In Thane Russell and Shane Schuchard. Buck Woosley and Glenn Hostutler, 135. 135, you can go ahead and ride in. Peterson and Carnes, you're 134. Peterson and Carnes, you're 134. Going to be no time at 134. 135 now, Buck Woosley and Glenn Hostutler. Tony Dizitel and Shelby Berg at 136. 137 is going to be Russell and Schuchard. Andy Wagner and Brian Nate at 138. Tony Dizitel and Shelby Berg at 136. You can ride on in. 136, please. Woosley and Hostutler right here, number 135. It is no time at 135. We'll go to 136. Tony Dizitel and Shelby Berg. Then Thane Russell and Shane Schuchard. Andy Wagner and Brian Nate, you're 138. Jed Hutchison, Sean Wiseman, you're 139. Russell and Schuchard, go ahead and ride on in. Dizitel and Berg, I'm telling you what, $13.95, including the barrier. Not too dang shabby. That puts us at draw number 137. Thane Russell and Shane Schuchard. Andy Wagner and Brian Nate, you'll be on deck. Hutchison and Wiseman, you'll be at 139. And then at $140, it's going to be Kenny Unruh and Dallas Gerhardt. Wagner and Nate, 138. Right on in, 138. You can ride in, please. No time at 137. We'll go to 138 now. Andy Wagner and Brian Nate. Jed Hutchison and Sean Wiseman, you are on deck. Then it's going to be Kenny Unruh and Dallas Gerhardt. Followed by Stephanie Lindsay and Dan Vanek. Jed Hutchison, Sean Wiseman right on in. You're 139. Hutchison and Wiseman right on in. Team 139. Wagner and Nate right here, 138 with 5. The number looks like 1435. 1435. That'll bring us to Jed Hutchison and Sean Wiseman. Kenny Unruh and Dallas Gerhardt, you're on deck. Stephanie Lindsay, Dan Vanek, you're 141. And Matt Lane, Eric Oliver, you're 142. Kenny Unruh, Dallas Gerhardt, 140 right in, 140. Fill them up, please. Hutchison and Wiseman right here. This is 139. 5 for 1463. 1463. That brings us to Kenny Unruh and Dallas Gerhardt. Stephanie Lindsay and Dan Panic, you're on deck. Then Matt Lane, Eric Oliver, and Tony Stahl, J.C. Bowe, you're at 143. Stephanie Lindsay, Dan Panic, 141. Ride right in, 141, please. Got it in 10:38. 10.38 brings us to draw number 141. Stephanie Lindsay and Dan Panic. Matt Lane, Eric Oliver on deck at 142, 143. Going to be Tony Stahl, J.C. Bowe, Mike Kegley, and Lawrence Pretty Weasel. You are third out. Make it fourth out. Matt Lane, Eric Oliver. Come right on in. Matt Lane, Eric Oliver. The boxes are yours. Going to be a leg and a barrier on the run for a total of $18.94. That's going to put us down to Matt Lane, Eric Oliver at 142. Then Stahl and Bowe. Kegley and Pretty Weasel at 144. 145 will be Tika Larson, Kevin Murnion. Tony Stahl, J.C. Bowe, 143. No top at 142. Now to 143, Tony Stahl and J.C. Bowe. Mike Kegley, Lawrence Pretty Weasel, you're 144. 145, got to be Larson and Murnion. Then Katie Antonich and Tom Spencer. Mike Kegley, Lawrence Pretty Weasel, 144. Welcome. Come on in. Tony Stahl, J.C. Bowe. Stahl and Bowe are going to be no time, and it brings us down to 144. Mike Kegley, Lawrence Pretty Weasel, Tika Larson, and Kevin Murnion. You are on deck. In the hole, we're going to see Katie Antonich and Tom Spencer. Then it's Gene Small and Lauren Cuny. Tika Larson, Kevin Murnion. Go ahead and ride on in. Larson and Murnion boxes are yours. Kegley and Pretty Weasel. With 5, you're going to be 1509. 1509. That'll put us to Tika Larson and Kevin Murnion. Katie Antonich and Tom Spencer, you're on deck. In the hole, it'll be Gene Small and Lauren Cuny. Then Rob Erickson and Tad Rhodes at $148. Team 146. Katie Antonich, Tom Spencer, Gene Small and Lauren Cuny on deck. In the hole, it'll be Rob Erickson, Tad Rhodes, Kathy Saby, Jay Cochran, 149. Again, Team Ropers, we will farm after 175. Gene Small and Lauren Cuny, 147. Go ahead and ride in. 147 boxes are yours. Antonich and Spencer right here. This is 146. 5 more for a 14-15. 14 and 15 will bring us down to 147. It's Gene Small, Lauren Cuny, Rob Erickson, Tad Rhodes, your 148, 149. Saby and Cochran, Jim Goodwin, Tamara Mann at $150. Rob Erickson and Tad Rhodes, you can ride in. Erickson and Rhodes, go ahead and ride on in. Gene Small and Lauren Cuny right here at 147 with 5. The number is 1308. 1308. Rob Erickson, Tad Rhodes coming up right here. Then Saby and Cochran. Goodwin and Mann, you'll be 150, and 151 is going to be Quint Bowe and Roger Lewis. Down to 149 now. Kathy Saby and Jay Cochran. Jim Goodwin and Tamara Mann, you're on deck. In the hold, it'll be Quint Bowe and Roger Lewis, Buck Berger, and John Doblar. You're 152. Quint Bowe and Roger Lewis at 151. You can ride in. 151 boxes are yours. Jim Goodwin and Tamara Mann, number 150. No time at 150. We'll go to 151 now. Quint Bowe and Roger Lewis, Buck Berger and John Dobler. You'll be on deck. Wickberg, Shelbyberg. You're 153, and 154 is going to be Buck Woosley and Curtis Carnes. Buck Berger and John Doblar right on in. Did it 951 right here. Quint Bowe, Roger Lewis, 951. Buck Berger and John Dobler right now at 152. 153 is going to be Wickberg and Shelbyberg. Then Buck Woosley, Curtis Carnes, and Amber Fair and Warren Baker. Wickberg, Shelbyberg, 153. 153, go ahead, right on in. No time at 152. Wickberg, Shelbyberg, 153. Buck Woosley, Curtis Carnes, 154. You can ride on in. No time at 153. Now at 154, we're looking at Buck Woosley and Curtis Carnes, Amber Farron and Warren Baker. You'll be on deck. Jed Hutchison, Scott Nelson, 156. 157 is going to be Kenny Unruh and Glenn Hostetler. Amber Farron, Warren Baker coming up right now. They're 155. 156 going to be Jed Hutchison, Scott Nelson, Kenny Unruh, Glenn Hostetler at 157, and 158 is going to be Pam Vanek and Dan Vanek. Jed Hutchison and Scott Nelson, go ahead and ride in. Amber Farron and Warren Baker. Darn it, no time. That puts us at 156. Jed Hutchison and Scott Nelson, Kenny Unruh and Glenn Hostetler, you're 157. 158, Vanek and Vanek. Then Darren Ogden and Eric Oliver at 159. Kenny Unruh and Glenn Hostetler, right on in. Unruh and Hostetler. Hutchison and Nelson. No time. Now to Kenny Unruh. Glenn Hostetler, 157. 158 is going to be Pam and Dan Vanek. Then Darren Ogden and Eric Oliver at 159. Deuce Sorgi, 160. Pam Vanek and Dan Vanek at 158. You can ride in. It's a no time at 157. Now to 158. Pam Vanek and Dan Vanek. Darren Ogden, Eric Oliver on deck. In the hold, it's going to be Deuce and Sorgi. Jeff Padilla, John Marmon, you're 161. Jeff Padilla, John Marmon, you're 161. Darren Ogden, Eric Oliver, that's where we're going to go now. 159. Tracy Deuce and Doug Sorgi at 160. You can ride in. Jeff Biddy and John Marmon, 161. Deuce and Sorgi right here. We're looking at $160. 160 going to be plus 5. They'll be 1285. Jeff Padilla, John Marmon right now, 161. Kraus and Fortune, you'll be on deck. Antonich and Hoover at 163, and 164 is going to be Grace Kelly and Bob Peters. Paul Kraus and Corey Fortune, 162. No time. We'll go to Paul Kraus, Corey Fortune at 162. Antonich and Hoover, you're on deck. Kelly and Peters at 164. Then Chad Weaver and Tad Rhodes at 165. Katie Antonich, Brett Hover, 163. Grace Kelly and Bob Peters, you're on deck. In the hole, it's going to be Chad Weimer and Tad Rhodes and Travis Ealing's Lance Schuchard, 166. Bob Mohar, they need you to go down to arena number 2 and see the flagger. Bob Mohar, if you're within the sound of my voice, the flagger in arena number 2 would like to have a word with you, please. Grace Kelly and Bob Peters, 164. Go ahead. Right on in. Antonich and Hoover. We're going to be a leg 1403. Grace Kelly and Bob Peters at 164 now. Chad Weimer and Tad Rhodes, you'll be on deck. Ealings and Schuchard at 166. We need Dax Tomlinson and Dave Paul to the office, please. Dax Tomlinson, Dave Paul, we need you at the office. Chad Weimer and Tad Rhodes, 165. Ealings and Schuchard, you're on deck. Chuck Kelly and Mike Sheik, you're 167. And 168 is going to be Colt Peterson and Bill Medeiros. Travis Ealings, Lance Schuchard coming up right now at 166. Chuck Kelly and Mike Sheik, you'll be on deck. Colt Peterson, Bill Medeiros, 168. Esther B. and Frank, you're 169. Chuck Kelly and Mike Sheik, 167. You can ride on in. Travis Ealings and Lance Schuchard at 166. No time. Let's go to 167 now. Chuck Kelly and Mike Sheik. Colt Peters and Bill Medeiros, you're on deck. Esther B. and Frank, you're 169 and 170. Going to be Billy Lemire and Tessie Lemire. $12.36. 12:36. Now to Colt Peterson, Bill Medeiros, 168. Esther B. and Frank, you'll be on deck. Billy and Tessie, you're at 170. 171 is going to be Dave Sanderson and PJ Perry Joyce. Esther B. and Frank, go ahead and ride in. No time. Let's go to 169. Richard Esther B. and Tyson Frank. 170, 171, and 172 are coming your way. $170 now. Billy Lemire, Tessie Lemire. Dave Sanderson, Perry Joyce, you're on deck. Ken Hurd and Brent Lindsay, you're 172. Andy Wagner, Morgan Wagner, you're 173. Dave Sanderson, Perry Joyce, you can ride on in. Sanderson and Joyce, the boxes are yours. Billy Lemire, Tessie Lemire. Got a leg out of that run. 13:42 on the clock. 13:42, including now to Dave Sanderson and Perry Joyce, 171. Ken Hurd and Brent Lindsay on deck. Wagner and Wagner, you're 173, 174. David Roy, Glenn Hostutler. Plus 5, you're looking at 1365. 1365. Ken Hurd and Brent Lindsay, please. Do we have Brent Lindsay? Yep, we do. Good deal. Old Yeller had to relieve himself. I'm sorry to interrupt that. I know that's very annoying. Andy Wagner and Morgan Wagner, 173. David Roy, Glenn Hostutler, Sam Conley, Steve McDaniel. Last run before the drag's going to be Pam and Dan Bannock. $9.32 for Roy and Hostutler, $9.32. Now to Sam Conley, Steve McDaniel, and then Pam and Dan Bannock. Tractor Man, 2, and then you. $10.09. Nice work, team. $10.09 looks good. Final run goes to Pam and Dan Bannock. Tractor Man, you're on deck. That is the extent of our first section, if you will, of the number 9-5 Retro. We'll come back. Brad Duffield and Joel Ledbetter, you'll have honors when we get rolling. Kelly Waldhauser, Doug Sorey, Jeff Padilla, Dan Arrow, and then Dave Paul, Tamara Mann. That's 176 to 179.
All right, Team Rovers, let's go with Team 176, Brad Duffield, Joel Ledbetter, Kelly Waldhauser, Doug Sorge at 177, Jeff Padilla, Delvin Euro at 178, Dave Paul, Tamerman at 179. And again, books on that 7 is... All right, Team Rovers, we're going to close the books on that 7 at straight up noon. Straight up noon. We're going to change the books on that. This is Kelly Waldhauser and Doug Sorge going to work right here. Jeff Padilla, Delvin Arrow at 178. Dave Paul Tamerman, 179. Leroy Saby, Brett Hoover at 180. Nice run. That is an 11:48. 11:48. Team 178, Jeff Padilla, Delvin Arrow, you're up. Dave Paul and Tamerman at 179. Leroy Saby, Brett Hoover at 180. Sally Parks, Bob Peters looking for you at 181, please. A 871 straight away.
$14.36 going to be the number for Dave Paul and Tamara Mann. Leroy Saby, Brett Hoover going to be next out, 180, 181. Sally Parks, Bob Peters. Then Jamie Rhodes and Tad Rhodes. They're 182 and 183 is going to be Kenny Unruh and Daryl Crowley. Sally Parks, Bob Peters, 181. Go ahead and ride on in, 181. Boxes are yours. This is Leroy Saby and Brett Hoover. 889. 8.89.
Tika Larson, I need you to the entry office, please. Tika Larson to the entry office, please. All right, team 181, Sally Parks, Bob Peters, followed by Jamie Rhodes, Tad Rhodes at 182, Kelly Unruh and Daryl Crowley at 183, Matt Lane, Royce Hart, 184, please. Bob Peters with a leg, that is a 16.22 including. 16.22 including. Team 182, Jamie Rhodes, Tad Rhodes, you're up. Kenny Unruh, Daryl Crowley on deck at 183. Matt Lane, Royce Hart, you're in the hole at 184. Then Colt Peterson and David O'Keefe, you're out at 185. Kenny Unruh and Daryl Crowley, 183. Right on in, please. We got him on. Jamie Rhodes, Tad Rhodes, come on around, please. Take care of 2 feet. I'm sorry, no time here at 182. 183. Kenny Unruh and Daryl Crowley, you're up, followed by Matt Lane, Royce Hart at 184. Colt Peterson, David O'Keefe, 185. Chuck Hunter and Mike Sheik, 186. Going down to team 184, Matt Lane and Royce Hart, please. Boxes are yours. Looking at Kenny Unruh and Daryl Crowley right here in the middle of the pen. They will clean 894 straight away. 894. Jumping down to team 184, Matt Lane, Royce Hart, Colt Peterson, David O'Keefe on deck at 185. Chuck Hunter, Mike Sheik, 186. Jack Lund, Dallas Gerhardt, you are 187. Ron Mosette and Perry Joyce at 188. Colt Peterson and David O'Keefe, 185. 185 for me, please. Didn't quite get there. No time here at 184. 185. Colt Peterson, David O'Keefe, Chuck Hunter, Mike Sheik on deck. Jack Lund, Dallas Gerhardt in the hole. Then Ron Mosette and Perry Joyce. Going to look for you at 188. Chuck Hunter and Mike Sheik, 186. Right in, please. Team 186. Mr. O'Keefe. 2 feet O'Keefe today, 794. Team 186, Chuck Hunter, Mike Sheik. Hold up at the line a minute, please. All right, Chuck Hunter and Mike Sheik. Jack. If there is someone in the building that is a veterinarian, could you check in at the office, please? If there happens to be a vet on site, could you check into the office, please? With a leg, that is a $15.99 including, a $15.99 including. Again, if there's a vet on site, could you kindly run down to the office and check in with us, please? Team 187, Jack Lund, Dallas Gerhardt, you're up. Ron Mosette, Perry Joyce on deck at 188. Paul Kraus, Wickberg at 189. Frank Bevins and Winston Blackmore at 190. Chance Herman, Scott Nelson coming for you at 191. Unfortunate, no time here at 187. 188, Ron Mosette, Perry Joyce, Paul Kraus. And Wickberg at 189. Frank Bevins, Winston Blackmore, 190. Chance Herman, Scott Nelson, 191. No time here at 188. 189, Paul Kraus, Wickberg, followed by Frank Bevins, Winston Blackmore at 190. Chance Bill Gunville and Dax Tomlinson to the office, please. Bill Gunville and Dax Tomlinson to the office, please. This is 189. Paul Kraus and Wickberg, Frank Bevins, Winston Blackmore at 190. Chance Herman, Scott Nelson at 191. Travis Kellett, Ryan Rombaugh at 192. No time here at 189. Moving to 190. Frank Bevins, Winston Blackmore. Chance Herman and Scott Nelson, you're at 191. Travis Kellett, Ryan Rombaugh at 192. Quit Bo, JC Bo, you're 4 out. Team Ropers, if you're wanting to get in that sevens with the 3s only incentive, make sure that you get your happy selves on down to the office and get that business taken care of ASAP. They are going to close those books at a straight up 12:30. Noon 30, we're going to close the books on that. Make sure you get to the office as soon as possible. Team 191, Chance Herman, Scott Nelson, you're up. Travis Kellett, Ryan Rombaugh at 192. Quint Bo, JC Bo, 193. Bobby LaSalle, Bob Mohar, 194. Do we have Scott Nelson? Is that a no, Chance? I'll pick you up down the road. Let's go Travis Kellett and Ryan Rombaugh, please. Quint Bo, Jason Bo on deck at 193. Bobby LaSalle, Bob Mohar, 194. Jeff Padilla and CJ Harris at 195. Quint Bo and JC Bo, 193. Boxes are yours, please. Team 193, boxes are yours, please. Unfortunately, no time here at 192. 193, Quint Bo, JC Bo. Bobby LaSalle, Bob Mohar on deck at 194. 195, Jeff Padilla, CJ Karras, Ty Nichols, and Jay Stetson, 196. Bobby LaSalle and Bob Mohar, 194. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 193. 194, Bobby LaSalle, Bob Mohar, you're up. Jeff Padilla, CJ Karras, 195. 196, Ty Nichols, Jay Stetson, Cody Pitson, and Wayne Sutton, 197. 949 straight away. 949. 195 now. Jeff Padilla, CJ Karras, you're up. Ty Nichols, Jay Stetson at 196. Cody Pitts and Wayne Sutton at 197. Tony Dizitel and Bob Peters, 198. We're going to bump this team down. Let's go with Ty Nichols and Jay Stetson, please. Cody Pitson and Wayne Sutton, 197. Boxes are yours, please. With the leg, that is a 1450, including 1450. Team 197, Cody Pitts and Wayne Sutton, you're up. Tony Dizitel, Bob Peters at 198. Jonas McKenzie, Tad Rhodes, 199. Charlie Sadler, Corey Gangle, you're out at 200. Tony Dizitel and Bob Peters, please, 198. Boxes are yours. Jonas McKenzie, Tad Rhodes at 199. No time here at 197. 198, Tony Dizitel, Bob Peters, please. Jonas McKenzie and Tad Rhodes, you're right in behind at 200. Charlie Sadler and Corey Gangle at 200. Jarrett Baker and Royce Hart, 201. Tony and Bob. Looks like we're missing Bob. Can we go with Jonas McKenzie and Tad Rhodes, please? Charlie Sadler and Corey Gangle, 200. Jarrett Baker, Royce Hart at 201. Jarrett Baker, Royce Hart again, you're 201. Mike Kegley and Brad Olin, 202. No time here at 199. At 200, Charlie Sadler, Corey Gangle, please. Jarrett Baker, Royce Hyde at 201. Mike Kegley, Brad Olin, 202. Kelly Waldhauser, Wendy Beckedahl at 203. That is an 831 straight away. 831. Team Ropers, I'm going to look for you after 204. Currently, I am on team 201. Jarrett Baker, Royce Hart, you're up, followed by Kegley and Olin on deck at 202. Waldhauser and Beckedahl. Ladies, you're at 203. Then Jack Lund, Tom Spencer at 204. Then I'm going to go back for Herman and Nelson, Padilla and Karras, Dizitel and Peters. $831 straight away. Back to back 831. Mike Kegley, Brad Oland, your goal is an 830. Kelly Waldhauser and Wendy Beckedahl on deck at 203, 204. Jack Lund, Tom Spencer, then Herman and Nelson, Padilla and Karras, Dizitel and Peters. Waldhauser and Beckedahl, ladies, right in at 203, please. Jack Lund and Tom Spencer at 204. Then Herman and Nelson, no time at 202. 203, Kelly Waldhauser, Wendy Beckedahl, you're up. Jack Lund, Tom Spencer at 204. 191, Herman and Nelson, Padilla and Karras, and Dizitel and Peters. That is how you show them how it's done, girls. To 11:27. 11:27. Team 204, Jack Lund, Tom Spencer. Then we go Chance Herman, Scott Nelson, Jeff Padilla, CJ Karras, Tony Desatel, Bob Peters, and back on at 204, Jack Lund and Tom Spencer. Chance Herman and Scott Nelson. Right in, please. No time here. Let's go with Chance Herman and Scott Nelson, please. Jeff Padilla and CJ Karras. Jeff Padilla and CJ Karras, please. Laramie Nutter to the office, please. Laramie Nutter and Bill Gunville. Bill Gunville, I'm still calling you, my friend. And Laramie Nutter, if you could accompany him to the office. Right, I'm looking at Jeff Padilla and CJ Karras. Then I'm going to go for Tony Desatel, Bob Peters, and back on track with John Strub and Bill Medeiros. Tony Desatel and Bob Peters, right on in, please. Smooth in the field, barrier 13.96 including. That's a 13.96 including. Tony Desatel, Bob Peters, you're up, followed by Struby and Medeiros at 205. Rob Erickson, Warren Baker at 206. Sally Parks, Winston Blackmore at 207. Chance Herman, if you can hear me, come on back around for team 208 before you go down to see Cassie. John Strube and Bill Medeiros at 205. Right in, please. Team 205, right on in, please. Team 205, John Strube and Bill Medeiros, you're up. Rob Erickson, Warren Baker at 206. 207, Sally Parks, Winston Blackmore, Chance Herman, and Jake Cochran at 208. Gentlemen, you got that barrier 1179, including 1179. Team 206, Rob Erickson, Warren Baker, followed by Sally Parks, Winston Blackmore, 207. Chance Herman, Jake Cochran, 208. Travis Kellett, Chris Eckhart, 209. Sally Parks and Winston Blackmore, boxes are yours, please. Ride in. Chance and Jay at 208. With a leg that is a 15-18, including 15-18, including. Team 208, 207 now, Sally Parks, Winston Blackmore, Chance Herman, Jay Cochran at 207, 208, 209, Travis Kellett, Chris Eckhart, Doyle Music, and Steve McDaniel. You are team 210. Chance Herman and Jay Cochran. Right on in, please. Did Chance stay with us? Yes, he did. Travis Kellett, Chris Eckhart at 209. No time here at 207. 208 now. Chance Herman, Jay Cochran. Travis Kellett, Chris Eckhart at 209. 210. Doyle Music, Steve McDaniel. Ron Mosset and Dallas Gerhardt, 211. Travis Kellett and Chris Eckhart at 209. Please, team 209. Right on in. I'm sorry, no time here at 208, 209. Travis Kellett, Chris Eckhart, you're up. Doyle Music, Steve McDaniel at 210, 211. Ron Mosset, Dallas Gerhardt, Andy Wagner, Terry Moe, team 212. Doyle Music, Steve McDaniel, 210. Right on in, please. No time here at 209, 210. Now Doyle Music, Steve McDaniel, you're up. Ron Mosset, Dallas Gerhardt at 211. Andy Wagner, Terry Moe, 212. Kelsey Buchel and Jay Stetson, 213. Team ropers were kind of slowing down a little bit, so if we could hustle in and out of the arena every chance we get, trot in, trot out. This team left. Our next team should be filling the boxes, team 211. If you're the next 4, 5, 6 team ropers, please go across the way and fill in the backside. It does make things move a lot faster. That is a 14.95, including a 14.95, including. Team 211, Ron Mosset, Dallas Gerhardt, followed by Andy Wagner and Terry Moe at 212. Kelsey Buchel and Jay Stetson at 213. Bud Williams, Wayne Sutton, you are team 214. Andy and Terry at 212. Fill them up for me, please. Ron Mossett and Dallas Gerhardt at 211. Going to work right here at the bottom of the pen. That is a 10:01 straight away. 10:01 going down to 212. Andy Wagner, Terry Moe, followed by Kelsey Buchel and Jay Stetson at 213. Bud Williams, Wade Sutton, 214. Matt Lane and Bob Peters at 215. Kelsey Buchel and Jay Stetson, 213. Ride in, please. Team 213. Ride in, please. Wagner and Moe, 212. You're going to pull a leg. That's a 1438. Still gets a ticket to number 2. Team 213, Kelsey Buchel, Jay Stetson, please. Bud Williams and Wade Sutton, you're out at 214. Matt Lane, Bob Peters, 215. Katie Antonich and John Hall, team 216. Bud and Wayne, 214. 214, please. No time here at 213, 214. Bud Williams, Wayne Sutton, Matt Lane, and Bob Peters at 215. 216 is Katie Antonich, John Hall, Kathy Saby, Tessie Lemire. You're out at 217. Matt Lane, Bob Peters, 215, please. Team 215. Lift a leg, 1813, including. 1813, including. Team 215, Matt Lane, Bob Peters, please. Katie Antonich, John Hall at 216. Kathy Saby, Tessie Lemire, 217. Chuck Hunter, Royce Hart, 218. No time here at 215. 216, Katie Antonich, John Hall, Kathy Saby, Tessie Lemire, 217. Chuck Hunter, Royce Hart, 218. Chuck Kelly, Tamerman, 219. With the leg, that is a 1082. 1082. The barrier is not going to go with you, Team Ropers, just the leg. That's a 1082, including. Team 217, Kathy Saby, Tessie Lemire, you're up. Chuck Hunter, Royce Hart at 218. 219, Chuck Kelly, Tamerman. No time here at 217. Team 218, Chuck Hunter, Royce Hart, you're up. Chuck Kelly, Tamerman, 219. Wendy Beckedahl, CJ Karras, 220. Kelly Waldhauser, Tad Rhodes at 221. No time at 218. 219. Chuck Kelly, Tamerman, you're up. Wendy Beckedahl, CJ Karras, 220. Kelly Waldhauser, Tad Rose at 221. Wendy Beckedahl, CJ Karras, 220. Boxes are yours, please. Team 220. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 219. 220. Wendy Beckedahl, CJ Karras, you're up. Kelly Waldhauser, Tad Rhodes at 221. Then I'm going to go get Tony Desitel and Bob Peters. Team Ropers, real quick. There's plenty of fence in this arena to tie to that is solid and standing. Down here under the catch pen, there are 2 panels that are not tied, not solid. Please do not tie your horses where there is signage that says do not tie your horses. We had an accident down there this morning. Horses tied there. They pulled back. They pulled the panels down. So if there's signage that says do not tie your horses, that is for the safety of your animals. Please recognize that. This is Team 220, Wendy Beckedahl, CJ Karras, Kelly Waldhauser, Tad Rhodes at 221, Tony Desitel, Bob Peters at, then Grace Kelly and Tom Spencer. No time here at 220, 221. Kelly Waldhauser, Tad Rhodes, Tony Dizitel, Bob Peters at You're on deck. Grace Kelly, Tom Spencer, 222. Frank Bevins, Warren Baker, 223. I'm sorry, no time here. Team Dizitel and Peters, please. Grace Kelly, Tom Spencer, Frank Bevins, Warren Baker, Libby Dietrichs, Greg Shear, Williams, and Sutton. Smooth run, 941. Gentlemen, 941. Grace Kelly, Tom Spencer. You're up. Frank Bevins, Warren Baker on deck at 223. Libby Dietrichs, Greg Shear at 224. Bud Williams, Wayne Sutton, you're 4 out. Then Tance Herman and Mike Sheik. Bevins and Baker at 223. Ride in Libby Dietrichs, Greg Shear, then Bud Williams, Wayne Sutton, Tance Herman, Mike Sheik. Smooth run here. That is a 915. Straight away, 915. Glad to see you back with us, and your hand is good, Miss Grace. Team 223, Frank Bevins, Warren Baker, followed by Libby Dietrichs, Greg Shear at 224. Bud Williams, Wayne Sutton, 3 out now. Then Tance Herman and Mike Sheik. That is an 866 straight away. No time here at 224. Bud Williams, Wayne Sutton, please. Tian Herman, Mike Sheik at 225. Tony Stahl and Chris Eckhart, 226. Doyle Music, Sean Wiseman, 227. No time here. Team 225, Tance Herman, Mike Sheik, you're up. Tony Stahl, Chris Eckhart at 226. Doyle Music, Sean Wiseman at 227. Bobby LaSalle, Daryl Cali, 228. Tance Herman, Mike Sheik, 225. Ride in, please. No time here at 220. Excuse me, no time at 225. Team 220. That was 225, 226. Tony Stahl, Chris Eckhart, Doyle Music, Sean Wiseman at 227. Bobby LaSalle, Daryl Cali at 228. Brad Duffield, Colt Peterson at 229. No time here at 226. 227, Doyle Music, Sean Wiseman, please. Bobby LaSalle, Daryl Cali at 228. Brad Duffield, Colt Peterson, 229. Ken Hurden, David O'Keefe at 230. Bobby LaSalle, Daryl Cali, bottom of the nod, right in, Team 228. Boxes are yours. That heel inside looks a little empty, healers. You're welcome to please go across the way for me. Bobby LaSalle, Daryl Cali, right in, 228. You are straight away at 902. 902 going to Team 228 now. Bobby LaSalle, Daryl Cali. Brad Duffield, Colt Peterson on deck at 229. Ken Hurden, David O'Keefe at 230. Rachel Peters and Delvin Arrow, 231. Miss Lacey Good and Lawrence Pretty Weasel, I'm going to look for you at 232. Brad Duffield and Colt Peterson. Boxes are yours, please. Ride in. Looking at Bobby LaSalle and Daryl Cowley here. Smooth run, yes. Barrier 12:45 goes to 12:45. Team 229, Brad Duffield, Colt Peterson, you're up. Ken Hurd and David O'Keefe. 230, Rachel Peters, Del Monero. 231, Lacey Good and Lawrence Pretty Weasel. 232, Tika Larson and Scott Nelson. You are team 233. Ken Hurden and David O'Keefe, 230 boxes are yours, please. No time at 229, 230 now. Ken Hurden, David O'Keefe, followed by Rachel Peters, Del Monero at 231, Lacey Good, Lawrence Pretty Weasel at 232, Tika Larson, Scott Nelson, 233. Rachel Peters, Del Monero, 231. Boxes are yours, please. Team 231, boxes are yours. That is a 1026 straightaway, 1026. Team 231, Rachel Peters, Del Monero, you're up. Lacey Good, Lawrence Pretty Weasel at 232. Tika Larson, Scott Nelson, 233. Kathy Savy and Brett Hoover, 234. Lacey and Lawrence, 232. Ride on in, please. Team 232. Right on in, please. Delvin Blackie is set for you with an 866. Nice run at 866. Going down to Lacey Good and Lawrence Pretty Weasel, Tika Larson and Scott Nelson at 233. Kathy Savy, Brett Hoover at 234. Sally Parks, Brian Nate, 235. Tika and Scott, 233. Right in, please. Team 233. Right on in, please. 878. Still got your winning streak going, Lacey. 878. Team 233, Tika Larson, Scott Nelson, followed by Kathy Savy, Brett Hoover at 234, Sally Parks, Brian Nate, 235, Tony Dizitel and Toby Larson, 236. Tika and Scott, 233. Give me 2 feet, please. With a leg, still works, 1448, including a 1448. Kathy Savy and Brett Hoover, Sally Parks, Brian Nate, you'll follow at 235, 236. Tony Dizitel, Toby Larson, Amber Farron, and Troy Lawrence. You are team 237. Lauren Cooney, Matt Prindle, team 238. You're 405 away, excuse me. Sally and Brian, 235. Boxes are yours, please. Team 235, boxes are yours. We're going to pick it up on both ends. That's still a 1786, guys, a 1786. Looking now at Team 235, Sally Parks and Brian Nate, Tony Dizitel, Toby Larson at 236, Amber Farron, Troy Lawrence, 237, Lauren Cooney and Matt Prindle at Team 238. That is 8s all the way across. 888 straight away. Tony Dizitel and Toby Larson, please. Amber Farron and Troy Lawrence at 237. Lauren Cooney, Matt Prindle, 238. Haley Yeoman and Thomas Spencer. I'm going to look for you at Team 239. Frank Bevins, TJ Gerard. Think about it when it gets to 240. Amber and Troy, 237. Please, Team 237. No time here at 236. 237, Amber Farron, Troy Lawrence, followed by Lauren Cooney, Matt Prindle at 238. Haley Yeoman, Tom Spencer at 239. Frank Bevins and TJ Gerard at 240, please. Lauren Cooney and Matt Prindle, ride in, please. Tough luck here at 237. Lauren and Matt, 238, followed by Haley Yeoman, Tom Spencer at 239. Frank Bevins, TJ Gerard, 240. Travis Kellett, Warren Baker, 241. Haley and Tom, 239. Right on in, please. Haley and Tom at 239. Right on in, please. Darn the luck anyhow, Lauren. Team 239, Haley Yeoman, Tom Spencer, Frank Bevins, TJ Gerard at 240, Travis Kellett, Warren Baker, 241, Emil Shepperson, and Lynn Stoll, 242. Haley, we're just going to bump you down. Let's go Frank Bevins and TJ Gerard, please. Do we have Frank Bevins? There's Frank. Travis Kellett, Warren Baker, you're going to come in at 241. Emil Shemperson at Lynn Stoll, 242. Matt Lane, Tamerman, 243. Travis Kellett, Warren Baker, 241. No time here. 240, 241. Travis Kellett, Warren Baker, Emil Shepperson, Lynn Stoll, 242. Matt Lane, Tamara Mann, 243. Jim Goodwin, Sean Wiseman, 244. Bobby LaSalle and Dave Normandy, you're out at 245. Emil Shepperson, Lynn Stoll, 242. Again, you are welcome to the boxes at the bottom of this nod, followed by Matt Lane, Tamara Mann at 243. Jim Goodwin and Sean Wiseman at 244. Emil and Lynn, 244. 242, please. Mr. Baker and a leg. That's a 1277, including a 1277, including team 242. Emil Shepperson, Lynn Stoll, Matt Lane, Tamara Mann at 243, 244. Jim Goodwin, Sean Wiseman, Bobby LaSalle, and Dave Norman. You are team 245. Dolio Music, Lance Shoe Card. You're out at 246. Matt Lane, Tamara Mann. Team Ropers right in at 243. Shepperson and Stoll right here, 242. That is an 870 straight away. 870. Matt Lane and Tamara Mann, 243. Jim Goodwin, Sean Wiseman on deck at 244. Bobby LaSalle, Dave Normandy, 245. Doyo Music and Lance Shoe Card, 246. $840. 840. Team 244, Jim Goodwin, Sean Wiseman, you're up. Bobby LaSalle, Dave Normandy, 245. Doyle Music, Lance Shoe Card, 246. Then Brad Duffield and Sean Eisler, 247. Sean, here he comes. Blaze Espinoza, RJ Goss, and Mr. Bill Gunville. If anybody knows Bill, could you kindly call Bill and tell him he's needed at the office, please? Blaze Espinoza and RJ Goss, and again, Bill Gunville. I'm sorry to say no time here at 244. 245, Bobby LaSalle, Dave Normandy. That gentleman escorting that little black steer is our 60 and over 2024 Tour Champion, Mr. Jim Goodwin. Team at 245, Bobby LaSalle, Dave Normandy, followed by Doyle Music, Lance Shoe Card, 246. Brad Duffield, Sean Eisler, 247. Then Rachel Peters and Bob Peters, 248. Smooth run, middle of the pen with that barrier is a 1290. 1290. Doyle Music and Lance Shoe Card, gentlemen, please. Brad Duffield, Sean Eisler on deck at 247. Rachel Peters, Bob Peters, 248. Tammy Kraus, Lawrence Pretty Weasel, 249. Brad Duffield, Sean Eisler, 247, gentlemen. Come on, Mr. Shoe Card. That's the Lance I know. 824 straight away, 824. Team 247, Brad Duffield, Sean Eisler, Rachel Peters, Bob Peters, 248. Tammy Kraus, Lawrence Pretty Weasel, 249. Harley Rindle and Rod Schaefer, 250. And Billy Lemire and Joel Ledbetter, you are 251. Rachel Peters, Bob Peters, 248. Boxes are yours, please. Team 248. Please ride on in. Sean Eisler, 2 feet and 948 on that run right there. 948. Team 248, Rachel Peters, Bob Peters, Tammy Kraus, Lawrence Pretty Weasel on deck at 249. Harley Rindle, Rod Schaefer, 250. Billy Lemire, Joel Ledbetter, 251. Tammy Kraus and Lawrence Pretty Weasel, let's go ahead and take you. Harley Rindle, Rod Schaefer at 250. Billy Lemire, Joel Ledbetter, 251. Sally Parks and Perry Joyce, 252. Tammy Kraus and Lawrence Pretty Weasel, please. Harley Rindle and Rod Schaefer, gentlemen, you will follow in behind. Then Billy Lemare, Joel Ledbetter, 251. Sally Parks and Perry Joyce, 252. No time here at 249, 250. Harley Rindle and Rod Schaefer, Billy Lemare, Joel Ledbetter at 251. Sally Parks, Perry Joyce at 252. Ben Hall, Lonnie Smith at 253. Hold up the line, please. Heads up behind you there, JB. Team 250, Harley Rindle and Rod Schaefer, you're up. Bailey Lemare, Joel Ledbetter at 251. Sally Parks, Perry Joyce, 252. Ben Hall, Lonnie Smith, 253. Billy Lemare and Joel Ledbetter, 251. Harley Rindle and a Rod Schaefer. Smooth run, gentlemen. 10:03 straight away. 10:03. Billy Lemire and Joel Ledbetter, 251. You're up. Sally Parks, Perry Joyce at 252. Ben Hall, Lonnie Smith, 253. Pam Danik and Nick Sessions, 254. Billy and Joel right here. Sally and Perry, boxes are yours at 252, please. 9:01 straight away. 9:01 straight away. 252, Sally and Perry, followed by Ben Hall, Lonnie Smith, 253. Pam Bannock, Nick Sessions, 254. Cody Pitts and Troy Lawrence, 255. Ben and Lonnie, 253. Right in as this team heads out. Pam Bannock, Nick Sessions at 254. Cody Pitts and Troy Lawrence, 255. I'm sorry, no time here at 252. 253, Ben Hall, Lonnie Smith, Pam Bannock, Nick Sessions, Cody Pitts, and Troy Lawrence. Then I'm going to go back and look for Yeoman and Spencer, Peters and Peters. Pam Bannock and Nick Sessions, 254. Boxes are yours, please. Team 254. No time here, 253. 254, Pam Bannock, Nick Sessions, you're up. Cody Spitz and Troy Lawrence at 255. Then again, I'm going to go back and look for Haley Yeoman, Tom Spencer, and Peters. Then 256, John Strube, Wayne Sutton. No time here at 254. Cody Pitts and Troy Lawrence, followed by Haley Yeoman, Tom Spencer. Then we go Peters and Peters. Then 256, John Strube and Wayne Sutton. Haley and Tom, if you're here, write in, please. Haley Yeoman and Tom Spencer. That is an 856 straight away, 856 straight away. Haley Yeoman, Tom Spencer, then Rachel Peters, Bob Peters, back on track at 256. John Strube, Wayne Sutton, Lacey Good, and Tom, just rope 2 feet right here and come right back up. Yeah, see, you nodded your head like you were a boss. You did it. 837. Good job. Let's go Peters and Peters, please. John Strube, Wayne Sutton, you will follow this team at 256. Lacey Good, Tom Spencer at 257. Jack Lund, Scott Nelson, 258. Kelly Unruh, Doug Sorge, 259. With a leg, that is a 15-22 including, a 15-22 including. Team at 256, John Strube, Wayne Sutton, you're up. Lacey Good, Tom Spencer at 257, 258, Jack Lund, Scott Nelson, Kelly Unruh, and Doug Sorge, 259. All right, Team Ropers. Fuddruckers gave me the thumbs up. They are here and open. They're across the way under the First Interstate Bank sign. Got some steak sandwiches on tap today. With a leg, that is a 14.94 including, a 14.94 including. Team 257, Lacey Good, Tom Spencer, followed by Jack Lund, Scott Nelson, 258, Kelly Unruh, Doug Sorge, 259, Claude Lemaire, Tessie Lemaire, 260. No time here at 257. 258, Jack London, Scott Nelson, Kenny Unruh, and Doug Sorge at 259. Claude Lemaire and Tessie Lemaire, 260. Merv Packnew, Royce Hart. Almost got me again. Kenny and Doug, 259. Ride in, please. Team 259, go ahead and ride in, please. Jack Lund, Scott Nelson, 258 right here. Gonna look at everything. Hold up a second for me, please. That is a 989 straightaway. 989 straightaway. Going to Claude Lemaire and Tessie Lemaire, please. 260. Merv Packnew, Royce Hart on deck at 261. Richard Esterby, Warren Baker, 262. Emil Shepperson and Gary Johnson, 263. Merv Packnew and Royce Hart, 261. Boxes are yours, please. Team 261. Boxes are yours. Please hold up a second. Who was that team? All right. Claude and Tessie, please. Merv Packnew and Royce Hart at 261. Richard Esterby, Warren Baker, 262. Emil Shepperson, Gary Johnson, 263. No time here at 260. 261, Merv Packnew, Royce Hart, Richard Esterby, Warren Baker at 262. Emil Shepperson, Gary Johnson at 263. Haley Oman, Brent Lindsay, 264. Richard Esterby, Warren Baker, 262, please. Richard Baker. No time here at 261. Richard Esterby, Warren Baker, you're up. Emil Shepperson, Gary Johnson, 263. Haley Oman, Brent Lindsay, 264. With a leg, that is a 21.01 including, 21.01 including. Team 263, Emil Shepperson, Gary Johnson, you're up. Haley Oman, Brent Lindsay at 264. Kelsey Buchel and Eric Oliver, 265. Tika Larson and John Doblar, 266. No time here at 263. 264, Haley Yeoman and Brent Lindsay. Haley, there you are. Kelsey Buchel and Eric Oliver, 265. Tika Larson, John Doblar, 266. Jamie Rhodes and Corey Fortune, 267. Kelsey and Eric, bottom of the nod, 265. Ride in Tika Larson, John Doblar, 266. Jamie Rhodes, Corey Fortune, 267. Janelle Roush and Rod Schaefer, you're out at 268. Kelsey and Eric, welcome to Ride In, please. Welcome to Ride In. Darn it, no time at 264. 265, Kelsey Buchel and Eric Oliver, please. Tika Larson, John Doblar on deck at 266. 267, Jamie Rhodes and Corey Fortune. Janelle Roush and Rod Schaefer, you are out at 268. Tika and John, welcome to Ride In, please. Tika and John, Jamie Rhodes and Corey Fortune, 267. Janelle Roush, Rod Schaefer, 268. Nice run, 816 straight away, 816 straight away. Make sure you tell Cassie to get it right down there, Kelsey. Tika and John, 266. You're up. Jamie Rhodes and Corey Fortune at 267. Janelle Roush, Rod Schaefer at 268. Buck Woolsey and Joel Ledbetter at 269. Jamie and Corey, 267. Ride in, please. Team 267. Ride in, please. John Doblar, 818. 818. Going down to 267. Jamie Rhodes, Corey Fortune, Janelle Roush, and Rod Schaefer at 268. Buck Woolsey and Joel Ledbetter at 269. Kenny Unruh and Matt Prindle at 270. Janelle and Rod, 268. Boxes, please. No time here at 267. 268, Janelle Roush, Rod Schaefer. Buck Woolsey and Joel Ledbetter at 269. Kenny Unruh and Matt Prindle at 270. Kelly Waldhauser and Lonnie Smith, 271. Buck and Joel, 269. Smooth run. Yep. 1076. 1076. Team 269, Buck Woolsey, Joel Ledbetter, followed by Kenny Unruh. Gosh darn it. Kenny Unruh and Matt Prindle, Kelly Waldhauser and Lonnie Smith, Pam Bannock and Jay Stetson. And 1022 straight away. 1022. Kenny Unruh and Matt Prindle, Kelly Waldhauser, Lonnie Smith, go ahead and ride in. Pam Bannock, Jay Stetson, 272. Tammy Kraus, Chris Eckhart, 273. Straight away, Kenny. Before you go down to Arena 2, put that one away and come right back up here and take care of that other business for me, and then you can go all the way down. Smooth run and a barrier is a 12.66, including a 12.66, including. Team 272, Pam Bannock and Jay Stetson, Tammy Kraus and Chris Eckhart, 273. Arena Henry, Ariana Henry and Tom Spencer, then Bobby LaSalle, Sean Eisler. After Bobby LaSalle, Sean Eisler, I'm going to get Kenny Unruh and Doug Sorge. Tammy Kraus and Chris Eckhart, 273. Boxes are yours, please. Team 273, boxes are yours, please. No time, 272, 273. Tammy Kraus, Chris Eckhart, you're up. Ariana Henry and Tom Spencer at 274. Bobby LaSalle, Sean Eisler, Kenny Unruh, and Doug Sorge, Tika Larson, and John Hall. About 40 minutes, Team Ropers, 40 minutes, and the books on that 7 and the 3s incentive will close. About 40 minutes. Make sure you get to the office and take care of all that business. No time here at 273, 274. Ariana Henry and Tom Spencer, then Bobby LaSalle, Sean Eisler, Kenny Unruh, Doug Sorge, Tika Larson, and John Hall. $12.56 with the barrier, a 12.56. Bobby LaSalle and Sean Eisler, please. Then we get Kenny Unruh and Doug Sorge, Tika Larson, John Hall at 276. Clay 3 irons, Lawrence Pretty Weasel, 277. No time here. Kenny Unruh and Doug Sorge, please. Tika Larson and John Hall at 276. Clay 3 irons and Lawrence Pretty Weasel at 277. Leroy Saby and Royce Hart, 278. With a leg, that is a 15.91 including, a 15.91 including. This is Tika Larson and John Hall right here. Clay 3 irons, Lawrence Pretty Weasel right in at 277. Leroy Saby, Royce Hart, 278. Richard Esterby and Lynn Stoll at 279. With the toenail, 14.43 including, 14.43. Team 277, Clay 3 irons, Lawrence Pretty Weasel, Leroy Saby, Royce Hart, 278. Richard Esterby, Lynn Stoll at 279. Libby Dietrichs, Corey Gangle, 280. Leroy and Royce, 278. Ride in, please. 278. Smooth run, 987. Straight away, 987. Going to team 278. Leroy Saby, Royce Hart. Richard Esterby, Lynn Stoll at 279. Libby Dietrich, Corey Gangle, 280. Quint Bow, Shane Shucard, 281. Richard and Lynn, 279. Boxes are yours, please. Team 279. No time here at 278. 279, Richard Esterby, Lynn Stoll. Libby Dietrich, Corey Gangle at 280. 281, Quint Bow, Shane Shucard, Travis Kellett, Terry Moe, 282. Again, Team Ropers, soon as that team in front of you heads out of the boxes, you are more than welcome to load right in and get ready to get set. Please fill those boxes as soon as that team in front of you exits. Libby and Corey, team 280. Ride in, please. Team 280, ride on in, please. This is Esterby and Stoll at team 279. No time here at 279. 280, Libby Dietrichs, Corey Gangle, Quint Bow, Shane Shucard at 281. Travis Kellett, Terry Moe at 282. Ty Nichols, Brody Nichols, 283. Quit Bow and Shade and Shoe Card, 281. Right on in, please. No time here at 280, 281. Quentin Bow, Shane Shoe Card, Travis Kellett, Terry Moe at 282. Ty Nichols, Brody Nichols at 283. 284 is Bud Williams and Kevin Murnion, gentlemen. Travis Kellett, Terry Moe, 282. Boxes are yours, please, Mr. Shoe Card. 867, 867. Team 282, Travis Kellett, Terry Moe, Ty Nichols, Brody Nichols, 283. Bud Williams, Kevin Murnion, 284. Wendy Beckett-All, Rod Schaefer, 285. Ty and Brody, 283. Right on in, please. Team 283. We're looking at Travis Kellett and Terry Moe going across the pen with a leg. That is a 1379 including, 1379 including. Team 283, Ty Nichols, Brody Nichols, please. Bud Williams, Kevin Murnion at 284. Wendy Beckett-All, Rod Schaefer, 285. Haley Yeoman, Roger Lewis. You are 4 teams away at 286. Ty Nichols and Brody Nichols right here. Bud Williams, Kevin Murnion, 284. Boxes are yours. That is a 936 straight away, 936. Looking at East Montana right here. Bud Williams, Kevin Murnion, you're up. Wendy Beckett-All, Rod Schaefer at 285. Haley Yeoman, Roger Lewis, 286. Doyle Music, Charlie Joswick, 287. Wendy and Rod at 285. Boxes, please. Haley Yeoman and Roger Lewis at 286. Doyle Music, Charlie Joswick, 287. 868, gentlemen, 868. Keeping it in Baradas right here. Wendy Beckett-All and Rod Schaefer, Haley Yeoman, Roger Lewis at 286. Doyle Music, Charlie Joswick, 287. Travis Seelings and Lonnie Smith at 288. Haley Yeoman and Roger Lewis, 286. Please, team 286, please. And Doyle Music, Charlie Joswick, 287. Travis Seelings, Lonnie Smith at 287. No time, 285, 286. Haley Yeoman, Roger Lewis, Doyle Music, Charlie Joswick at 287. Then going to Doyle Music and Charlie Joswick at 287. You're on deck. Travis Seelings, Lonnie Smith, 288. Jed Hutchinson, Joel Ledbetter, 289. Do I not have Haley? Doyle, you don't look like a Haley. Go ahead, Doyle. I don't believe Haley is here. Doyle and Charlie Joswick. Then Travis Seelings, Lonnie Smith at 288. Jed Hutchinson, Joel Ledbetter. Then John Strube and Chris Eckhart. With a leg that is a 1343 including, a 1343 including. Team 288, Travis Seelings, Lonnie Smith, Jed Hutchinson, Joel Ledbetter at 289, John Strube, Chris Eckhart, 290, Ariana Henry, and Nick Sessions, 291. Jed Hutchinson, Joel Ledbetter, 289. Right on in, please. Team 289. Right on in, please. Big old loop, 2 feet right on in it. 951 straight away. 951. Team 289. Jed Hutchinson, Joel Ledbetter, John Strube, and Chris Eckhart. 290. Ariana Henry and Nick Sessions. 291. Jack Lund, Bill Medeiros. 292. No time here at 289. John Strube, Chris Eckhart, you're up. Ariana Henry, Nick Sessions, 291. Jack Lund, Bill Medeiros, 292. And Tika Larson, Toby Larson, 293. With a leg at a barrier, 1667 including, 1667 including. Team 291. Ariana Henry, Nick Sessions, Jack Lund, Bill Medeiros, 292. Tika Larson, Toby Larson, 293. Kelsey Buchel and Lawrence Pretty Weasel, 294. No time here at 291. 292, Jack Lund, Bill Medeiros, followed by Tika Larson, Toby Larson, 293, Kelsey Buchel, Lawrence Pretty Weasel, 294, Stephanie Lindsay, Brent Lindsay, 295. No time here at 292. 293, Tika Larson, Toby Larson, Kelsey Buchel, and Lawrence Pretty Weasel. Do we have Team Larson? Must be, I believe. I bet Tika is down below. Kelsey Buchel and Lawrence Pretty Weasel, please. Stephanie Lindsay, Brent Lindsay on deck at 295. Richard Esterby and Tad Rhodes, 296. Jim Goodwin and Lance Schuchard, 297. Kelsey is here. Do I have Lawrence? Lawrence? Lawrence once. Lawrence twice. Is that Lawrence right there in the purple shirt? Give me a hoorah. Okay. No time here at 294. 295. Stephanie Lindsay and Brent Lindsay at You're Up, followed by Richard Esterby, Tad Rhodes at 296. Jim Goodwin, Lance Schuchard at 297. And then I'm going to go back for Beckedahl, Schaefer, Yeoman, and Lewis, Larson, and Larson if they're here. Richard Esterby and Tad Rhodes, please. Richard Esterby and Tad Rhodes. Then Jim Goodwin, Lance Schuchard. Then we're going to look for some cleans. With a leg and a barrier, a 21-26. 21-26. Team 296, Richard Esterby, Tad Rhodes, you're up. Jim Goodwin, Lance Schuchard on deck, followed by Beckedahl and Schaefer, Yeoman and Lewis, Larson and Larson. Jim and Lance, 297. Right in, please. Team 297. Go ahead and ride on in, please. That is a 1777 including, 1777 including. Team 297, Jim Goodwin, Lance Schuchard, followed by Wendy Beckedahl, Rod Schaefer, Yeoman and Lewis, then Larson and Larson. Wendy and Rod, please. Wendy and Rod. $8.34 straight away. 8-34. Oh, $13.34 including. $13.34 including. No time here. Do we have Haley Yeoman and Roger Lewis? Yes, we do. Then do we have Tika Larson and Toby Larson? Tika and Toby, if you're here. With the barrier at 12:41. Larsons are not here. Let's go Kelly Waldhauser and Shane Schuchard, please. Frank Bevins, J.C. Bowe, then Ben Hall, Bob Mohar. Frank Bevins, JC Bow, no time here at 298, 299. Frank Bevins, JC Bow, you're up. Ben Hall, Bob Mohar, 300. Janelle Rouse, Sean Wiseman, 301. Jeff Brander, Rod Schaefer, 302. Ben Hall, Bob Mohar, 300. Boxes are yours, please. A team of 300. Boxes are yours. There's JC Bow this morning. That is an 846. 846. 20 minutes, Team Ropers. 20 minutes, and I'm closing the books on that 7. Ben Hall, Bob Mohar, 300. You're up. Janelle Rouse, Sean Wiseman on deck at 301. 302. Jeff Brander, Rod Schaefer, Haley Yeoman, and Gary Johnson, 303. Janelle and Sean, 301. Right on in, please. Team 301. Whoa, Gray Dog. Y'all good, Bob? Well, Gray Dog knows the routine. Coming in behind you, Tess. Sorry, no time here at 300. 301, Janelle and Sean, followed by Jeff Brander, Rod Schaefer at 302. Haley Yeoman, Gary Johnson at 303. Darren Ogden and Perry Joyce at 304. Eight. 859 with the barrier is a 1359, including a 1359, including team 302, Jeff Brander, Rod Schaefer, Haley Yeoman, and Gary Johnson on deck at 303, 304, Darren Ogden, Perry Joyce. Then after Ogden and Joyce, I would like to look for Larson and Larson and Lindsay and Lindsay, please. No time here at 302, 303, Haley Yeoman, Gary Johnson, Darren Ogden, Perry Joyce. Again, Tika and Toby and Stephanie and Brent, if you're here, I'd like to get you. Do we have Haley and Gary, please? Yes. And then Darren Ogden, Perry Joyce, you're on deck at 304. Tika Larson, Toby Larson, Stephanie Lindsay, Brent Lindsay, David Roy, Winston Blackmore, 305. Tika, did you bring Toby with you? With a barrier 1161, including 1161. Darren Ogden, Perry Joyce, you're up. Then Tika and Toby, Stephanie and Brent. Then back on at David Roy and Winston Blackmore, 305. Tammy Krause, Brody Nichols, 306. Tika and Toby, welcome to ride in, please. Stephanie and Brent, you're out at 295. David Roy, Winston Blackmore, 305. Tammy Krause, Brody Nichols, 306. That is a 973 straight away. 973 going back. Stephanie and Brent, you're on deck. David Roy, Winston Blackmore, 305. And then Tammy Krause, Brody Nichols, 306. Stephanie and Brent, ride in, please. I'll take her. That is an 1121 straight away. 1121 straight away. Team 295, Stephanie Lindsay, Brent Lindsay, you're up, followed by David Roy, Winston Blackmore, 305, 306, Tammy Krause, Brody Nichols, Jed Hutchinson, Delvin Arrow, 307. David Roy and Winston Blackmore. Right on in, please. David Roy and Winston Blackmore. I'm sorry, no time here. Team 290, 305, David Roy, Winston Blackmore, you're up. Tammy Krause, Brody Nichols at 306, 307, Jed Hutchinson, Delvin Arrow, Corey Fortune, Glenn Hostetler, 308. Tammy and Brody, 306. Right on in, please. Team 306. Right in, please, David and Winston. No time here at 305, 306. Now Tammy Kraus and Brody Nichols, followed by Jed Hutchinson, Delvin Arrow, 307, 308. Corey Fortune, Glenn Hostetler, Jarrett Baker, Corey Gangle, 309. Diane Hampton, need you to the office, please. Miss Diane Hampton to the office, please. No time here at 306, 307. Jed Hutchinson, Delvin Arrow, followed by Corey Fortune, Glenn Hostetler at 308. 309, Jarrett Baker, Corey Gangle, Gene Small, John Hall at 310. With a leg, that is a 13, a 24 including, 13, 24 including. A team 308, Corey Fortune, Glenn Hostetler, Jarrett Baker, and Corey Gangle at 309. Gene Small, John Hall, 310. Bud Williams, Doug Sorge, 311. Jarrett and Corey, 309. No time here at 308. 309, Jarrett and Corey, you're up, followed by Gene and John at 310. Bud Williams, Doug Sorge, 311. Gene Small and John Hall, boxes are yours. Please, Gene and John. Looking at Jarrett Baker, Corey Gangle. Going to get it on both ends. 1804, gentlemen, 1804. Yep. Well, that is just the leg. Going to be a 1304, including a 1304, including. Let's go with team 310. Gene Small, John Hall, you're up. Bud Williams, Doug Sorge at 311, 312. Jack Lund, Royce Hart, Dave Paul, and Weston Paul, 313. Bud and Doug at 311. Boxes, please. Jack Lund, Royce Hart at 312. Straight away, 830. Straight away, 830. Straight away. Team 311, Bud Williams, Doug Sorge, you're up. Jack Lund, Royce Hart, 312. Dave Paul, Weston Paul at 313. Sally Parks, Russell Mosier, 314. Jack and Royce, 312. Boxes are yours, please. Team 312, Bud Williams and Doug Sorge. Cross the pen, gentlemen. That is a leg of 14-23, including 14-23, including. Team 312, Jack Lund, Royce Hart, you're up, followed by Dave Paul, Weston Paul at 313. Sally Parks, Russell Mosier, 314. Chad Weimer, Lawrence Pretty Weasel, 315. Let's hold up at the line after this team, please. Hold up a second for me. Leg and a barrier at 21.53, including 21.53, including. All right, let's go Dave Paul and Weston Paul, please. Sally Parks, Russell Mosier on deck at 314, 315. Chad Weimer, Lawrence Pretty Weasel, Travis Kellett, Jen Brander, 316, please. No time at 313, 314. Sally Parks, Russell Mosier, Chad Weimer, Lawrence Pretty Weasel on deck at 315. 316, Travis Kellett, Jen Brander, Jeff Padilla, Tamerman, 317. No time here at 3:14. 3:15, Chad Weimer, Lawrence Pretty Weasel, followed by Travis Kellett, Jan Brander at 3:16, Jeff Padilla, Tamara Mann, Paul Krause, Chris Eckhart, 3:18. No time here. All right, Jeff Padilla, Tamara Mann right here. Paul Krause, Chris Eckhart, 3:18. Tony Desatel, Dallas Gerhardt, 3:19. Ken Herden, JC Bowe, 3:20. Caleb Duffield to the office, please. Caleb Duffield to the office, please. No time here at 3:17. 3:18, Paul Krause, Chris Eckhart, followed by Tony Desatel, Dallas Gerhardt at 3:19. 3:20, Ken Herden, JC Bowe, Travis Seelings, and Charlie Joswick, 3:21. No time here at 3:18. 3:19, Tony Desatel, Dallas Gerhardt, followed by Ken Herden, JC Bowe at 3:20. Travis Seelings and Charlie Joswick, 3:21. Tance Herman, Sean Wiseman, 322. With a leg, that is a 14.89 including, 14.89 including. Team 320, Ken Herden, JC Bowe, followed by Travis Seelings, Charlie Joswick, 321. Tance Herman, Sean Wiseman, 322. David Roy, Steve McDaniel, 323. Travis Seelings and Charlie Joswick, boxes are yours. Gentlemen, JC Bowe, Ken Herden, no time at 320. 321, Travis Seelings, Charlie Joswick, you're up. Tance Herman, Sean Wiseman on deck at 322. David Roy, Steve McDaniel, 323. Chuck Hunter, Bobby Albertson, 324. 10 minutes, Team Ropers, 10 minutes. Books on that 7 with the 3s only close at 12:30. $13.35 including a leg, $13.35 including a leg. Team 322, Tance Herman, Sean Wiseman, followed by David Roy, Steve McDaniel, 323, Chuck Hunter, Bobby Albertson, and Tracy Deuce and Ryan Rombaugh, 325. $15.18 with the leg, $15.18 including the leg. Team 323, David Roy, Steve McDaniel, followed by Chuck Hunter, Bobby Albertson at 324, Tracy Deuce, Ryan Rombaugh, 325, Rusty Crofts and Gary Johnson, 326. Chuck Hunter and Bobby Albertson, 324. Right on in, please. Team 324. Right in, please. That is an 866 straight away. 866. Team 324, Chuck Hunter, Bobby Albertson, Tracy Deuce, Ryan Rombot, 325. Rusty Crofts, Gary Johnson, 326. Buck Berger and Daryl Crowley, 327. Tracy Deuce, Ryan Rombot, 327. Right on in, please. No time here at 324. 325, Tracy Deuce, Ryan Rombach, Rusty Crofts, and Gary Johnson at 326. Buck Berger, Derek Cowley at 327. Pam Vanek, Morgan Wagner, 328. Matt Lane, John Hall, Going to look for you at 329. Rusty Crofts, Gary Johnson, 326. Bottom of the nod. Please ride in. Buckberger, Daryl Crowley, 327. Pam Bannock, Morgan Wagner, 328. No time at 325. 326. Rusty and Gary, followed by Buck and Daryl, then Pam and Morgan. Buck and Daryl, 327. Boxes are yours, please. Team 327, boxes are yours. Darn it. Team 327, Buck Berger, Daryl Crowley, you're up. Pam Bannock, Morgan Wagner at 328. Matt Lane, John Hall at 329. Jarrett Baker and Don Charging, 330. No time here at 327, 328. Pam Bannock and Morgan Wagner, followed by Matt Lane, John Hall, Jarrett Baker, Don Charging, Bud Williams, Lance Shoecart. No time here at 328, 329. Matt Lane, John Hall, Jarrett Baker, and Don Charging at 330. Bud Williams, Lance Shoecart, 331. Doyle Music, Doug Zorgi, 332. With the leg, that is a 13-13, including 13-13, including. Team at 330, Jarrett Baker, Don Charging, Bud Williams, Lance Shoecart, 331. Doyle Music, Doug Sorgi, 332. Sam Conley, Elvin Fritzler, 333. Bud Williams, Lance Shoecart, 331. Please, and no time at 330, 331. Bud Williams, Lance Shoecart. Doyle Music, Doug Sorgi at 332. Sam Conley, Elvin Fritzler, 333. Sally Parks, Brad Oland at 334. That is a 769, a straightaway, 769. Going to 332, Doyle Music, Doug Sorgi, Sam Conley, Elvin Fritzler, 333, 334. Sally Parks, Brad Oland, Andy Wagner, Tyson Frank at 335. No time here at 332. Team 333, Sam Conley, Elvin Fritzler, followed by Sally Parks, Brad Oland at 334, Andy Wagner, Tyson Frank, 335, Jeff Padilla, Charlie Sadler, 336. Sally and Brad, 334. That is a 781 straightaway, 781. Nice run. Go to Arena 2 and take care of that again. Team 334. Team 334, Sally Parks, Brad Oland, you're up. Andy Wagner, Tyson Frank at 335. Jeff Padilla, Charlie Sadler, 336. Tammy Cross, Nick Sessions, 337. Andy and Tyson, 335. Boxes, please. No time here at 334. 335, Andy Wagner, Tyson Frank, Jeff Padilla, Charlie Sadler at 336. Tammy Kraus, Nick Sessions, 337. Clay 3 Aarons and Todd Hagee, 338. $793 straight away. $793 straight away. Team 336, Jeff Padilla, Charlie Sadler. You're up. Tammy Kraus and Nick Sessions at 337. Clay 3 Aarons, Todd Hagee, 338. Kathy Saby, Tamara Mann, 339. No time here at 336. 337, Tammy and Nick, followed by Clay 3 Aarons, Todd Hagee at 338. Kathy Saby, Tamara Mann at 339. Stephanie Lindsay, Lonnie Smith, 340. Clay 3 Aarons and Todd Hagee, right in, please. Clay 3 Aarons and Todd Hagee, right on in, please. Kathy Saby, Tamara Mann at 339. No time here at 337. 338, Clay 3 Aarons, Todd Hagee, you're up, followed by Kathy Saby, Tamara Mann at 339. Stephanie Lindsay, Lonnie Smith at 340. Kelly Waldhauser, Sean Wiseman, 341. Team Ropers, it is 12:30 on the dot. 12:30 on the dot. Books on that 7 with the 3s incentive is closed. Kathy and Tamara, 339. Right in, please. Team 339, right in. $15-17 straight away. 15-17 straight away. 14 to go. Team Ropers, Kathy Saby, Tamara Mann, you're up. Stephanie Lindsay, Lonnie Smith at 340. Kelly Waldhauser, Sean Wiseman, 341. Tony Stahl, Bobby Albertson at 342. Stephanie and Lonnie, 340. Right in, please. Team 340, right in, followed by Kelly Waldhauser and Sean Wiseman. No time here at 339. 340, Stephanie Lindsay, Lonnie Smith. Then we got Kelly Waldhauser, Sean Wiseman, 341. Tony Stahl, Bobby Albertson at 342. David Roy, Ryan Rombaugh, 343. Kelly and Sean, 341, right in, please. Team 341, right in. Lonnie Smith has it bent. Stephanie has it bent. Lonnie came in at 1391, including a 1391, including. Team at 341, Kelly Waldhauser and Shauna Wiseman, followed by Tony Stahl, Bobby Albertson, 342, David Roy, Ryan Rombaugh, then Travis Kellett, Corey Gamble, 344. Tony Stahl and Bobby Albertson, ride in, please, team 342. Ride in, Tony Stahl and Albertson. Mr. Wiseman along the fence with a leg is a 1571, including a 1571, including. Team 342, Tony Stahl, Bobby Albertson looking for you now. David Roy, Ryan Rombaugh, you'll follow at 343. Travis Kellett, Corey Gangle at 344. Tom Olson and Russell Mosier, gentlemen, at 345. David Roy and Ryan Rombaugh, boxes are yours at 343. Welcome to Ride On In. Please, Bobby Albertson sat back on to a 739, a straightaway 739. Let's look at David Roy and Ryan Rombaugh with a 343 team. Travis Kellett, Corey Gangle, you're at 344. Tom Olson, Russell Mosier at 345. Haley Yeoman, John Hall, 346. Merv Packanu, John Marmon, 347. Travis and Corey, 344. Boxes are yours, please. Team 344. Boxes are yours. Looking at Roy and Rombaugh here, gentlemen, with a leg 1393, including a 1393, including. Team 344, Travis Kellett, Corey Gangle, Tom Olson, Russell Mosier, 345. Haley Yeoman, John Hall, 346. Merv Packnew, John Marmon, 347. That is an 865 straightaway, 865. Team 345, Tom Olson, Russell Mosier, Haley Yeoman, John Hall at 346. Merv Packnew, John Marmon, 347. Kelsey Buchel and Lance Schuchard at 348. That is a 1420. 1420. Team at 346, Haley Yeoman, John Hall, Merv Packnew, John Marmon, 347. Kelsey Buchel, Lance Schuchard, 348. Libby Dietrich, Gavin Marnian, 349. Sam Conley, JC Bowe, 350. No time here at 346. 347, Merv Packnew, John Marmon, Kelsey Buchel, and Lance Schuchard, 348. Libby Dietrich, Gavin Marnian, 349. Sam Conley, JC Bowe, 340, 350. Kelsey Buchel and Lance Schuchard, 348. John Marmon with a leg and a barrier. That is an 18. Nope, no barrier. 1326, including 1326, including with just the leg. We're going to take that barrier off. Team 348, Kelsey Buchel, Lance Schuchard, please. Libby Dietrich, Kevin Marnian, 349. Sam Conley, JC Bowe, 350. Jonas McKenzie, Wayne Sutton, Dave Sanderson, Terry Moe, 352. Libby and Kevin, 349. Boxes are yours, please. 349. Libby and Kevin, right in at 349. Got it. 951. 951. Going to 349. Libby Dietrich, Kevin Marnian, Sam Conley, Jace Bowe, 350, 351. Jonas McKenzie, Wayne Sutton, Dave Saunders, Terry Moe, Buck Berger, and Daryl Crowley. 4 to go, Team Ropers. Sam Conley and JC Bowe, 350. Get the foot out of there. I'm sorry, no time. At 349, 350. Sam Conley, JC Bowe, Jonas McKenzie, Wayne Sutton, Dave Sanderson, Terry Moe, Buck Berger, and Daryl Cowley, please. $944 straight away. $944 straight away. Team 351, Jonas McKenzie, Wayne Sutton, Dave Sanderson, Terry Moe, Buck Berger, and Daryl Crowley at 327. Dave and Terry, then Buck and Daryl, please. That is a 947 straight away. 947. Dave Sanderson, Terry Moe, Buck Berger, and Daryl Crowley. Buck and Daryl, please, right on in. No time here. Buck and Daryl, last team. No time there.
Come and get it indeed, Team Ropers. We're going to hand it out right here. And what is it? It is cash money. This is what we're going to be running at here in the short go round. We'll pay a $600 bonus to the quickest of the next 35 runs. 10th in the average, going to take $1,402. Ninth is going to be good for $1,816. For eighth, it'll be $2,090. Seventh place, $2,634. Sixth is going to pay $3,064. Fifth will be good for $4,012. Fourth will pay $4,804. Third place, going to be $5,684. Second will be $8,004. And for the top spot, here's the one that you're going to be shooting at. A national championship bragging rights and $10,440. This is the order of the short round. John Strube and Wayne Sutton, you are going to have honors in the short round. You are at 22.04. Then Jed Hutchison and Dalvin Arrow, they're at 21 and 80 and 68. Leroy Savy, Gary Johnson, your callback number 33 with a 21.64. Doyle Music, Lance Schuchard, your callback 32 at a 21 and 44. At the 31st call, it'll be Billy Demir and Brian Nate, 21 and 40. Tom Olson and Brent Lindsay, your callback number 30 at a 21.18. Our 29th callback, Charlie Sadler and Corey Gangle, 21.14. Bud Williams and Lance Schuchard, you are callback number 28 at a 21 and 13. Grace Kelly and Tom Spencer, your callback 27, you're 21.01. And Tracy Deuce, Doug Sorge, you're at the 26th callback at 20 and 91. Kelsey Buchel and Eric Oliver, your callback number 25, a 20 and 77. Stephanie Lindsay, Lonnie Smith, your call 24, you are 20 and 40. The 23rd callback going to be Harley Rendall and Ron Schaefer, 20 and 23. And Kelly Waldhauser, Doug Sorge, your callback 22, 20 and 21. At the 21st call, it's going to be Jarrett Baker and Royce Hart, they're 20 and 13. The top 20 is going to bring us Ben Hall and Brad Orland with a 20 and 03. Kenny Unruh and Dallas Gerhardt, your callback number 19. Your time on two is 1985. Ken Herndon and David O'Keefe, you are callback number 18 at a 1978. Harley Rendall and Bob Mohar, your call number 17, 1950. Then John Strube and Sean Eisler, callback number 16 with a 1929. Our 15th callback goes to Tom Olson and Morgan Wagner. They are at 18 and 60. Then it's call number 14. That'll be Sidney Johnson and Steve McDaniel with an 1827. Lauren Cooney, Greg Shear, your callback number 13, 1783. And the 12th call is going to be Quimbo and Shade Schuchard with a 1779. Tony Stahl and David O'Keefe, your callback 11 at a 1773. That'll get us to the top 10. Lacey Good, Lawrence Pretty Weasel, your 1769. Bobby LaSalle and Bob Mohar, callback number 9, 1768. Cody Pitts and Troy Lawrence, your callback number 8 at a 1720. Travis Elings and Sean Eisler, your callback 7 at a 1687. Jonas McKenzie, Wayne Sutton, your callback number 6 and your 1684. That's going to bring us to the top 5. Our 5th high callback is going to be Haley Yeoman and Tom Spencer. They're at 1673. The 4th call is Andy Wagner and Tyson Frank, 1672. Denny Lou Nichols, TJ Gerard, your callback number 3, a 1637. Kelsey Buchel and Morgan Wagner, your callback number 2 at a 1632. We are short round bound. We're high call bound in a short round at the Wrangler Finals. It's brought to you by the good folks at Fastback Ropes, the official rope of the WTRC. And we're going to let the Fastbacks fly for 35 runs. Our high team back is going to be Frank Bevins and J.C. Bowe. They're looking at a 1624. They're going to be running at $10,000. We're going to start it right here at callback number 35. Getting her kicked off right here. John Strub and Wayne Sutton. John Strub and Wayne Sutton going to work on a 22.04. With 5, the number's going to be 13.21. 13.21 and a 32.25. That'll put us to Jed Hutchison and 35 and 25, excuse me, 35 and 25. Jed Hutchison and Delvin Arrow coming up right here. Leroy Saby, Gary Johnson right in. Going to be straight up here, 691. That might work, boys. 691. You're 28.59. If you don't pull an average check, you got a good chance of pulling the go round. That'll bring us to Leroy Saby and Gary Johnson. Call number 33, Doyle Music, Lance Shoe Card are going to be on deck. Doyle Music, Lance Shoe Card, go ahead and ride in. Going to be no time on callback number 33. We're going to go to Doyle Music, Lance Shoe Card. Billy Lemire and Brian Nate, you're at 31 and 30. It's going to be Tom Olson, Brent Lindsay. Billy Lemire, Brian Nate, come on in. Music and Shoe Card right here. Call 32, no time. Callback number 31 coming up here. Billy Lemire and Brian Nate. Tom Olson, Brent Lindsay, you're 30 and 29 is going to be Charlie Sadler and Corey Gangle. No time, callback 31. Top 30 coming up right here. Tom Olson and Brent Lindsay. Olson and Lindsay working on a 21 and 18. Charlie Sadler and Corey Gangle. 29th call back. You can make your way in. Look at old Yeller getting her done right there. Nice run. Pretty work, boys. You're 8:48. 8.48. That'll bring us to Charlie Sadler and Corey Gangle. With 5, it's coming out to a 17-16. 17 and 16. That'll put us to Bud Williams and Lance Shoe Card. Callback number 28. Tom Olson, Brent Lindsay, your time on the 3 is 29 and 66. You're sitting second. Sadler and Gangle, you're 38 and 30. That's number 4 right now. And Bud Williams, Lance Shoe Card, you're coming in with a 21 and 13. Looking to be about a short 7.5. Give me 7 and 43. 7 and 45, I guess, is the truth of the matter. That'd get you out to the lead. Grace Kelly and Tom Spencer, go ahead and ride in. Bud Williams and Lance Shoe Card, look at this. Look at right here, team. 6.88. That's going to go to the lead and the go-round and the average. You are 28.01. 28.01, that's going to take over the 2 top spots for right now. Grace Kelly, Tom Spencer coming up right here at callback number 27. There's Tracy Deuce and Doug Sorge. Tracy Deuce, Doug Sorge, go ahead and ride on in. Whoopsie daisy, I'm sorry. No time at callback number 27. With the top 26 now, Tracy Deuce and Doug Sorge. Kelsey Buchel and Eric Oliver, you're on deck. And in the hole, it's going to be Stephanie Lindsay, Lonnie Smith. Kelsey Buchel and Eric Oliver, go ahead and ride on in. That is Tracy Deuce on the front side. Sorge. Going to be 7.89. Will it get you to the lead? Not quite. You're 28 and 80. You're going to be sitting third there, 28 and 80. Now to Kelsey Buchel and Eric Oliver. Then Stephanie Lindsay, Lonnie Smith, and Harley Rendall, Rod Schaefer. Buchel and Oliver are callback number 25. Stephanie Lindsay, Lonnie Smith, you're going to be on deck. Rendall and Schaefer, Waldhauser and Sorge, y'all coming up. Stephanie Lindsay, Lonnie Smith right on in. We got one done right here, 7 and 6-1. That just might do it. You're 28-38. You are sitting second now. 28-38 is sitting number 2. We're going to Stephanie Lindsay and Lonnie Smith. Callback number 24. 23rd call, you're going to be on deck. Right there you go, 8-6-8. That is Lindsay and Smith. And a 29 and 08 going to go to number 5 in the race. You're sitting 5th. 23rd call back, Harley Rendall and Rod Schaefer, Waldhauser and Sorge. You are going to be on deck. We're at callback number 22, and it is Kelly Waldhauser and Doug Sorge. Baker and Hart, you're going to be on deck. Ben Hall and Brad Orland, you are going to hit the top 20. We're going to go a little bit retro with the music for the retro number 5 when we get to the top 20. Jarrett Baker and Royce Hart, you can make your way on in. Kenny Waldhauser got it on one right here. Sorge got him. Sweet, 707. 707 is going to be the new number 1. 27.78, that's the average right now. 27.78 leads the average. We are going to Jarrett Baker and Royce Hart. This is callback number 21. Ben Hall, Brad Olin, you can make your way on in. Looking right here at Jarrett Baker and Royce Hart. They're going to be a leg for a 12:40. And their total time on 3 is going to be 32 and 53. And they are number 8. That's going to take us to the top 20. Let's do it. Your 20th callback going to be Ben Hall and Brad Oland. Kenny Unruh, Dallas Gerhardt be thinking about it. We're going to come out of that one packing a leg. 13:24 is going to be the number. A 13:24, and your total time is a 33 and 27. 33:27. It'll bring it to Kenny Unruh. Kenny Unruh and Dallas Gerhardt, they're coming at you right here. Dallas Gerhardt, we're going to pick up a pair to be 850 on the run, and they are going to go to number 3 in the average with a 28 and 35. 28-35, you are sitting number 3. We're going to go to callback number 18 at the 18th callback. Going to be looking at Ken Herndon and David O'Keefe. Ken Herndon and David O'Keefe, are you with us? Come right on in. Callback number 17 is going to be Harley Rendall and Bob Mohar. Then it's John Strube and Sean Eisler. Ken Herndon and David O'Keefe have been consistent. They were at 10:26 and at 10:52. Gentlemen, we're going to have to pick up the pace a little bit to get to the lead. We're going to have to be a 7-point something short. That coming anyhow. We pulled it off of the left horn. It'll be in no time at callback number 18. number 17 coming at you right here. Callback number 17 going to be Harley Rendall, and it's going to be Bob Mohar. Harley Rendall and Bob Mohar coming right here at call number 17. Harley Rendall roped a few moments ago back at callback number 23. It was tough luck at 23, but Harley, we got us another shot right here. Harley Rendall and Bob Mohar going to be going to work again with a 1950 to go to the lead. We got to rope tough. We got to be 7 3/4 of a second to get out to the lead in this one right here. Harley Rendall and Bob Mohar going to take a leg out. It'll be 14 45. 14:45. You're going to be 33.95. I'm sorry. That's going to be too long to pull a check. We'll go to the top 16 right here. Callback number 16 coming at you. It is John Strube and Sean Eisler. Strube and Eisler working on a 19.29. Gentlemen, the cushion exceeds 7.5. You can be just shy of 8 seconds. We're going to be straight up, boys. 8:02 is going to put you to number 2. You are a 27.31. That's going to make you second in the average. Callback number 15 coming at you right here. Our 15th callback, Tom Olson and Morgan Wagner. Olson and Wagner working on an 1860. Sidney Johnson, Steve McDaniel, you're at callback number 14. They're going to gather him up and be 9.76. 9.76 for a 28.36. And that is going to be number 5 heading into the top 14. Number 5 brings us right here to callback number 14. We're looking at an 18.27 for Sidney Johnson and Steve McDaniel. 18.27 is where we're at. Sidney, let's get one put together right here. Steve McDaniel is going to pick up a pair to be 8.83. Where's it going to put us? Going to put us number 1. How do you like that? 27 and a dime. You are leading the average, and we are going to callback number 13. Callback 13 right here. We are looking at Lauren Cooney. We're looking at Greg Shear. Cooney and Shear working on a 17.83. Johnson and McDaniel just hit a stand-up double. They were 8.83. They lead the average. Boys, you got to be 9 1/4. I'm sorry, no time in callback number 13. We're taking it to the top 12. It is Quint Bowe and it's Shane Shuchard. Quint Bowe and Shane Shuchard working on 17.79. I'm sorry, it is no time at callback number 12. And the 11th callback is going to bring us Tony Stahl. It's going to bring us David O'Keefe. Stahl and O'Keefe working on 17.73. Gentlemen, how about a 9 1/4? Be 9 and change. Slipped a leg, 13.63. That's not going to help. 13.63, you're 31 and 36. That's going to be longer than we can be, and we are taking it right now to our top 10. 10th callback coming at you right here. 10th callback, Lacey Good and LPW. Lacey Good and Lawrence Pretty Weasel, 17.69. Pays over $10,000 to win the average out of this one right here. Get it right there. It's smooth. I like you. 8.89. 8.89 going to the lead with a 26.58. 26 and 5/8 takes over the top spot. 9th callback coming up right now. We're going to Bobby LaSalle. We're going to Bob Mohar. They were 9 on the first one, 9 on the second one. You're going to have to be better than that, boys. You got to be 8.89. You got to be sub 9 to get to the lead right here. Going to get old Gray Dog squared around. With 5, the number is going to be 14 and 40. A 14-4-0 sending you to the 14th position. I'm sorry, that is 32-08. 8th callback coming at you right here. 8th high team. We're looking at Cody Pitson. We're looking at Troy Lawrence. Pitson and Lawrence are a 17-20. Sidney Johnson and Steve McDaniel right now are sitting second. Lawrence, then Good and Pretty Weasel. Lacey Good and Lawrence Pretty Weasel leading the average. Troy Lawrence, that is probably the most uttered phrase in the entire team roping industry right there. I'm sorry it didn't pan out for you. We're taking it to the top 7. Going to the 7th callback, Travis Ealings and Sean Eisler. These boys are 1687. The high callback is a 16. It's a one-header for $10,000. It just might, gentlemen. It just might. It just might. 8:15, boys. You're going to go to the lead right there. You're 25 and 0-2. Everybody else is going to have to be perfect if they're going to beat you. Let's take it to Jonas McKenzie and Wyatt Sutton right here. Did you hear me? We're all 16 from here to the top. We're looking at a one-head roping. Fastest one is going to pay $10,000. That's basically what it looks like. Right here, we're going to be straight up for an 867. Will that get you there? Not quite. It'll get you second, though. 25 and 51. You are going to be sitting second in the average. We're going to the top 5 now. Going to callback number 5. I got to admit, this is kind of my pick. This is my favorite. Haley Yeoman, Tom Spencer. You're 1673. Let's get out there and do it in 8 1/4. Darn it, darn it, darn it. 1364. Everything was just about perfect. You're going to be 30 and 37. I'm sorry, that's going to be too long to pull a check. We are going right here to callback number 4. Callback number 4 is Andy Wagner and Tyson Franks. There is 1672. The high call is a 1624. Half a second for 10,000. It is no time at callback number 4. That's going to bring us to the top 3, and it's Denny Lou Nichols. Denny Lou Nichols and the man that I've affectionately nicknamed Thomas James Gerard, TJ Gerard, 1637. We got 8.5 seconds to pick up no less than a 3rd place finish, and that's going to be over $5,000. That'd be guaranteed. An 8.5 second run right now pays over $5,000, and it dang sure might pay 10. Denny Lou Nichols getting everything just set and exactly right. Sorry, sorry, sorry. You're going to be out. You're good at the line. TJ Gerard. It is going to be a leg on the run. You'll be 13:02. A 13:02. You're 29 and 39. That's going to be too long to pull a check. You're 14th. To the top 2 now. To the top 2. We're going to Kelsey. We're going to Kelsey Buchel and we're going to Morgan Wagner. There is $16.32. Right now, the $10,000 still belongs to Elings and Eisler. They are $25.02. Doing the math, I'm saying you got to be about 8.69. 8.69 to get to the lead. Get him, we got him. You're a 788. You're going to be pulling a great check today. 7.88. 24 and 20 is going to be number one. You're pulling a great check. Take a look right here. This is a $10,000 team rope and run at the high call. It is Frank Bevins and it's J.C. Bowe. Whooped her off. I'm sorry. It is going to be in no time. But how about it for Kelsey Buchel and Morgan Wagner with an absolutely phenomenal retro number 9. They roped them all in 20 and change, and they are going to be rewarded with $10,000 cash money. Kelsey Buchel and Morgan Wagner, come on in and take your lap. A national championship and $10,000 coming your way. Kelsey Buchel and Morgan Wagner, 24 and 20. That is on 3 steers. I'm telling you what, this is as good as it gets right here. If Team Robin is what you do, you have arrived. You are national champions with 10 grand in your pocket. We'd like to have you head on up to the prize booth if you could, please. Kelsey and Morgan, head right up to the prize booth, please, and thank you. Bud Williams and Lance Shoe Card with that 688. You're going to hold on to win the round. You're going to be awarded $600 for that, and a little bit later, we're going to get you a little more. Right now, it's 10th callback. Tom Olson, Morgan Wagner. They were at 28.36. That'll pay $1,402. Morgan doing some double dipping right there. Nice work, sir. 9th is going to go to Kenny Unruh and Dallas Gerhardt, 1,816. 8th is going to be Bud Williams and Lance Schuchart, 2,090. 7th place, John Strub and Sean Eisler, 26.34. 6th in the average, Kelly Waldhauser and Doug Sorge. They're going to get 3,064. 5th is going to be Sidney Johnson and Steve McDaniel. They get 4,012. Lacey Good and Lawrence Pretty Weasel going to finish 4th for 48.04. And Jonas McKenzie, Wyatt Sutton finished 3rd. They get 5,648. Travis Ealing, Sean Eisler, you're going to get $8,004. That's 2nd in the average. And Kelsey Buchel, Morgan Wagner, of course, are champions for $10,440.
Team Ropers, we are going to keep this arena clear. There is the practice arena to go practice in, or arena number 2, but this arena is closed. Kelsey Buchel and Morgan Wagner, please go over to the WTRC prize booth right away. Kelsey and Morgan, please go to the WTRC booth right away, please.
Team Ropers, we're a few minutes from getting underway with the number 7, but I'm going to read the first 20 out. I'm going to read the first 20 out. We don't want to be having to search people down. There's plenty of time now to have read your numbers and go get your mounts. Check your tack. Make sure everything is right. We don't want to hear stories about broken head stalls and missing buckets and broken hearts and all that. When it's your time to rope, it's your time to rope. Team 1 is going to be Jacoby Jacobs and Levi Garzolka. Jen Brandner and Kelvin Fox, your number 2. Number 3, Christy Stewart and Jim Robinson. Mark Hilton, Porter Hoggy, you are number 4. Number 5 is going to be Aspen Swinson, AJ Swinson. Mark Sherbinsky and Bill Gunville, your 6. 7, Wade Beckedahl and Colton Small. Loudon Swargan and Carson Mossett, you are number 8. Number 9 will be Ben Powell and Michelle Curley. Mike Kegley and Brad Duffield, you are 10. 11 is Riley Spencer and Steve Hampton. Tegan Calf Boss and Mike Calf Boss Ribs. And Mike Iverson, you are number 12. Number 13 is going to be Darren Ogden and Tracy Deuce. 14, Zach Rappley and Casey Meeson. Chuck Hunter and Willis Hurd in your number 15. 16 is Olivia Hobby and Harvest White. Travian Sessions and Nick Sessions, you are number 17. 18 is going to be Max LaCroix and Bryce Schaefer. Colton Graham, Scott Shelley, your 19. 20 is going to be Chrissy Stewart, Levi Garzolka. I'm going to read those again to you. I'm going to read you the first 20. You got plenty of time here to go down to your trailer, get your horses, check your tack, get all that taken care of, get you a sip of water if that's what you need. We don't want to hear about what happened that you couldn't be here when it's your time to rope. It's right here and right now. Again, number 1 is Jacoby Jacobs and Levi Garzolka. Jen Brandner and Kelvin Fox, your 2. 3, Christy Stewart, Jim Robinson. Mark Hilton, Porter Hogg, you are number 4. Number 5 is going to be Aspen Swinson, AJ Swinson. Then it's Mark Sherbinsky, Bill Gunville. Wade Beckedahl and Colton Small, you are 7. 8, Loudon Swarg and Carson Mossett. Ben Powell and Michelle Curley, you are 9. 10, Mike Kegley and Brad Duffield. Riley Spencer, Steve Hampton, you're 11. 12 will be Tegan Calf Boss Ribs and Mike Iverson. Darren Ogden, Tracy Deuce, your 13. 14 is going to be Zach Rappley and Casey Meeson. Chuck Hunter, Willis Hurd, and your 15. 16 is going to be Olivia Hobby, Harvest White. Travion Sessions and Nick Sessions, your 17. 18, Max LaCroix and Bryce Schaefer. Colton Graham, Scott Shelley, your 19. And 20 is Christy Stewart, Levi Garzolka. Let's clear the arena, please. Clear a path. We're going to bring you the tractor and farm it up one time. Get underway with number 7. Team ropers, we are going to rope all of round 1 here in the Metro. You rope your first one here, then go down and rope the second one in arena number 2. Rope your first one here, rope the second one in arena number 2. We've got a little bit of a break here. We're going to run some cattle through, so double check. I've read the first 20 2 times now. There's plenty of time to get on to the website or to look in the breezeway where they're printed on paper. Know your numbers. Be ready to rope. There's plenty of room between your first and your second, and your third runs that you'll have time to go down and rope your second steer and get back here in plenty of time for the next one. So know your numbers. Be ready to rope. We will turn you out. We don't want to, but we do got to keep moving forward. We're running 1,000 teams today. All right, team members, let's burn a couple of steers right here. Let's burn 2. Gonna look at one more burn cow, please. Looks good. We're underway here. Jacoby Jacobs, Levi Garzolka. Go ahead and ride on in. Team numbers, I gave you the speech already. Know your numbers, please. Ride in with that team before you rides out. We got about 6.5 hours of team roping coming up right here. Let's stay on the throttle. We'll get out of here in time to enjoy a little bit of the nightlife. We're going to keep this arena clear, by the way, team ropers. Healers, you can go and set across the way if you're up in the next 3, 4, or 5, but we're going to keep this arena clear. That doesn't mean go as tight up against the fence as you can. It means you got to be on the other side of the fence. The fence there with the red banner on it. You got to be on the other side of the fence. Clear out so they can get out. Don't stand there and block the gate, please. Got to give them room to get out. If you're not up in the next 15 or 20, you don't need to be anywhere around the opening. If you're up on the heeling side, head across. Hold up just a second, please, at the barrier. Good start right there, 980, 980. We need to get that arena cleared out, feller. There you go. Now we're good to go. Jen Brandner. Kelvin Fox, go ahead and ride on in. We're going to load from the back of the box if we can, please, team ropers. Jen Brandner and Kelvin Fox. Number 3 is going to be Christy Stewart and Jim Robinson, Mark Hilton and Porter Hodge. Your number 4, 5 will be Aspen Swinson and A.J. Swinson. Christy Stewart and Jim Robinson, go ahead and ride in. Stewart and Robinson, boxes are yours. Got to be no time at number 2. Team 3 coming up right here. Christy Stewart, Jim Robinson. On deck, it's Mark Hilton and Porter Hodge. Then Aspen Swinson and A.J. Swinson. Mark Sherbinski and Bill Gunville, you're 6. Sherbinski and Gunville, you are draw number 6. And again, team ropers, if we could, we'll load our head horses and heel horses from the back of the box, if we could, please. Mark Hilton, Porter Hodge, number 4. You can go ahead and ride on in. Stewart and Robinson, team number 3, plus 5. You're going to be at 1422. 1422 brings us down to Mark Hilton and Porter Hodge. Aspen Swinson, A.J. Swinson, you are 5. Number 6 is going to be Sherbinski and Gunville. Looking for Porter Hodge. First call for Porter Hodge. Porter Hodge, second call. Mark Hilton, Porter Hodge, this is your second call. Third call for Hilton and Hodge. Turn them out, please. Turn them out, please. Aspen Swinson, A.J. Swinson. Mark Sherbinski and Bill Gunville, you're number 6. Number 7 is Wade Beckendall, Colton Small, then Loudon, Swarg, and Carson Moss. Mark Sherbinski, Bill Gunville, we've got you on deck. This is Aspen Swinson and A.J. Swinson, team number 5. Sherbinski, Gunville, number 6. You can ride on in. 6, you can ride on in, please. Swinson and Swinson. Getting it all done right there. I'm sorry, going to be no time. Team number 6, Mark Sherbinski and Bill Gunville. On deck, it's Wade Beckendall and Colton Small. Loudon Swarg and Carson Mossett, you're number 8. Number 9, Ben Powell and Michelle Curley. Wade Beckendall, Colton Small, number 7. Go ahead and ride on in. Number 7, ride in, please. Sherbinski and Gunville. Right there. I'm sorry, going to be no time at number 6. Number 7 now is Wade Beckendall and Colton Small. Loudon's Oregon, Carson Mossett, you're on deck. Then Powell and Curley, followed by Mike Kegley and Brad Duffield. Team 10. Kegley and Duffield. Team number 10, you are 4 away. Loudon Zwarg, Carson Mossett, go ahead and ride on in. Zwarg and Mossett, you can ride on in, please. Beckendall and Small right here. Team number 7. I'm sorry, no top at number 7. Team number 8 now. Loudon Zwarg, Carson Mossett. Ben Powell, Michelle Curley on deck. Then it's Mike Kegley and Brad Duffield and Riley Spencer, Steve Hampton. Your team 11. Spencer and Hampton, you're 11. You're 4 away. Ben Powell and Michelle Curley at 9. You can ride on in. Number 9. Boxes are yours. Got some curl on that head rope right there. Zwarg and Mossett are going to be no time. We're at team number 9 now. Ben Powell and Michelle Curley. Then Mike Kegley and Brad Duffield. Riley Spencer, Steve Hampton. You'll be 11. And 12 is going to be Tegan, Calf Boss Ribs, and Mike Iverson. Mike Kegley and Brad Duffield, you can ride on in. Kegley and Duffield, the boxes are yours. Got to get the yellow horse cleared out of the arena, please. We're going to keep this arena clear. If you're up on the Heelan side, go ahead and head across, please, and thank you. We're to Mike Kegley and Brad Duffield, team number 10. 11 is going to be Riley Spencer, Steve Hampton. Tegan and Mike, you're 12, and 13 to be Darren Ogden and Tracy Deuce. Riley Spencer and Steve Hampton, 11. You can ride on in. 11. Go ahead and ride on in. Kegley and Duffield right here. Team number 10. Straight up run of an 8:51. 8 and 5-1. You're in good shape there. Now team 11, Riley Spencer and Steve Hampton. Tegan and Mike, you're on deck. Then Darren Ogden, Tracy Deuce, and Zach Rappley. Casey Meeson, you're 14. Rappley and Meeson, you're 14. Tegan and Mike, go ahead and ride on in. Tegan and Mike, the boxes are yours. Riley Spencer and Steve Hampton right here. Taking a leg out of that run for a 14:52, 14 and 5-2. Now it's Tegan and Mike, draw number 12. 13's going to be Darren Ogden and Tracy Deuce. Zach and Casey at 14, 15, Chuck Hunter and Willis Herden. Darren Ogden and Tracy Deuce at 13. You can ride on in. Number 13. Go ahead and ride in, please. No time. Number 12. We'll go to number 13 now. Darren Ogden and Tracy Deuce. Zach Rappley and Casey Meeson at 14. 15 is going to be Chuck Hunter, Willis Herden, Olivia Hobby, and Harvest White. You're 16. Zach Rappley and Casey Meeson. Straight up run right there. We did take the barrier, 13.93. We took the barrier, 13.93. Rappley and Meeson here, number 14. 15 is going to be Chuck Hunter, Willis Herden, Hobby and White. You're 16. Number 17, Travian Sessions and Nick Sessions. Chuck Hunter, Willis Herden. You can ride on in. Hunter and Herden, ride in, please. Zach and Casey. With 5, you're looking at 13 flat. 13 flat. Chuck Hunter, Willis Herden right now. Draw number 15. Chuck Hunter, Willis Herden, draw number 15. Hobby and White, you're on deck. Travian and Nick, you are third to go. And then it's going to be Max LaCroix and Bryce Schaefer. LaCroix and Schaefer, year 4 away. It's a no time at 15. Number 16 is Olivia Hobby, Harvest White. Travian and Nick Sessions on deck. In the hole, we'll go to 18. That'll be Max and Bryce and Colton, Graham, Scott Shelley at 19. Graham and Shelley, 19. Olivia Hobby, Harvest White, first call. Olivia Harvey and Harvest White. Second call for Harvey and White. You can ride in just as soon as the team before you rides out. If you're up next, the nose of your horse should be right at the back of the head box. Sessions and Sessions, go ahead and ride on in. Sessions and Sessions, ride on in, please. No time, number 16. We'll go to number 17, Sessions and Sessions. Then Max LaCroix and Bryce Schaefer, Colton Graham and Scott Shelley. Your 1920 is going to be Christy Stewart, Levi Garzulka. Max LaCroix and Bryce Schaefer, 18. Go ahead and ride on in. Unfortunately, it is no time at number 17. Going to go to team number 18 right now. Max LaCroix and Bryce Schaefer. Colton Graham and Scott Shelley, you're on deck. In the hole, it'll be Stewart and Garzulka, then Presley Williams and Eden Gutierrez. Colton Graham and Scott Shelley, number 19, ride in. 19, you can ride in, please. Max LaCroix and Bryce Schaefer. With 5, a 13.93. 13.93. Now to Colton Graham, Scott Shelley, draw number 19. 20 going to be Christy Stewart and Levi Garzulka. Presley Williams and Eden Gutierrez, your 21 and 22. John Husky and Clint Pinkerton. Christy Stewart and Levi Garzulka, 20. Right on in, team number 20. You can't keep them on, keep them off, team ropers. It's going to be no time at number 19. Let's go to team number 20. Christy Stewart and Levi Garzulka. Presley Williams and Eden Gutierrez, your number 21, 22, going to be John Husky, Clint Pinkerton, Billy Lemire, and John File Steele. You are 23. Presley Williams and Eden Gutierrez at 21. You can ride on in. Number 21, please. No time on number 20. Team 21, Presley Williams and Eden Gutierrez. John Husky and Clint Pinkerton, your 22. 23, going to be Billy Lemire and John File Steele. Wendy Beckedahl, Ray Belling, your 24. Beckedahl and Belling, your 24. Mark Hilton, Porter Hodge, you're coming up in just a few. Hilton and Hodge coming up. John Husky and Clint Pinkerton, 22. Go ahead and ride in. Presley Williams, Eden Gutierrez. Dang it, I'm sorry, no time. That brings us to 22. It's going to be John Husky and Clint Pinkerton. Billy Lemire and John File Steele, you're on deck. Wendy Beckedahl, Ray Belling, your third to go. Then it's going to be Cannon Sebastian and Terry Moe. Billy Lemire, John File Steele, number 23. You can ride on in. John Husky and Clint Pinkerton here. This is Team Double Deuce, 22, no time. Team 100, team number 23 now. Billy Lemire and John File Steele. Wade Beckedahl and Ray Belling, you're going to be on deck. Then it's Cannon Sebastian, Terry Moe, and Mark Hilton, Porter Hodge. Be thinking about it. Hilton and Hodge, you're coming up in 4. Wendy Beckedahl, Ray Belling, welcome. Come on in. Beckedahl and Belling. Wade Beckedahl, that is. Wade Beckedahl and Ray Belling. Right on in. File Steele and Lemire right here. They're going to be 13.55. 13 and 5.5. That'll bring us to Wade Beckedahl and Ray Belling. Cannon Sebastian, Terry Moe, you'll be on deck. Then it's Mark Hilton, Porter Hodge, and Josh Skunk Cap, Perry Joyce. Cannon Sebastian is going to be next up with Terry Moe. Cannon Sebastian knows the deal. He's riding in, ready to rock and roll. No time. Number 24. That'll bring us to Cannon Sebastian and Terry Moe. Then it is Mark Hilton, Porter Hodge, Josh Skunkcap, and Perry George. Your 26. 27 is going to be Christian Bevins and Carson Mossett. Mark Hilton, Porter Hodge, go ahead and ride on in. Hilton and Hodge, you can ride in. Josh Skunkcap and Perry Joyce, you are on deck. In the hole, it's going to be Bevins and Mossett, Will Pisani and Tony Monaco. You'll be 28, 29. Caleb Sparks and Mike Iverson. Josh Skunk Cap, Harry Joyce, go ahead and ride in. Skunk Cap and Joyce, you can ride in, please. We are right now at draw number 26. Josh Skunk Cap and Perry Joyce, Christian Bevins and Carson Mossett at 27. 28 is going to be Will Pisani and Tony Monaco and Caleb Sparks. Mike Iverson, you're 29. Sparks and Iverson, you are 29. You're 4 away. Christian Bevins and Carson Mossett at 27. You can ride on in. 27 if you would, please. Skunk Cap and Joyce. Going to be no time. It'll put us to number 27, Christian Bevins and Carson Mossett. Will Pisani and Tony Monaco, you're 28. Number 29 going to be Caleb Sparks and Mike Iverson. Then it's Mervyn Paquino and Ashby Stewart. Will Pisani and Tony Monaco at number 28. You can ride on in. Pisani and Monaco, ride on in, please. Bevins and Mossett right here. Team number 27. It's going to be no time. Number 27, go to 28 now. Will Pisani and Tony Monaco. Caleb Sparks and Mike Iverson. You'll be on deck. Mervyn Paquino, Ashby Stewart. You're at number 30. And 31 is going to be Delbert Begay and Casey Meeson. Caleb Sparks, Mark Iverson, number 29. You can ride on in. Looking right here at Pisani and Monaco. This is draw number 28. Mr. Monaco got a leg out of that one right there. 15:05. I thought we had a pair. He must have slipped one. 15:05. Now to Caleb Sparks and Mike Iverson, number 29, 30. Paquino and Stewart. Delbert Begay, Casey Meeson, and 31 and 32 is going to be Tavy Scott and Cash Gerhardt. Mervyn Paquino, Ashby Stewart at 30. Go ahead and ride on in. Team number 30. Ride on in. Caleb Sparks and Mark Iverson. No time. That's going to put us at draw number 30. Mervyn Paquino and Ashby Stewart. Delbert Begay and Casey Meeson on deck in the holders. Tavy Scott, Cash Gerhardt, Tess T. Ness. And Doug Heim, you're number 33. Ness and Heim, you're 33. 4 away. Delbert Begay and Casey Meeson at 31. You can ride on in. Team 31 boxes are yours. Mervyn Paquino, Ashby Stewart, starting with 5. We are smooth in the field. It's going to be a 13-4-7, 13-47. Now team number 31, Delbert Begay and Casey Meeson. Tavy Scott and Cash Gerhardt, you're going to be on deck. Ness and Heim, you're at 33 and 34. It's going to be Cash Cook and Ryan Cook. Cook and Cook, a handful away. We need Casey Meeson on the backside. Hustle on in, Casey Meeson. It is posted, Team Ropers. Scott Tavy and Cash Gerhardt, you can ride on in. Tavy and Gerhardt, boxes are yours. Delbert Begay and Casey Meeson. I'm sorry, we are going to be no time at number 31. Tavy Scott, Cash Gerhardt, the arena is yours at number 32. T. Ness and Doug Heim going to be on deck. Cash Cook, Ryan Cook, you're at 34. And then Bruce Luger and Haley Yeoman. T. Ness and Doug Heim at 33. You can ride on in. Number 33. Boxes are yours. Davey Scott and Cash Gerhardt here looking to draw number 32. Smooth run of an 11 and 24. 11 and 2-4. T. Ness, Doug Heim now number 33. 34 going to be Cook and Cook. Then it is Bruce Luger and Haley Yeoman and Dax Tomlinson. John Marmon at 36. Cash Cook, Ryan Cook, please ride in. Cook and Cook. No time, number 33. 34 coming up now. Cash Cook, Ryan Cook, Bruce Luger, and Haley Yeoman. You're on deck. Dax Tomlinson, John Marmon at 36. 37 is going to be Jen Brander, Sid Brander. Brander and Brander. Bruce Luger and Haley Yeoman at 35. You can ride on in. 35. Ride in, please. No time, number 34. Team 35 going to be next out. Bruce Luger and Haley Yeoman. Dax Tomlinson and John Marmon. You're 36. 37 will be Jen Brander and Sid Brander. Cash Waddington and Rope Rice, you are number 38. Tomlinson and Marmon, right on in. Tomlinson, Marmon, boxes are yours. Bruce Luger and Haley Yeoman. No time, number 35. 36, Tomlinson and Marmon. Jen Brander and Sid Brander, you're 37. 38 is going to be Waddington and Rice. And then Laramie Nutter, Nick Sessions at 34, 39. Jen Brander and Sid Brander, number 37, please. Go ahead and ride on in. 37 boxes are yours. Tomlinson and Marmon right now. This is 36, and it's a no time. Team number 37, Jen Brander and Sid Brander. Cash Wadhams and Rope Rice, you're on deck at 38. 39 is going to be Laramie Nutter, Nick Sessions, Cedar Kaplan, Colton Small, 40. Cedar Kaplan and Colton Small, you are 40. Cash Waddington and Rope Rice, you can ride on in. Jen Brander, Sid Brander, draw number 37. With 5, we're looking at 1635. 1635. Cash Waddington and Rope Rice right now, 38. 39, got to be Laramie Nutter, Nick Sessions, Cedar Kaplan, Colton Small, you're 40. And then Derek Taylor, Wyatt James, you're 41. Laramie Nutter and Nick Sessions, 39. You can ride on in. 39. Right on in, please. Waddington and Reese right here. This is draw number 38. Going to be no time, number 38, now to 39. Laramie Nutter and Nick Sessions. Cedar Kaplan, Colton Small, you're 40. 41 will be Derek Taylor, Wyatt James, Claude Lemire, and Adam Libby. You're 42. Claude Lemire and Adam Libby, 42. You're fourth out. Cedar Kaplan, Colton Small, 40. You can ride on in. Cedar Kaplan and Colton Small, the boxes are yours. You can ride on in. Laramie Nutter and Nick Sessions right here. Team number 39. Smooth run of a 951. 9.51. That'll put us to Cedar Kaplan and Colton Small. Taylor and James, you're 41. 42 going to be Lemire and Libby. Then Ty Kitson and Jason Bowman. Kitson and Bowman, a few out. Cedar Kaplan, first call for Cedar Kaplan. Cedar Kaplan, second call. Third call for Cedar Kaplan. Turn them out, please. Derek Taylor and Wyatt James, 41. You can ride on in. 41. Boxes are yours. Cedar Kaplan getting it on the bones right here. Look at that. When it's on your side, it's on your side. $14.95. Good to go. $14.95. Out of Derek Taylor and Wyatt James, number 41. Claude Lemire and Adam Libby, you're on deck. Kitson and Bowman, you're 43. And 44 is going to be Clay 3 Irons and Jim Espy. Derek Taylor and Wyatt James. The arena is yours. Claude Lemire and Adam Libby are on deck. Then it's Ty Kitson and Jason Bowman and Clay 3 Irons, Jim Espy. Claude Lemire and Adam Libby at number 42. Right on in, 42. Right in, please. No top at number 41. 42 coming up now. Claude Lemire and Adam Libby. Ty Kitson and Jason Bowman. Go ahead and ride on in. Claude Lemire and Adam Libby. With 5, the number is 1406. 1406. Now let's go to Ty Kitson and Jason Bowman at 43. 44 going to be Clay 3 Irons and Jim Espy. Then it's Sidney Johnson and Travis Koenig and Mervyn Packano, Treg Olson. Clay 3 Irons and Jim Espy at 44. Go ahead and ride in. 44, ride in, please. No time at number 43. We'll go to 44. Clay 3 Irons and Jim Espy. Sidney Johnson, Travis Koenig, you'll be on deck. Then Mervyn Packano, Treg Olson, and Legacy Jacobs, McCrae Edwards. Clay 3 Irons. Do we have Clay 3 Irons in the house? Mervyn Packano and Treg Olson, you're going to be next out. Right now it is Sidney Johnson and Travis Koenig. Mervyn Packano and Treg Olson, number 46. Go ahead and ride on in. 46, the boxes are yours. Johnson and Koenig right there. Going to be no time. Team 46, Mervyn Packano and Treg Olson. Legacy Jacobs and McCrae Edwards, you're on deck. In the hold, it'll be Jonas McKenzie, Corey Fortune, and T. Nass, Corey Fixon. Legacy Jacobs and McCrae Edwards at 47. You can ride on in. 47 if you would, please. Mervyn Packano, stick and bones right here. Treg Olson. Going to take a leg out of it. 1776 is going to be the number there. 17 and 76. Now let's go to Legacy Jacobs and McCrae Edwards at 47. 48 will be Jonas McKenzie and Corey Fortune. T. Ness, Corey Fixon, your 49. And number 50 going to be Christy Stewart and Ryan Cook. Jonas McKenzie, Corey Fortune, number 48. Right on in, 48. Legacy Jacobs. Going to go with a bell call, a catch, and McCrae Edwards. No time, number 47. Down to number 48 now. Jonas McKenzie and Corey Fortune. T. Ness and Corey Fixon, you'll be on deck. Then Stewart and Cook and Bruce Luger, Lindsey Koenig. You're 51. Luger and Koenig, 51. You're 4 away. T. Ness and Corey Fixon, go ahead and ride in. T. Ness, Corey Fixon, right on in. McKenzie and Fortune, smooth run of a 995. 9.95 brings us to T. Ness and Corey Fixon. This is 49.50, going to be Stewart and Cook. Bruce Luger, Lindsey Koenig, you're at 51, and 52 is going to be Ben Powell and Calvin Fox. Christy Stewart, Ryan Cook, 50. Go ahead and ride on in. 50. Ride in, please. T. Ness and Corey Fixon down to the bottom end. And it is going to be in no time. We are at number 50 here. Christy Stewart and Ryan Cook. Bruce Luger and Lindsey Koenig, you're going to be on deck. Then Ben Fowler and Calvin Fox, Quade Sadler and Charlie Sadler, 52, you're 4 away. Bruce Luger and Lindsey Koenig, you can make your way on in. Stewart and Cook, no time. That brings us to Bruce Luger and Lindsey Koenig at 51. Ben Powell and Calvin Fox, you're on deck. Sadler and Sadler, you're third out at 53, and 54 is going to be Tanner Crofts, Logan Nordland. Ben Powell and Calvin Fox, number 40, 52. 53 going to be Sadler and Sadler. Tanner Crofts and Logan Norton on UB 54, and 55 is going to be Rachel Peters and Austin Stewart. Ben Powell and Calvin Fox, the arena is yours. Come on in, gentlemen. Quade Sadler and Charlie Sadler at 53. Go ahead and ride in. 53, you can ride on in. Tanner Crofts and Logan Nordland, 54. Dang it, I'm sorry. Got to be no time at 53. 54 coming up now. Tanner Crofts, Logan Nordland, Rachel Peters and Austin Stewart. You're 55. 56 going to be Jones and Rhodes. Peters and Stewart right on in. Peters and Stewart, the boxes are yours. Tanner Crofts and Logan Nordland, team number 54. With 5, you're looking at 14 and 50. 14 and 50. That'll put us to Rachel Peters and Austin Stewart. Jones and Rhodes, you're going to be on deck. Then Small and Small at 57. And Cedar Coupland, Ryder Coupland, you're 4th out. At 58, Jones and Rhodes at 56. Go ahead and ride on in. 56, right in, please. Peters and Stewart, we got one roped pretty deep right here. Austin going to get a pair of them right there. 969. 969 looking good going down to the second pin. Alvaro Jones and Caden Rhodes right now. Bristol Small and Colton Small, you're on deck. Cedar and Ryder Coupland, you're 58, and 59 is going to be Bill Bagley and Clay Duran. Quade and Charlie Sadler, you're coming after Bagley and Duran. With the leg, we're 13.58 for Jones and Small, 13 and 5.8. Bristol Small and Colton Small, number 57. Cedar Coupland, Ryder Coupland, you're on deck. Then it's going to be Bill Bagley and Clay Duran and Quade Sadler, Charlie Sadler. Cedar Coupland, Ryder Coupland, 58. Right on in, 58. You can ride in, please. Small and Small. No time. That puts us to Cedar Coupland and Ryder Coupland. Bill Bagley and Clay Duran, you're going to be on deck. Then Sadler and Sadler down to Lane Edwards and Ren Edwards. Lane Erickson, that is, and Ren Edwards. Bill Bagley and Clay Duran at 59. You can ride on in 59. Ride in, please. No time at 58. Let's go to 59. Bill Bagley and Clay Duran. Sadler and Sadler going to be on deck. Then Erickson and Edwards, followed by Jeremiah Riley and Tony Desidel. With 5, you're going to get a $14.94. $14.94. Now let's go to Sadler and Sadler. We're back at 53. It is no time, and we are at Lane Erickson and Ren Edwards right now. Jeremiah Riley and Tony Disidal. Year number 62, 63 going to be Final Steel and Brander. And then it's Ben Hall and Mike Iverson. Jeremiah and Tony, go ahead and ride in. Jeremiah and Tony, you can ride in. No time. Down to Team 62, Jeremiah Rayleigh and Tony Disidal. Then Elias Final Steel and Sid Brander. Ben Hall and Mike Iverson, your 64 and 65 is going to be Dan Carr and Weston Paul. Elias File Steel and Sid Brander are going to be next out. Ben Hall and Mike Iverson at 64. 65 is going to be Dan Carr, Weston Paul, Jonas McKenzie, and Jim Espy, 6'6" for away. Ben Hall and Mike Iverson, you can ride on in. Hall and Iverson, boxes are yours. Darn it, anyhow, I'm sorry, no time at 63. Ben Hall and Mike Iverson right now, number 64. 65 is going to be Dan Carr and Weston Paul. Jonas McKenzie, Jim Espy, you are 66. And Marcus Jones, Josh Skunkcap, you're 67. Dan Carr and Weston Paul, make your way on in. Dan and Weston, boxes are yours. Ben Hall and Mike Iverson here, Team 64. We got them in 952. Great run right there, gentlemen. Great run. You're 952. Dan Carr and Weston Paul now at number 65. 66 going to be McKenzie and Espy. Marcus Jones and Josh Skunkcap, your 67. And 68 is going to be Cash Waddington and Adam Libby. Jonas McKenzie, Jim Espy at 66. You can ride on in. No time at 65. Let's go to 66. McKenzie and Espy. Marcus Jones and Josh Skunkcap are going to be on deck. Waddington and Libby, your 68. Number 69 is going to be Ben Powell and Cody LaFrance. Marcus Jones and Josh Skunkcap at 67 right in. McKenzie and Espy got 5 there for a 1369. 13 and 69. That's going to bring us to Marcus Jones and Josh Skunkcap. Then Waddington and Libby. Third to go, Ben Powell and Cody LaFrance. There's 69. Number 70 going to be Clay Counts and Chris Eckhart. We're needing Josh Skunkcap on the heel side. First call for Josh Skunkcap. Second call now for Josh Skunkcap at draw 67. Josh Skunkcap, Marcus Jones, third call. Turn them out, please. Cash Waddington and Adam Libby now, number 68. Ben Powell and Cody LaFrance, you'll be on deck. Clay Counts and Chris Eckhart at 70. And Rusty Crofts, Tanner Crofts, you're 71. Cash Waddington and Adam Libby at 68 going to work right now. Ben Powell and Cody LaFrance. No time at number 68. We're going to go right here to draw number 69, Ben Powell and Cody LaFrance. Clay Counts and Chris Eckhart, you'll be on deck. Rusty Crofts and Tanner Crofts here at 71 and 72 is going to be Rick Hoover and Jeff Brander. Hoover and Brander. Clay Counts and Chris Eckhart at 70. Go ahead and ride in. 70. Right on in, please. This is Powell and LaFrance. They're draw number 69. Dumping it right there. No time. Team number 70 now. Clay Counts and Chris Eckhart. Rusty Crofts and Tanner Crofts, you're on deck. Then Rick Hoover and Jeff Brander. Alvaro Jones and Charlie Sadler, you're 73. Jones and Sadler, you're 73. You're 4 away. Rusty Crofts and Tanner Crofts at 71. Go ahead and ride on in. Counts and Eckhart right here. Team number 70. No time at 70. We'll go to 71 now. Rusty Crofts and Tanner Crofts. Rick Hoover and Jeff Brander, you're on deck. Alvaro Jones and Charlie Sadler at 73 and 74. Going to be Jim Goodwin and John Doblar. Rick Hoover and Jeff Brander at 72. You can ride on in. 72. Go ahead and ride in, please. Got a nice head loop there. Dadgummit, Rusty Crofts. We had him. We lost him. No time. Team number 72, Rick Hoover and Jeff Brander. Alvaro Jones and Charlie Sadler, you'll be on deck. Goodwin and Dobler here at 74 and 75 is going to be Ariana Henry and Tuffy Limberhand. Alvaro Jones and Charlie Sadler, the boxes are yours. You can ride in. Jones and Sadler, go ahead and ride in, please. No time on number 72. Team number 73 coming up now. Alvaro Jones and Charlie Sadler. Jim Goodwin and John Dobler, you're on deck. Henry and Limberhand, you're 75 and 76. Going to be Cash Baxter, Shelby Berg. Jim Goodwin and John Dobler, go ahead and ride on in. Goodwin and Dobler, the boxes are yours. Whipped her back off at 73. Team number 74 now, we're to Jim Goodwin and John Dobler. Ariana Henry and Tuffy Limberhand, you're 75, 76. Cash Baxter, Shelby Berg. Jacoby Jacobs and Ren Edwards, you're 77. Ariana Henry and Tuffy Limberhand at 75. You can ride in. 75, please. Goodwin and Dobler. John Dobler, nicely done, team. 9.77. Looking good. How's that trailer working out for you, Mr. Dobler? That thing still cruising along right behind you wherever you pull it? That puts us to Ariana Henry and Tuffy Limberhand. Then it's Cash Baxter and Shelby Berg. Jacobs and Edwards, you're 77. And Parks and Duran, you're 78. Baxter and Berg, go ahead and ride on in. Henry and Limberhand, we're smooth here, 9:45. 9:45. Shelby Berg, we're on a runner here. We got two smooth ones in a row. Let's make it three. Cash Baxter and Shelby Berg. Jacoby Edwards and Ren Edwards, you're on deck. Then it's going to be Park. Jacoby Jacobs, that is, and Ren Edwards, you're on deck. Jacoby and Ren, go ahead and ride on in, please. Cash Baxter and Shelby Berg. Shelby going to take a leg out of this one. It'll be 1370. 1370 brings us down to Jacoby Jacobs and Ren Edwards. Then Sally Parks and Clay Duran, Bristol Small and Travis Koenig, you're 79. 80 is going to be Andrew Coate, Matthew Heather Shaw. Sally Parks, Clay Duran, right on in. Parks and Duran, you can ride in, please. Jacobs and Edwards right here, draw number 77. Perfect, absolutely dat-gum perfect, 8, 9, and 18. Sally Parks and Clay Duran right now, number 78. Oopsie, we were +5 on that one. 14-18, 14-18. Still head on down to that second arena. Sally Parks and Clay Duran right now. Bristol Small and Travis Koenig right on in. Your team number 79. No time at 78. Team 79, Bristol Small, Travis Koenig. Andrew Coate and Matthew Heather Shaw. Your number 80. 81 is going to be Cassidy Hutchison and Haley Yeoman. And then Dylan Gamel and Jace Nelson. Andrew Coate and Matthew Heather Shaw, go ahead and ride in. No time at 79. Team number 80, Andrew Coate and Matthew Heather Shaw. Cassidy Hutchison and Haley Yeoman at 81. 82 is going to be Dylan Gamel and Jace Nelson. Jonas McKenzie, Mike Iverson, you're 83. Cassidy Hutchison and Haley Yeoman right on in. Your team member 81. Team 81, boxes are yours. It's a no time here at 80. That'll bring us down to 81. Cassidy Hutchison and Haley Yeoman. Dylan Gamal and Jace Nelson, you're on deck. Then it's going to be Jonas McKenzie, Mike Iverson, Kate Helvick, and Tony Dizitel. You are 84. Gamble and Nelson right on in. Team 82, you can ride in, please. Haley. Got a leg right there, +5 and a 1548. 1548 brings us to Dylan Gamal and Jace Nelson. Jonas McKenzie, Mike Iverson, you're 83. 84 is going to be Kate Helvick and Tony Dizitel. Ashley Koenig and Hudson Roush. 85. Ashley and Hudson, 85. You're 4 away. Jonas McKenzie, Mike Iverson. Go ahead and ride on in. Dylan Gamal and Jace Nelson right there. Team 82. Smooth run of a 10 and 11 right there. 10 and toothpicks. That's going to bring us to Jonas McKenzie and Mike Iverson. Kate Helvick and Tony Dizitel at 84 and 85 is going to be Ashley Koenig and Hudson Roush. And then Dave Paul and Gus Cummings. Looking for Jonas McKenzie. First call for Jonas McKenzie. Jonas McKenzie's second call. Third call for Jonas McKenzie. Kate Helvick and Tony Dizitel. Ashley Koenig and Hudson Roush. You can ride on in. Koenig and Roush. Boxes are yours. Looking at Helving and Dizitel right here. They're going to be no time. Ashley Koenig, Hudson Roush. Dave Paul and Gus Cummings, you're on deck. Junior Gutierrez, Eden Gutierrez, you're 87. 88 is going to be Derek Taylor and Ryan Ford. Ryan Ford, as in Crosswire Fencing and Ag Products. Make sure you talk to Mr. Ford if you find yourself in need of a little fencing work on the ranch or on your home place. I'll bet you he can get you all squared away. Ryan Ford, Crosswire Fencing and Ag Supply. And I'm looking at Ashley Koenig right here and Hudson Roush. Ashley got one on the front side. Hudson, look at a big old heel trap right there. Dadgummit, couldn't get to the horn. No time at draw number 85. We are at number 86 now. Dave Paul and Gus Cummings. Second in line is going to be Junior Gutierrez and Eden Gutierrez. Then Derek Taylor and Ryan Ford at 88. Carleen Hansen and Levi Garzolko, you'll be 89. Junior Gutierrez and Eden Gutierrez, go ahead and ride in. No time at 86. 87 coming up right here. Junior and Eden Gutierrez. Derek Taylor and Ryan Ford. You'll be on deck. In the hole, we'll go to Carleen Hansen, Levi Garzolka, Legacy Jacobs, and Lindsay Koenig. 4 away at 90. Derek Taylor and Ryan Ford. You can ride on in. Taylor and Ford. Ride on in, please. No time at number 87. It's going to bring us down to 88. Hold up in the line just a second, please. We're getting them stacked up at the bottom end. Carleen Hansen, Levi Garzolka, go ahead and ride on in. Derek Taylor, Ryan Ford. You think he builds good fences, you ought to see him rope feet. Nicely done. 8.77. Now to Carleen Hansen, Levi Garzolka. Legacy Jacobs, Lindsay Koenig, you're on deck. Team Ropers, you'll notice we do have our healing blind over there behind the GOAT sunglasses. That is greatest of all times, in case you were wondering. That healing blind is open for business. We can take 4, 5, 6, maybe even 8 healers over there. If you're up within the next half a dozen or 10, well, by all means, he's on over there, and we'll keep things stacked up back there. It'll help us roll along at a pretty sweet and efficient rate. Legacy Jacobs and Lindsey Koenig, you can ride on in. Carleen Hansen and Levi Garzolka. Going to be no time at number 89. Team number 90 now, Legacy Jacobs and Lindsey Koenig. Cole Purcell and Cole Hood, you will be on deck. Then it's going to be Jeremiah Riley and Ryan Cook. And then I'm going to look for Jonas McKenzie and Mike Iverson. Jonas McKenzie, Mike Iverson, you're coming out in a handful. Cole Purcell and Cole Hood, you can ride on in. No time. That brings us to Cole and Cole. Jeremiah and Ryan, you're going to be on deck. Jonas McKenzie, Mike Iverson, you're third in line. Then it's Russell Mosier and Adam Sneed. Jeremiah Rayleigh and Ryan Cook right now. You're going to be followed by Jonas McKenzie, Mike Iverson. Then it's Mosier and Sneed and Alex Carpenter. Romero Bremner. Jonas McKenzie and Mike Iverson, welcome and come on in. Good to have you today. No time right here. Jonas McKenzie and Mike Iverson. Russell Mosier and Adam Sneed, you're going to be on deck. Then Alex Carpenter and Romero Bremner. Jonathan O'Neill and Steve Hampton, you're 95. You're a few out now. Russell and Adam, go ahead and ride on in. Russell and Adam, you can ride in, please. McKenzie and Iverson right here. Draw number 83. I'm sorry, in no time. That puts us at draw number 93. 93, Russell Mosier and Adam Sneed. Alex Carpenter and Romero Bremner. Jonathan O'Neill and Steve Hampton, you're on deck. Cash and Grady, your number 96 and 97 is going to be Mike Kegley and Charlie Sadler. No time, unfortunately, at number 93. We'll go to 94. Alex Bremner and Romero Bremner. Alex Carpenter, that is, and Romero. Mosier and Sneed, you're coming after 99. Jonathan O'Neill and Steve Hampton, go ahead and ride on in. O'Neill and Hampton, you can ride on in. No time, number 94, number 95. Jonathan O'Neill and Steve Hampton. Cash Waddington, Grady Mosier, you're going to be on deck. Cash Waddington and Grady Mosier. Mike Kegley, Charlie Sadler, you're on deck. Cassidy Hutchison and Cruz Arrow, you're 98. 99, going to be T. Ness and Hazen Paul. Cash Waddington, Grady Mosier. Mike Kegley and Chris Sadler, number 97, you can ride on in. 97, boxes are yours. Waddington and Mosier. Mike Kegley, Charlie Sadner right now, number 97, 98, Hutchison and Arrow. T. Ness and Hayes and Paul, you are third out. And then it's going to be Russell Mosier and Adam Sneed, followed by Cruz Curley and Michelle Curley. Cassidy Hutchison and Cruz Arrow coming up right now at 98. 99, T. Ness, Hayes and Paul. Then it's Mosier and Sneed, followed by Curley and Curley. T. Ness and Hayes and Paul at 99. Mosier and Sneed. Got a smooth run right there, 10:33. Mosier and Sneed. Team 61, you're going to run right before the drag. You're coming up in about 3. Team 61, pull your hammer back. You're coming up right before the drag. Plus 5, 14:01. We did take the barrier. You're going to be 19:01. Now 100, Cruz Curley, Michelle Curley. Then it's going to be Jeremiah Richardson and Lonnie Smith. Jeremiah Richardson and Lonnie Smith, go ahead and ride in. Do we have Jeremiah Richardson and Lonnie Smith?
Let's go with Team 100, Cruz Curley and Michelle Curley. You're up. Presley Williams and Jay Cochran at 101. Zach Rebly and Lauren Cooney at 102. Laramie Nutter, Gus Cummings, 103. Do we have Cruz Curley and Michelle Curley? I'm sorry, Presley Williams and Jay Cochran, please, 101. Zach Rabli and Corin Cooney on deck at 102, 103. Laramie Nutter, Gus Cummings, Mark Hilton, Eden Gutierrez, 104. Zach Rappley and Lauren Cooney, 102. Bottom of the nod. Boxes are yours. Laramie Nutter and Gus Cummings at 103. Mark Hilton, Eden Gutierrez at 104. Zach and Lauren, 102. Ride in, please. Team 102. Ride on in, please. No time here at 101. 102, Zach Repli, Lauren Cooney, you're up, followed by Laramie Nutter, Gus Cummings at 103. Mark Hilton, Eden Gutierrez, 104. Jonas McKenzie, Doug Heim, 105. No time here at 102. 103, Laramie Nutter, Gus Cummings, you're up, followed by Mark Hilton, Eden Gutierrez on deck at 104. 105, Jonas McKenzie, Doug Heim, Shea Herbert, Adam Levy, 106. Mark Hilton, Eden Gutierrez, 104. Boxes are yours, please. Team 104. Go ahead and ride on in. With a leg, that is a 16-41 including, a 16-41 including. Team 104, Mark Hilton, Eden Gutierrez, you're up. Jonas McKenzie, Doug Heim on deck at 105. 106, Shea Herbert, Adam Libby, Ken Hurden, and Grant Fox at 107. Jonas McKenzie and Doug Heim at 105. Boxes, please. Team 105, boxes are yours, please. Eden Gutierrez with a leg, that is a 15-12, including, a 15-12, including. Going down to Team 105 now, Jonas McKenzie, Doug Heim, Shea Herbert, Adam Libby on deck at 106, 107, Ken Hurden, Grant Fox, Richard Esterby, and Cole Hould. You are Team 108. Shea Herbert and Adam Libby, 106. Boxes are yours, please. Team 106, no time here at 105. 106, Shea Herbert, Adam Libby, followed by Ken Hurden and Grant Fox on deck at 107. 108, Richard Esterby, Cole Hould, Christina Gorzalka, and Levi Gorzalka at 109. Ken Hurden, Grant Fox at the bottom of the nod. 107, go ahead and ride in, please. Team 107, welcome to ride on in, please. That is a 12-43 straight away. 12-43 straight away. Going to Team 107, Ken Hurden, Grant Fox, followed by Richard Esterby, Cole Hould on deck at 108, 109, Christina Gorzalka, Levi Gorzalka, Tavy Scott, Clay Duran, 110. Healers, don't forget to help your headers out of the arena, please, and thank you. Richard Esterby, Cole Hould, 108. Boxes are yours. Ken Hurden and Grant Fox right here at 107. Christina and Levi, you're out at 109. Then Tavy Scott, Clay Duran at 110. With a leg, that is a 19-57 including, a 19-57 including. Team 108, Richard Esterby, Cole Hould, you're up, followed by Christina Gorzalka, Levi Gorzalka at 109. Tavy Scott, Clay Duran at 110. No time here at 108. 109, Christina Gorzalka, Levi Gorzalka, followed by Tavy Scott, Clay Duran at 110. Tavy Scott, Clay Duran, you'll follow at 110. Mr. William Begley and Lance Ingerson at 111. Cannon Sebastian and Haley Yeoman, you are 112. Tavy Scott and Clay Duran looking for you right now at 110. No time, 109, 110. Tavy Scott, Clay Duran, you're up. Bill Begley, Lance Ingerson on deck at 111. Then I go down to 112, 13, 14. Cannon Sebastian, Haley Yeoman, Cedar Kepler, Del Rey Begay, Wendy Mintz, and Flint Hance. No time here at 110, 111. Bill Begley, Lance Ingerson, you're up. Cannon Sebastian, Haley Yeoman at 112, 113. Cedar Kepler, Del Rey Begay, Wendy Mintz, Flint Hance at 114. Then I go Jones and Skunk Cap. Jones and Skunk Cap, I look for you after 114. This here is 111. Bill Begley and Lance Ingerson. Cannon Sebastian, Haley Yeoman at 112. Nice run, gentlemen. 9:59 straight away. 9:59. Team 112, Cannon Sebastian, Haley Yeoman, followed by Cedar Kepler, Del Rey Begay, Wendy Mintz, Flint Hance, then Jones and Skunk Cap. And then we go back at 115, Ryan Schlittling and Cody Algren. Cedar Kepler, Del Rey Begay, 113. Please, Team 113. Miss Haley Yeoman is going to finish her day on the backside very well. 12:86, 12:86. Going down to Team 113. Cedar Kepler, Del Rey Begay, you're up. Wendy Mintz, Flint Hance, and Jones and Skunk Cap, Ryan Schlittling and Cody Algren at 115. Jet Hutchinson and Tessie Lemire at 116. Wendy and Flint, ride in, please. Wendy and Flint, ride in, please. No time at 113, 114. Wendy Mintz, Flint Hance, you're up. Then we go Jones and Skunk Cap, then Ryan Schlittling, Cody Algren at 115, 116. Jed Hutchinson, Tessie Lemire, Aspen Swenson, and Joe Don McKenzie, 117. Bottom of the nod, Jones and Skunk Cap. Boxes are yours, please. Marcus Jones and Josh Skunk Cap ride in as this team heads out. Marcus Jones and Josh Skunk Cap, ride on in, please. Wendy Mentz, Flint Hance at 114. I'm sorry, no time here. Let's go for Marcus Jones and Josh Skunk Cap, please. Jed Ryan Schlentling and Cody Algren at 115. Ride in, please. Team 115, go ahead and ride in, please. I'm sorry, no time here. Going down to Team 115, Ryan Schlentling, Cody Algren, Jed Hutchinson, and Tessie Lemire on deck at 116, 117. Aspen Sweston, Joe Don McKenzie, Caleb Sparks, Tom Knight, 118. Jed Hutchinson and Tessie Lemire, 116. Ride in, please. Team 116. Ride in. No time here at 115, 116. Jed Hutchinson, Tessie Lemire, you're up. Aspen Swesson, Don McKenzie on deck at 117, 118. Caleb Sparks, Tom Knight, Dax Tomlinson, and Porter Hogg at Team 119. Aspen Swenson, Don McKenzie, Aspen, and just Don at 117. Welcome to the boxes, please. Tessie Lemire with a leg. That is a 1320, including a 1320, including Team 117, Aspen Swenson and Don McKenzie, followed by Caleb Sparks, Tom Knight at 118, Dax Tomlinson and Porter Hogg at 119. A 120 is Mark Hilton. Ramaria Bremer at 120. Caleb and Tom, 118. Ride in, please. Team 118. I'm sorry, no time here at 117, 118. Caleb Sparks, Tom Knight, Dax Tomlinson, Porter Hogg at 119, 120. Mark Hilton, Ramaria Brenner, and Jonas McKenzie and Curtis Carnes, 120, 121. Dax Tomlinson and Porter Hogg, please, 119. Welcome to the boxes here at 119. Mr. Tom Knight, 118. Smooth run, 946. A straightaway, 946. 119. Now Dax Tomlinson and Porter Hogg, followed by Mark Hilton and Ramaria Brenner and Jonas McKenzie, Curtis Carnes, Rylan Erickson, and Tom Williams, 122. Hold up at the line, please. Just needed an entourage. Dax and Porter, please. 119. Mark Hilton and Ramaria, you're on deck at 120, 121. Jonas McKenzie, Curtis Carnes, Rylan Erickson, and Tom Williams, 122. Mark and Ramaria, 120. With a leg and a barrier, 1894 including, 1894 including. Team 120, Mark Hilton and Ramaria, you are up, followed by Jonas McKenzie and Curtis Carnes at 121. Rylan Erickson, Tom Williams, 122. Mark Shabinsky and Ron Nelson, 123. Jonas and Curtis, 121. Please, 121. Please, with the leg, that is a 1518, including 1518, including. Team 121, Jonas McKenzie, Curtis Carnes, Rylan Erickson, Tom Williams at 122. Mark Shabinsky, Ron Nelson, 123. Chris Setrum and Ryan Ford at 124. Rylan and Tom, 122, please. Team 122. Boxes are yours. Mark Shabensky, Ron Nelson, you will follow at 123 with a leg. 1344 is your number, a 1344. Let's go down to team 122. Rylan Erickson and Tom Williams, please. Mark Shabensky, Ron Nelson, 123. Chris Setchram, Ryan Ford at 124. Christina Gorzalka, Charlie Sadler, you are out at 125, please. That is 4 teams away. Mark Shabensky, Ron Nelson, 123. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 122, 123. Mark Shabensky, Ron Nelson, Chris Setchram, Ryan Ford, 124. Christina Gorzalka, Charlie Sadler, 125. Tavy Scott, Tracy Deuce, 126. Chris Setchram, Ryan Ford, 124. Please, team 124. Boxes are yours. Christina Gorzalka and Charlie Ford. 125, Tavy Scott, Tracy Deuce, 126. No time here at 123, 124. Chris Setchram, Ryan Ford, Christina Gorzalka, Charlie Sadler, 125. Tavy Scott, Tracy Deuce, 126. Tegan Calf Boss Ribs and Corey Fixon at 127. With a leg, that is a 1283, including a 1283. Going to team 125, Christina Gorzalka, Charlie Sadler, Tavy Scott, Tracy Deuce at 126. Tegan Calf Boss Ribs at 127 with Mr. Corey Fixon and Ben Hall and Haley Yeoman at 128. Tavy Scott, Tracy Deuce, please, 126. Welcome to ride into those boxes, please. Charlie Sadler coming in hot on the backside. 2 feet, 883 straight away, 883. Team 126, Tavy Scott, Tracy Deuce. Followed by Tegan Calf Boss Ribs and Corey Fixon at 127, 128. Ben Hall, Haley Yeoman, Cody McCabe, and Delray Begay, 129. Tegan and Corey, please, 127. Right on in, please. Team 127, right in with a leg. That is a 1479 including, a 1479 including. Team 127, Tegan Calf Boss Ribs and Corey Fixon. You're up. Ben Hall, Haley Yeoman at 128, 129. Cody McCabe, Delray Begay, Cash Waddington, and Austin Stewart, 130. Team 128, Ben Hall, Haley Yeoman, Cody McCabe and Delray Begay at 129. Cash Waddington, Austin Stewart, 130. Rattler Desjardins, Wyatt James, 131. I bet is Haley down below. Yeah. 129, Cody McCabe and Delray Begay, please. Cash Waddington, Austin Stewart, 130. 131, Rattler Desjardins, Wyatt James, Corey Fortune, Cash Gerhart, 132. Cash Waddington and Austin Stewart, please, 130. Nice loop, Mr. McCabe. No time here at 129. 130, Cash Waddington, Austin Stewart, Rattler Desjardins, and Wyatt James on deck at 131 to 132. Corey Fortune, Cash Gerhart, Carlene Hansen, and Nick Ertz at 133. Rattler Desjardins, Wyatt James, 131. Right in. No time here at 130. 131, Rattler Desjardins, Wyatt James, Corey Fortune, Cash Gerhart, 132. Carlene Hansen, Nick Ertz, 133. Caleb Sparks, Bryce Schaefer, 134. Little light on the heel side, Team Ropers. Little light. We can have Ertz, Schaefer, Hogg, Knight, Sulcer. After this team, you can all go across the way. Corey Fortune and Cash Gerhart, 132. Please, team 132, please. I'm sorry, no time here. Team 132, Corey Fortune, Cash Gerhart, Carlene Hansen, Nick Ertz at 133. Caleb Sparks, Bryce Schaefer, 134. Billy Lemire, Porter Hogg, 135. Carlene Hansen, Nick Ertz, Caleb Sparks, Bryce Schaefer, 134, 135. Billy Lemire, Porter Hogg. Legacy Jacobs, Tom Knight. That is a 10:05 straight away. 10:05 straight away. Again, Team Ropers, we have one over there, and he's about 3 down the way. So if you're the next 3, 4, 5 healers, please go across the way and fill it up. Caleb Sparks, Bryce Schaefer, you're on deck at 134. Billy Lemire, Porter Hogg at 135. Legacy Jacobs, Tom Knight at 136. Chuck Hunter and Ben Sulcer at 137. I'm sorry, no time here at 133, 134. Caleb Sparks, Bryce Schaefer, Billy Lemire, Porter Hog on deck at 135, 136. Legacy Jacobs, Tom Knight, Chuck Hunter, Ben Sulcer at 137. Sally Parks and Derek Taylor, you are 138. Smooth run, 922. 922. Team 135, Billy Lemire, Porter Hog, you're up. Legacy Jacobs, Tom Knight at 136. Chuck Hunter and Ben Sulcer at 137. Sally Parks, Derek Taylor, 138. I can probably bet Porter is down below. Billy, do we have Porter? I bet Billy's down or Porter's down below. Billy, let's catch you down the road a few. Let's go straight to Legacy Jacobs and Tom Knight, please. Chuck Hunter, Ben Sulcer at 137. 138, Sally Parks and Derek Taylor, John Stewart, Mr. Jim Espy, Seth Whiteclay, and Ron Nelson, 140. Chuck Hunter and Ben Sulcer, 137. Please, team 137. Welcome to ride in. Legacy Jacobs, Tom Knight with a leg. That is a 1365 including, 1365 including. Team 137, Chuck Hunter, Ben Sulcer, you're up. Sally Parks and Derek Taylor at 138, 139. John Stewart, Jim Espy, Seth Whiteclay, and Ron Nelson, 140. Sally Parks and Derek Taylor, 138. Boxes are yours, please. Team 138. Right on in. No time here at 137. We'll get our lid picked up. Sally Parks, Derek Taylor, you're on deck. Be ready to roll at 138. John Stewart, Jim Espy. You can go ahead and load in the boxes, please. 138. Right in. John Stewart, Jim Espy, you're on deck at 139. Seth Whiteclay, Ron Nelson, 140. Chris Setcher and Brody Nichols, 141. John Stewart, Jim Espy, 139. Boxes are yours, please. Team 139. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 138, 139. John Stewart, Jim Espy with Seth Whiteclay, Ron Nelson at 140, 141. Chris Setram, Brody Nichols, Sidney Johnson, Trevor Peterson, 142. Tavy Scott, Laz Oliera, you are team 143. Seth Whiteclay, Ron Nelson, 140. Right on in, please. Team 140. Mr. Jim Espy coming in. Attaboy, Jim. 896 straight away. 896. Team 140, Seth Whiteclay, Ron Nelson, followed by Chris Setram, Brody Nichols at 141. Sidney Johnson, Trevor Peterson at 142. Tavy Scott, Laz Oliera, 143. Winston Blackmore, Ken Balkenbush, think about it, at 144. Chris Setram and Brody Nichols at 140. Please, team 140. Please, no time here at 140. 141 now. Chris Setram, Brody Nichols, Sidney Johnson, Trevor Peterson at 142. Tavy Scott, Laz Oliera at 143. Winston Blackmore, Ken Balkenbush, 144. Then I'm going to go back for Hall and Yeoman, Lemire, and Hogg. No time at 141. 142, Sidney Johnson, Trevor Peterson, Tavy Scott, Laz Oliera, 143. Winston Blackmore, Ken Balkenbush at 144. Then Ben Hall, Haley Yeoman, Billy Lemire, and Hogg at 135. Tavy and Laz at 143. Right in, please. Tavy and Laz. Boxes are yours, please. Smooth run. That is an 8:33 straight away. 8:33. Team 143, Tavy Scott, Laz Oliera, Winston Blackmore, and Ken Balkenbush at 144. Ben Hall, Kaylee Yeoman at 128. Then Billy Lemire and Porter Hogue at 135. Winston Blackmore and Ken Balkenbush, please. 144. Boxes are yours, please. I'm sorry, no time here at 143, 144. Winston Blackmore, Ken Balkenbush, Ben Hall, Haley Yeoman, Billy Lemire, and Porter Hogg at 128, 135. Then Christina Gorzalka, Bill Gunville, 145. Ben and Haley, right on in, please. Ben Hall, Haley Yeoman, no time here. Look, going for Ben Hall and Haley Yeoman, please. Then Billy Lemire, Porter Hogg, then back on track at 145, Christina Gorzalka, Bill Gunville, Danny Balderson, and Mike Deuce. Billy and Porter, please. Right in. Billy and Porter, please. Nice shot, Haley. 930. 930. Should be seeing you in the short go with shoots like that. Billy Lemire and Porter Hogg, please. Christina Gorzalka, Bill Gunville on deck at 145, 146. Danny Balderson, Mike Deuce, Bristol Small, and Alvaro Jones at 147. With a leg, that is a 13:39 including, 13:39 including. Team 145, Christina Gorzalka, Bill Gunville, you're up. Danny Balderson and Mike Deuce at 146, 147. Bristol Small, Alvaro Jones, Dan Carr, Maria Cervantes at 148. Danny Balderson and Mike Deuce, 146, bottom of the nod, ride in, followed by Bristol Small, Alvaro Jones at 147. Dan Carr, Mario Cervantes at 148. Wade Beckedahl, Perry Joyce, 149. Danny and Mike, 146. Please, team 146. Please. With a leg, that is a 13:69 including, a 13:69 including. Team 146, Danny Balderson and Mike Deuce. Then we'll go for Bristol Small and Alvaro Jones at 147. Dan Carr, Mario Cervantes, 148, 149. Wade Beckedahl, Perry Joyce, Hallie Sessions, Nick Ertz, 150. Bristol and Alvaro, 147. With a leg, that is a 14:13, including 1413. Looking at Bristol Small and Alvaro Jones, Dan Carr, Mario Cervantes at 148, Wade Beckedahl and Perry Joyce, 149. My favorite head horse at 150 with Nick Ertz. Dan and Mario, 148. Right in, please. Team 148. No time here at 147. 148, Dan Carr, Mario Cervantes, Wade Beckedahl, Perry Joyce at 149. Hallie Sessions and Nick Ertz at 150. Presley Williams and Nick Sessions at 151. Wade Beckedahl, Perry Joyce, 149. Right in, please. Dan Carr, Mario Cervantes. Leg is a 17:77, including 17:77. Going to team 149 now. Wade Beckedahl, Perry Joyce, followed by Hallie Sessions, Nick Ertz at 150. Then Presley Williams, Nick Sessions, 151. Junior Gutierrez, Cole Hould at 152. Hallie and Nick, right in, please. Team 150. Right on in, please. Wade Beckedahl, Perry Joyce. I'm sorry, couldn't quite get together at 149. 150. Miss Hallie Sessions and Nick Ertz, you're up, followed by Presley Williams, Nick Sessions at 151. 152, Junior Gutierrez, Cole Hould, Mark Sherbinsky, and Doug Heim at 153. I'm sorry, no time there, Miss Hallie. Team 151, Presley Williams, Nick Sessions, followed by Junior Gutierrez, Cole Hould at 152, Mark Sherbinsky, Doug Heim at 153, Doyle Music, Harvest White, 154. Junior Gutierrez, Cole Hould, 152. Ride in, please. Team 152, Fishing We didn't catch anything. I'm sorry, no time at 151. Presley, team 152. Junior Gutierrez, Cole Hould, you're up. Mark Shabensky and Doug Heim at 153. Doyle Music, Harvest White at 154. Cole Purcell and Callahan Belling at 155. Mark Shabensky, Doug Heim, 153. Right on in, please. Junior Gutierrez, Cole Hould right here. Dropping on the corner. That is a 10.06. Straight up, 10.06, gentlemen. Doyle Music, Harvest White. After this team rides on out, you're welcome to go in. Cole Purcell, Callahan Belling at 155. Chad Weimer, Rocky Racine at 156. Doyle Music, Harvest White, 154. Boxes, please. Team 154. Boxes are yours, please. This is Mark Shabensky, Doug Heim at 153. With a leg, that is a 1840, including 1840, including. Going down to team 154 now, Doyle Music, Harvest White, followed by Cole Purcell and Callahan Belling at 155. Chad Weimer, Rocky Racine, 156. Rob Erickson, Warren Baker at 157. Cole Purcell and Callahan Belling, 155. Please, team 155 and no time 154. 155, Cole Purcell, Callahan Belling. Chad Weimer, Rocky Racine, 156. Rob Erickson, Warren Baker, 157. Chris Setram, Drayton Broderson, 158. Chad Weimer and Rocky Racine, 156. Right on in, please. Team 156. No time here at 155. 156, Chad Weimer, Rocky Racine, followed by Rob Erickson, Warren Baker, 157. Chris Setram, Drayton Broderson, Chuck Hunter, and Clay Duran, 159. Rob Erickson and Warren Baker, 157. Boxes are yours, please. Team 157. Welcome to Ride In, please. That is a smooth run, 951. 951 going to 157. Now Rob Erickson, Warren Baker, then Chris Setram, Drayton Broderson at 158. Chuck Hunter, Clay Duran, 159. Tavy Scott, Windahampton at 160. Setram and Drayton Broderson at 158. Chuck Hunter, Clay Duran at 159. Mr. Baker, 877 straight away, 877. Chris Setram and Drayton Broderson, Chuck Hunter, Clay Duran at 159. Tavy Scott, Windahampton, 160. Dalen Gamble and John Marmon, 161. Chuck Hunter and Clay Duran, 159. Please, team 159. Please, no time here at 158. 159, Chuck Hunter, Clay Duran, followed by Tavy Scott. Windahampton on deck at 160. Dylan Gamble and John Marmon. Swade Schindler, Ben Sulzer, 162. Tavy and Winda, ladies. Boxes are yours. 160. I'm sorry, no time here at 159 and 160. Tavy Scott, Windahampton. Dylan Gamble and John Marmon at 161. Swade Schindler, Ben Sulzer, 162. Alejandro Vindra, Dion Lodgepole at 163. Then, if I have Jeremiah Richardson and Lonnie Smith. Are you here with me, gentlemen? Jeremiah and Lonnie? Okay. Jeremiah, if you can hear me, come on in. You're up in a few teams. Oh, I see ya. Robbed Winda. No time here at 160. 161, Dylan Gamble, John Marmon, Swade Schindler, Ben Sulzer at 162. Alejandro Vila and Dion Lodgepole at 163. Jeremiah Richardson, Lonnie Smith, and Claude Lemire and Cash Cook. Swade Schindler, Ben Sulzer, 162. I'm sorry, no time here, 161. 162, Swade Schindler, Ben Sulzer. Alejandro Vila and Dion Lodgepole on deck at 63. Jeremiah Richardson, Lonnie Smith, you're now 3 out, followed by Claude Lemire and Cash Cook at 164. Jacoby Jacobs and Tom Williams. Jacoby Jacobs and Tom Williams at 165. Alejandro and Dion, 163. please. Team 160, please. 3, please. No time at 162, 163. Alejandro Vilo and Dion Lodgepole. Jeremiah Richardson, Lonnie Smith on deck, followed by Claude Lemire, Cash Cook, Jacoby Jacobs, Tom Williams, Loudon Zorg, and Clarence Aarons, 166. Jeremiah and Lonnie, please. No time here at 163. Jeremiah and Lonnie, please, followed by Claude Lemire and Cash Cook at 164. Jacoby Jacobs, Tom Williams, 165. Loudon Zorg, Plants, 3 irons, 166. I'm sorry, no time here. We'll get your lid picked up. Team 164, Claude Lemire, Cash Cook, followed by Jacoby Jacobs and Tom Williams at 165. Loudon Zorg, Clarence Aarons, 166. Tanner Crofts, Clint Pinkerton, 167. Jacoby and Tom at 165. Please, no time here at 164. 165, Jacoby Jacobs and Tom Williams, Loudon Zorg, and Clarence Aarons on deck at 166. Tanner Cross, Clint Pinkerton, 167. Colton Broderson and Nate Carr, 168. With a leg that is a 1380, including a 1380, including. No time here at 166. Tanner Crofts and Clint Pinkerton, Colton Broderson and Nate Carr at 168. Ashley Koenig, Scott Shelley, 169. Libby Dietrichs, Matt Heathershaw, 170. No time here at 67. 168, Colton Broderson, Nate Carr, followed by Ashley Koenig, Scott Shelley at 169. Libby Dietrichs, Matt Heathershaw at 170. Doyle Music, Corey Fortune, 171. Ashley Koenig and Scott Shelley. With a leg that is a 1575, including 1575, including. Team 169, Ashley Koenig, Scott Shelley. Going to work right here. Libby Dietrichs, Matt Heathershaw, 170, 171. Doyle Music, Corey Fortune, Stephanie Lindsay, and Caleb Duffield, 172. No time here at 169, 170. Libby Dietrichs, Matt Heathershaw, Doyle Music, Corey Fortune, 171. Stephanie Lindsay, Caleb Duffield, Wendy Mentz, Brody Nichols at 173. Doyle Music, Corey Fortune, 171. Please, team 171, please. 929, straight away, 929. Team 171, Doyle Music, Corey Fortune, you're up. Stephanie Lindsay, Caleb Duffield at 172. Wendy Mentz, Brody Nichols at 173. Blaine Huntley, Tony Monaco, 174. Stephanie Lindsay and Caleb Duffield at 172, please. No time here at 171. 172, Stephanie Lindsay, Caleb Duffield. Wendy Mentz, Brody Nichols at 173. Blaine Huntley, Tony Monaco, 174. Quade Sadler, Brett Hoover at 175. Wendy and Brody, 173. Boxes are yours, please. Team 173. Ride and Blaine Huntley, Tona Monaco, 174. Quade Sadler, Brett Hoover, 175. That was an 891 straight away. 891 straight away. Team 173, Wendy Mentz, Brody Nichols, you're up, followed by Blaine Huntley, Tona Monaco, 174, 175. Quade Sadler, Brett Hoover, Rick Hoover, Clay Duran, 176. Blaine Huntley and Tony Monaco, 174. Ride in, please. Team 174. Ride in. Wendy Mintz. Got it on. Blaine Huntley, Tony Monaco, 174. Boxes are yours, please, with a leg that is a 1754, including 1754, including. Team 174, Blaine Huntley, Tony Monaco, you're up. Quade Sadler, Brett Hoover at 175. Rick Hoover and Clay Duran at 176. Hudson Roush and Jim Espy at 177. Quade and Brett at 175. Ride in with the leg here. That is a 1406, including a 1406, including. Team 75. Quade Sadler, Brett Hoover, followed by Rick Hoover and Clay Duran at 176. Hudson Roush, Jim Espy, 177. Carlene Hansen and Wayne Monroe, you are team 178. J.W. Bonamo and Caden Rhodes at 179. Rick Hoover and Clay Duran, 176. Please, team 176, please. Got it. That is a 1043 straight away. 1043 straight away. Team 176, Rick Hoover, Clay Duran, followed by Hudson Roush, Jim Espy at 177, 178, Carlene Hansen and Wayne Monroe, J.W. Bonamo and Caden Rhodes at 179. Hudson Roush and Jim Espy, 177. Ride in, please. Team 177, Mr. Duran with a leg. That is a 1491, including 1491, including. Team 177, Hudson Roush, Jim Espy, please. Carlene Hansen, Wayne Monroe at 178, J.W. Bonamo, Caden Rhodes at 179, Kate Heldick and Logan Nordland 180. Carlene and Wayne 178. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 177. 178, Carlene and Wayne, will you? Carlene and Wayne, you're up, followed by J.W. Bonamo and Caden Rhodes at 179. Kate Helvick and Logan Nordland. JW and Caden, you're on deck at 179. Cade and Logan at 180. Grace Kelly, Casey Meeson at 181. J.W. Bonamo, Caden Rhodes, 179. Ride in, please. Team 179, ride in, please. With a leg that is a 1763, including 1763, including. Team 179, J.W. Bonamo, Caden Rhodes, you're up. Kate Helvick, Logan Nordland at 180, 181. Grace Kelly, Casey Meeson, Sally Parks, and Ty Lewis at 182. Cade and Logan, 180. Ride in, please. Team 180, ride on in, please. With a leg that is a 1582, including 1582, including. Team 180, Kate Helvick, Logan Nordland, you're up. Grace Kelly, Casey Meeson at 181. Sally Parks, Ty Lewis, 182. Delbert Begay, and Trevor Peterson, 183. Grace Kelly, Casey Meeson, 181. Ride in, please. Team 181, ride in, please. No time here at 180. 181, Grace Kelly, Casey Meeson, followed by Sally Park, Ty Lewis at 182, Delbert Begay, Trevor Peterson at 184, Jet Hutchinson, Dawson Lewis, Joe Don, and Flint Hands at 185. Sally Parks and Ty Lewis, 182. please. Team 182. No time here at 181. 182, Sally Parks, Ty Lewis, Delbert Begay, Trevor Peterson at 183, Jed Hutchinson, Dawson Lewis, 184, Joe Don, Flint Hans at 185. Ty Lewis. Do I have Ty Lewis? Ty Lewis once. Sally Parks and Ty Lewis, second call. Sally Parks and Ty Lewis, third call. Let's turn them out. Team 183, Delbert Begay, Trevor Peterson, followed by Jed Hutchinson, Dawson Lewis at 184, Joe Don and Flint Hans at 185, Christy Stewart, Tessie Lemire at 186. No time here at 183, 184, Jed Hutchinson, Dawson Lewis, you're up. Joe Don and Flint Hans at 185, Christy Stewart, Tessie Lemire, 186, Libby Dietrichs, Gavin Francois, 187. Joe Dunn and Flint Hans at 185. Boxes are yours, please. Team 185. Boxes are yours with a leg that is a 13.68, including a 13.68, including. Team 185. Joe Dunn, Flint Hans, you're up. Christy Stewart, Tessie Lemire at 186. Libby Dietrichs, Gavin Francois, 187. Chad Weimer, Matt Heathershaw, 188. Christy and Tessie, 186. Right in, please. No time here at 185. 186, Christy Stewart and Tessie Lemire, you're up. Libby Dietrichs, Gavin Francois, 187. Chad Weimer, Matt Heathershaw, 188. Cannon Sebastian, Corey Gangle, 189. Libby Dietrichs, Gavin Francois, 187. With a leg that is a 14.38, including a 14.38, including. Team 187, Libby Dietrichs, Gavin Francois, you're up, followed by Chad Weimer, Matt Heathershaw, 188, 189, Cannon Sebastian, Corey Gangle, Riley Fortune, Steve Hampton, 190. With a leg that is a 14.33, including 14.33, including. Team 188, Chad Weimer, Matt Heathershaw, followed by Cannon Sebastian, Corey Gangle at 189, Riley Fortune, Steve Hampton at 190, Marcus Jones, Gail Matt, 191. Cannon Sebastian, Corey Gangle, 189. Ride in, please. Team 189. Go ahead and ride on in, please. With a leg that is a 13.76, including 13.76, including. Team 189, Cannon Sebastian, Corey Gangle, Riley Fortune, Steve Hampton at 190. Marcus Jones, Gail Matt at 191. Quade Sadler, John Marmon, 192. Riley and Steve, bottom of the nod, 190. Boxes are yours, please. Team 190. Boxes are yours, please. Smooth run, 788 straightaway, 788 straightaway. Team 190, Riley Fortune, Steve Hampton, you're up. Marcus Jones, Gail Matt at 191. Quade Sadler, John Marmon, 192. Dylan Gamble and Bryce Schaefer, 193. 839 straight away. 839 straight away. Team 191, Marcus Jones, Gail Matt, followed by Quade Sadler, John Marmon on deck at 192, 193, Dylan Gamble, Bryce Shaver, Aspen Swenson, and Dutch Helgeson, 194. No time here at 191. 192, Quade Sadler, John Marmon, you're up. Dylan Gamble and Bryce Schaefer at 193. Aspen Swedson, Dutch Helgeson at 194. Chris Setchum, Ron Nelson, 195. Dylan Gamble and Bryce Schaefer at the bottom of the nod. 193, you can ride in, followed by Aspen Swenson and Dutch Helgeson, 194. Chris Setchum and Ron Nelson, 195. Colton Broderson and Drayton Broderson, 196. Dylan and Bryce, 193. Ride in, please. Team 193. Go ahead and ride on in, please. No time here at 192. 193, Dylan Gamble, Bryce Schaefer. Aspen Swenson and Dutch Helgeson, boxes are yours. Please go ahead and ride in. No time here at 193. 194, Aspen Swenson and Dutch Helgeson, you're up. Chris Setchum, Ron Nelson on deck at 195. 196, Colt Broderson, Drayton Broderson, then Cody Kenyon and Brody Nichols, 197. Nice loop, Miss Aspen. Going to team 195. Chris Setchum, Ron Nelson, you're up. Colton Broderson and Drayton Broderson at 196. 197, Cody Kenyon, Brody Nichols, Elias Steele, and Lonnie Smith at 198. Colton Broderson, Drayton Broderson, 196. The boxes are yours, please. Cody Kenyon, Brody Nichols, 197. Elias Steele, Lonnie Smith at 198. No time here at 195. 196, Colton Broderson, Drayton Broderson, followed by Cody Kenyon, Brody Nichols at 197. Elias Steele, Lonnie Smith at 198. McCrae Edwards and Ren Edwards at 199. Cody Kenyon, Brody Nichols, 197. Boxes are yours, please. Team 197. I'm sorry, no time. 196, 197. Cody Kenyon, Brody Nichols, followed by Elias Steele, Lonnie Smith at 198. McCrae Edwards, Ren Edwards, 199. Chuck Hunter, Don Charging at 200. No time here. Team 198, Elias Steele, Lonnie Smith, you're up. McCrae Edwards, Ren Edwards, 199. Chuck Hunter, Don Charging, 200. Dan Carr, Legend Real Bird at 201. McCrae Edwards, Ren Edwards, 199. Boxes are yours, please. Team 199. I'm sorry, Elias. Let's go to 199. McCrae Edwards, Ren Edwards, followed by Chuck Hunter, Don Charging at 200. 201, Dan Carr, Legend Real Bird, Stephanie Lindsay, and Weston Paul at 202. Sally Parks to the office, please. Sally Parks to the office, please. No time here at 199. 200, Chuck Hunter, Don Charging, you're up. Dan Carr, Legend Reelbird at 201. 202, Stephanie Lindsay, Weston Paul, Rattler Desjardins, Colton Graham, 203. No time here at 200. 201, Dan Carr, Legend Reelbird, followed by Stephanie Lindsay, Weston Paul at 202. Rattler Desjardins, Colton Graham at 203. Darren Ogden and Cody Algren at 204. With a leg, that is a 1490, including a 1490, including Team 202, Stephanie Lindsay, Weston Paul, followed by Rattler Desjardins, Colton Graham at 203, Darren Ogden, Cody Algren, 204, Legacy Jacobs, and Cody LaFrance at 205. No time at 202. 203, Rattler Desjardins, Colton Graham, you're up. Darren Ogden, Cody Algren at 204, Legacy Jacobs, Cody LaFrance, 205, Ken Hurden, Harvest White, 206. Darren and Cody at 204. Boxes are yours, please. Rattler. Darren and Cody, 204 right in. Rattler and Colton are right here at 203. 1591, including a 1591, including Team 204, Darren Ogden, Cody Algren, followed by Legacy Jacobs, Cody LaFrance at 205, 206, Ken Hurden, Harvest White, Cassidy Hutchinson, and Steve Hampton at 207. Legacy Jacobs, Cody LaFrance, 205. Right in, please. Team 205, right on in, please. Smooth run, 967. Straight away, 967. Team 205, Legacy Jacobs, Cody LaFrance. Now Ken Hurden, Harvest White on deck at 206. 207, Cassidy Hutchinson, Steve Hampton, Rusty Cross, and Callahan Benling at 208. Ken and Harvest at 206. Boxes are yours, please. 206. Boxes are yours. 1365, including the leg. 1365, including the leg. We're looking at Ken Hurden and Harvest White now at 206. Cassidy Hutchinson, Steve Hampton at 207. Rusty Crofts, Callahan Belling, 208. Seth Whiteclay, Mike Deuce, 209. No time here at 206. 207, Cassidy Hutchinson, Steve Hampton, Rusty Cross, Callahan Belling at 208, 209, Seth Whiteclay, Mike Deuce, Ty Kitson, and Bryce Schaefer at 210. I think Steve is down below, Miss Cassidy. We'll have to pick you up in a few. We're going to drag at 225. I'll get you right after 225, okay? Before the rake, so don't go far, Cassidy. Team 208, Rusty Crofts, Callahan Belling, Seth Whiteclay, Mike Deuce at 209, Ty Kitson, Bryce Schaefer, 210, Mike Kegley, Nick Sessions, 211. Seth Whiteclay, Mike Deuce, 209. Right in, please. I'm sorry, no time here at 208, 209. Seth Whiteclay, Mike Deuce, followed by Ty Kitson, Bryce Schaefer at 210. Mike Kegley, Nick Sessions at 211. Herbert Hart and Scott Nelson at 212. Ty Kitson, Bryce Schaefer, 210. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 209, 210. Ty Kitson, Bryce Schaefer, Mike Kegley, Nick Sessions on deck at 211, 212. Herbert Hart, Scott Nelson, Alvaro Jones, and Ron Nelson, 213. Mike Kegley and Nick Sessions, 211. Boxes are yours, please. Team 211, boxes are yours, please. No time here at 210, 211. Mike Kegley, next sessions. Herbert Hart and Scott Nelson on deck at 212, 213. Alvaro Jones, Ron Nelson, Clay Counts, and Creed Sanderson at 214. Herbert and Scott, 212. Ride in, please. Team 212. Go ahead and ride in. Mike Kegley and Nick Sessions right here with the leg. That is a 14.72 including, a 14.72 including. Team 212, Herbert Hart, Scott Nelson, Alvaro Jones, Ron Nelson at 213. Clay Counts, Creed Sanderson at 214. Christina Gorzalka, Perry Joyce, 215. No time here at 212. 213, Alvaro Jones, Ron Nelson, you're up. Clay Counts, Creed Sanderson at 214. Christina Gorzalka, Perry Joyce. Then Parks and Lewis. Clay Counts, Creed Sanderson, 214. Boxes are yours, please. Team 214, boxes are yours. Christina Gorzalka, Perry Joyce, then Parks and Lewis. With a leg, that is a 13.66 including, 13.66 including. Team 214, Clay Counts, Creed Sanderson, followed by Christina Gorzalka, Perry Joyce, then Sally Parks, Ty Lewis, and then 216, McCrae Edwards and Alvaro Jones. Christina and Perry. Then Sally Parks, Ty Lewis, McCrae Edwards, Alvaro Jones. No time here. Sally Parks and Ty Lewis, please. Then McCrae Edwards and Alvaro Jones, 216. Laramie Nutter, Carson Mosette at 217. Cody Kenyon, Willis Hurden at 218. McCrae and Alvaro, ride in, please. No time here. Team 216, McCrae Edwards, Alvaro Jones, Laramie Nutter, Carson Mosette at 217, 218. Cody Kenyon, Willis Hurden, Cassidy Hutchinson, Steve Hampton. Again, I'm going to look for you after 225, Cassidy and Steve. Steve, are you here? Yes, sir. Laramie and Carson, ride in at 217, 217. And go ahead and ride in. No time here at 216, 217 at Laramie Nutter, Carson Mosette, followed by Cody Kenyon, Willis Hurden at 218, 219, Cash Baxter, Curtis Carnes, Stephanie Lindsay, and Trace Poppy, 220. Cody and Willis, 218. Ride on in, please. Team 218, go ahead and ride in, please. No time here. Let's go to 218. Cody Kenyon, Willis Hurden, and then Cash Baxter, Curtis Carnes, Stephanie Lindsay, Trace Poppy. Blaine Hubing and Flint Hance, 219, 20, and 21. Cash Baxter and Curtis Carnes, 219. Ride on in, please. Team 219, ride in. No time at 218, 219. Cash Baxter, Curtis Carnes. Stephanie Lindsay, Trace Poppy on deck at 220, 221. Blaine Huming, Flint Hance, Legacy Jacobs, Ren Edwards, 222. Stephanie Lindsay and Trace Poppy, 220. Boxes are yours, please. Team 220, boxes are yours, please. No time here at 219, 220. Stephanie Lindsay, Trace Poppy, followed by Blaine Huming, Flint Hance at 221. 222, Legacy Jacobs, Ren Edwards, Lane Erickson, and Warren Baker, 223. Blaine and Flint, 221. Boxes are yours, please. Team 221. Right on in, please. That is an 886 straightaway. 886 straightaway. Team 221, Blaine Hubing, Flint Hans, Legacy Jacobs, Ren Edwards at 222. 223, Lane Erickson, Warren Baker, Chad Weimer, Adam Sneed at 224. 225, Joe Dunn, John Doblar, then Cassidy Hutchinson, Steve Hampton. Legacy and Ren at 222. Please, team 222, please. No time here at 221. Get the lid picked up. Legacy Jacobs, Ren Edwards, followed by Lane Erickson, Warren Baker at 223, Chad Weimer, Adam Sneed, 224, 225, Joe Dunn, John Doblar, Cassidy and Steve at 207. No time here. Team 223, Lane Erickson, Warren Baker, you're up, followed by Chad Weimer, Adam Sneed, Joe Dunn, and John Doblar, then Cassidy and Steve. No time here. Chad Weimer, Adam Sneed, Joe Dunn, John Doblar, Cassidy Hutchinson, Steve Hampton. No time here at 224. Joe Dunn and John Doblar, please, and Cassidy and Steve. Nice shot. 1038 straightaway. 1038. Cassidy and Steve, please. With a leg, that is a 1397. 1397. We're going to farm and be right back with you. Team Ropers, I need you to clear out of the alley and do not come into the arena. Clear out of the alley and not into the arena, please. Not into the arena, please.
Back at it now, number 226, Grace Kelly and Trey Olson. The arena is yours. Danny Balderson and Brody Nichols, your 227, 228 is going to be Sherbinski and Fox, and then Jed Hutchison and Jason Bowman. Trey Olson. We need Trey Olson on the heel side, Grace Kelly on the front side. Danny Balderson, Brody Nichols, you can ride in as this team rides out. Then we're going to go to 228. That'll be Sherbinski and Fox, and then Jed Hutchison and Jason Brown at 229. Danny Balderson and Brody Nichols, number 227. You can ride on in. 227. Boxes are yours. We are going to be at no time here at number 226, 227 now, if you would, please. Danny Balderson and Brody Nichols, Mark Sherbinski and Grant Fox on deck. In the hold, it's going to be Jed Hutchison, Jason Bowman, and Presley Williams. Ron Schaefer, be thinking about it, please. Williams and Schaefer, 3 away. Mark Sherbinski, Grant Fox, come on in. Got a good one started right here. Danny Balderson, Brody Nichols, get him, get him. It's going to be a leg right there, 13-0-4 on down to the second arena. Mark Sherbinski and Grant Fox right now, number 228, 229 is going to be Jed Hutchison, Jason Bowman. Presley Williams and Ron Schaefer, your 230 and 231 is going to be Dave Paul and Corey Fixon. Paul and Fixon just a handful away now. Jed Hutchison, Jason Bowman, go ahead and ride on in. Hutchison, Bowman, boxes are yours. Thank you, Team Ropers, for riding on and being ready, and thank you for keeping the arena clear. Sherbinski and Fox are going to get it underway right here. They're going to come out of it with a leg 15-5-7. 15-5-7 brings us down to Jed Hutchison and Jason Bowman now. Presley Williams and Ron Schaefer, you're on deck. Dave Paul and Corey Fixon at 231 and 232 is going to be Christina Gorzolka and Bless Espinoza. Presley Williams and Rod Schaefer, go ahead and ride on in. Presley and Rod, boxes are yours. Jed Hutchison and Jason Bowman working on it right here. This is 239. No time, number 239. Down to 230 now. That's 229, excuse me. Down to 230. Presley Williams and Ron Schaefer. Dave Paul and Corey Fixon, you're on deck. Then it's going to be Garzalka and Espinoza. Richard Esterby and Ashby Stewart. You are number 233. Dave Paul and Corey Fixon, come on in. Paul and Fixon, go ahead and ride on in. Williams and Schaefer right here. We're looking at team number 230. And it's going to be a straight up 1052. Nice work. 1052. That brings us to Dave Paul and Corey Fixon. They're 231. Christina Garzolka. Christina Garzolka and Bless Espinoza. 232. Go ahead and ride on in. Paul and Fixon working on it right here. It's going to be no time. Team number 232 is going to be Christina Garzolka and Bless Espinoza. Richard Esterby and Ashby Stewart, you're on deck. Gail Skunkcap and Tuffy Limberhand, you're 234. 235 going to be Alejandro Villa and Clarence Three Irons. Richard Esterby and Ashby Stewart, go ahead and ride on in. You're 233. Garzolka and Espinoza, number 232. 232, going to be a +5 penalty on this run for a total of 15 and 11. 15-11 brings us to Richard Esterby and Ashby Stewart. They're 233. 234 going to be Skunk Cap and Limberhand. Then it's Alejandro Villa and Clarence Three Irons. Dax Tomlinson and Scott Shelley. You're 4 away. Skunk Cap and Limberhand, come on in. Doing a great job of getting through this thing. Team Ropers doing a great job. We're smooth here to 923. 923 is going to bring us to Gail Skunk Cap and Tuffy Limberhand. Alejandro Villa and Clarence Three Irons are on deck. Then it's Dax Tomlinson, Scott Shelley, and Ben Powell, Rocky Racine. Alejandro Villa and Clarence Three Irons, you are team number 235, and you are in the on-deck position. You can follow Skunk Cap and Limberhand. Alejandro Villa and Clarence Three Irons, come on in. Good to have you. This is Gail Skunk Cap and Tuffy Limberhand. We can take 3, 4, 5, half a dozen healers across the way. We can take a bunch of you. 920 on the clock right there. 920. That brings us to Alejandro Villa and Clarence Three Irons. Dax Tomlinson and Scott Shelley, 236. 237, going to be Ben Powell, Rocky Racine, Junior Gutierrez, and Gavin Francois. 238. Gutierrez and Francois, you're 238. Dax Tomlinson and Scott Shelley, number 236, right on in. Dax Tomlinson and Scott Shelley. 236, you can ride on in, please. Alejandro sticking it right there. No time, number 235. Dax Tomlinson and Scott Shelley now, number 236. 237, going to be Ben Powell and Rocky Racine. Junior Gutierrez and Gavin Francois. 238, number 239, going to be Hallie Sessions, Tracy Deuce. Sessions and Deuce, you're 4 out. Ben Powell, Rocky Racine, come on in. Ben Powell and Rocky Racine, the boxes are yours. I'm looking at Dax Tomlinson right here in the company of the Southpaw Scott Shelley. It is not going to happen for us at 236. 237 is going to be next out. Ben Powell, Rocky Racine. Junior Gutierrez and Gavin Francois, you're on deck at 238. Number 239 is going to be Hallie Sessions and Tracy Deuce and Harper Nichols. Trevor Peterson, 240. Junior Gutierrez, Gavin Francois, welcome. Come on in. Good to have you here today. Ben Powell, Rocky Racine. Powell going to put the bend on one right there. Rocky Racine going to take a leg. 1498 on the run. 1498. That puts us at number 238, Junior Gutierrez and Gavin Francois. Hallie Sessions and Tracy Deuce on deck. Then it's Harper Nichols and Trevor Peterson and Riley Fortune, Corey Fortune. Hallie Sessions, Tracy Deuce. Boxes are yours. Go ahead and ride on in. Gutierrez and Francois right here. We're looking at 238. They're going to be no time. 239 going to be next. Top of the next page. Hallie Sessions and Tracy Deuce. Harper Nichols and Trevor Peterson on deck. Your number 240. 241 is going to be Riley Fortune, Corey Fortune, Joe Dunn, Mario Cervantes. You are 4 out. Joe Dunn and Mario Cervantes, you're 4th in line. Harper Nichols and Trevor Pittman, go ahead and ride on in. There's the blonde nod. Harvard Nichols and Trevor Pittman, Peterson, go ahead and ride in, please. This is Sessions and Deuce. With 5, it's going to be a 14:45. 14 and 45. Now to Nichols and Peterson. Hallie, if you ever want to get rid of that bay horse, you know who to call first, don't you? We're at number 240. Hallie, Harper Nichols and Trevor Peterson. Riley Fortune, Corey Fortune, your 241. 242 going to be Joe Dunn, Mario Cervantes, Tegan Ribbs, and Seth Whiteclay. You are 243. Harper, it's going to be no time. I'm sorry, 240. 241 is going to be Riley Fortune, Corey Fortune, Joe Dunn, and Mario Cervantes on deck. In the hole, Tegan Calf, Boss Ribbs, and Seth Whiteclay, and Olivia Hobby. Willis Herden, you'll be 242. Excuse me, you're 244. You're 244. Joe Dunn, Mario Cervantes, we've got you on deck. You can ride on in now, Joe and Mario. Ride right on in, please. No time, unfortunately, at number 241. That'll put us down to 242. Joe Dunn, Mario Cervantes, Tegan Calf, Boss Ribbs, and Seth Whiteclay, 243. 244, going to be Hobby and Herden. Then Sam Connolly and Ken Balkenbush. Tegan and Seth, you can ride on in. Tegan and Seth, boxes are yours. Joe Dunn and Mario Cervantes, number 242. No time, number 242. We'll go to 243 now. Tegan and Seth. Olivia Hobby, Willis Herden, you're on deck. In the hold, it's going to be Sam Connolly and Ken Balkenbush. Riley Spencer and Corey Gangle, 246. You're 4 away. Spencer and Gangle, 246. You are 4 away. Olivia Hobby and Willis Herden, 244. You can ride on in. It's a no time at 243. 244 now, Hobby and Herden. Sam Connolly and Ken Balkenbush, your number 245. 246, going to be Spencer and Gangle. Cody LaFrance and Russell Mosier, 247. LaFrance and Mosier, 247. You're 4th in line. Sam Connolly and Ken Balkenbush, welcome. You can come on in at the bottom of the nod. There it is. Sam Connolly and Ken Balkenbush, welcome and come on in. That's Olivia Hobby right there in the company of Willis Herden. Going to get a wrap on him at the bottom end. Herden going to ride up. I'm sorry, not going to fit. No time on number 244. Sam Connolly and Ken Balkenbush right here. This is draw number 245. 246 will be Riley Spencer and Corey Gangle. Then it's LaFrance and Mosier and Dave Paul. Tanner Crofts, you'll be at 248. Paul and Crofts, you're 248. You're 4 away. Riley Spencer, Corey Gangle, go ahead and ride on in. Spencer and Gangle, the boxes are yours. I'm at Connolly and Balkenbush. There to the bottom end with a no time. Now to Riley Spencer and Corey Gangle at 246. 247 is going to be Cody LaFrance and Russell Mosier. Dave Paul and Tanner Crofts at 248 and 249. Cade Helvick and Kenny Helgeson. Helvick and Helgeson, you are 4th in line. Cody LaFrance and Russell Mosier. Cock your hammer, boys. You're going to be coming up next. Riley Spencer and Corey Gangle going to work right now at 246. 247, you can ride on in. There's room across the way for 3 or 4 more healers coming up. No time at number 246. Now to number 247, Cody LaFrance and Russell Mosier. Dave Paul and Tanner Crofts, you're on deck. Kate Halvick and Kenny Helgeson at 249 and 250. It's going to be Rachel Peters and Ty Lewis. Dave Paul and Tanner Crofts, number 248. Come on in. 248, come on in. It is good to have you in the Metro on a fantastic Friday. No time at number 247. That'll bring it down to 248. Dave Paul and Tanner Crofts. Kate Helvick and Kenny Helgeson, you'll be at 249. 250 is going to be Rachel Peterson, Ty Lewis, and Jen Brander, Hudson Roush. Jen Brander and Hudson Roush. You are fourth to run. Kate Helvick and Kenny Helgeson, you're draw number 249, and the boxes are yours. Kate Helvick and Kenny Helgeson, thanks for riding on and in, being ready. Boys, that's exactly the way we like to see it done. Dave Paul and Tanner Crofts are going to come on one right here and be in no time. Kate Helvick and Kenny Helgeson, they got their hammer cocked. They're ready to rock. Rachel Peters and Ty Lewis now number 250. You're going to be on deck. Then it's Jen Brander and Hudson Roush and R.J. Goss, Drayton Broderson. Rachel Peters and Ty Lewis, you can ride on in. Kate Helvick and Kenny Helgeson, look how well it works when you do it like that. 9-1-2. 9 and 1-2. Good luck down in the second arena, boys. Rachel Peters and Ty Lewis right here, number 250. 251 is going to be Jen Brander and Hudson Roush. R.J. Goss and Dayton Broderson, your number 252. And 253 is going to be Delbert Begay and John File Steele. Jen Brander and Hudson Roush, right on in if you would, please. Jen Brander, Hudson Roush, right on in. Team Ropers, you are doing an absolutely amazing job of riding in and being ready and going through this thing at a nice pace. Jen Brander and Hudson Roush, number 251, coming at you right now. Then it's going to be R.J. Goss and Drayton Broderson, Delbert Begay and John File Steele, your 253, and Junior Gutierrez, Warren Baker, your team number 254. Team 252, R.J. Goss and Drayton Broderson, welcome. Come right in on. The Metro is happy to have you. Branders and Roush right here out the bottom, no time. Team 252, R.J. Goss and Drayton Broderson, Delbert Begay and John File Steele. You're going to be on deck at 253. 254 will be Junior Gutierrez and Warren Baker. Hubert Hart, Travis Koenig, you are 4 away. Delbert Begay and John File Steele, 253. Right on in. 253, you can ride in, please. R.J. Goss and Drayton Broderson right here, number 252. 252, going to be a +5 penalty for 17.94. 17.94 will bring us down to Delbert Begay and John File Steele. Junior Gutierrez and Warren Baker on deck. Then Hubert Hart and Travis Koenig. And then it is number 256. It's Colton Graham and Jeff Brander at 256. Graham and Brander, you're 256. You're 4 away. Junior Gutierrez and Warren Baker, go ahead and ride on in. Gutierrez and Baker, the boxes are yours. Delbert Begay and John File Steele at 253. We are going to get him. We're going to get him. 13.95. 13.95. Junior Gutierrez, Warren Baker right here, number 254. 255 is going to be Hart and Koenig. 256 is Colton Graham and Jeff Brander and Shea Herbert, that is, Adam Sneed. Shea and Adam, you're 4 away. Hubert Hart and Travis Koenig. Boxes are yours. Come on in. It is no time at 254. Hubert Hart and Travis Koenig coming up right here. This is 255. It's Koenig, excuse me. Hubert Hart, Travis Koenig, I understand. Colton Graham and Jeff Brander on deck at 256. 257 is going to be Shea Herbert and Adam Steed. Mike and Tracy Deuce, you are 258. Hubert Hart and Travis Koenig going to work right now. Colton Graham and Jeff Brander right on in. Colton Graham and Jeff Brander, go ahead and ride on in, please. Nice run, team. Nice run indeed. 10.04. Go down to the second arena. Get you another one like that. We'll see you in the short round. That'll bring us to team number 256. Colton Graham and Jeff Brander. Shea Herbert and Adam Sneed, your 257. 258 is going to be Deuce and Caden Nordstrom, Caden Rhodes, your 259. Shea Herbert and Adam Sneed, 257. Go ahead and ride on in. 257, you can ride on in. It's going about as good as it can go right here, Team Ropers, and it's thanks to nobody but you. You're doing an amazing job. No time at 256. Let's go to 257. This will be Shea Herbert and Adam Sneed. Then Mike Deuce and Tracy Deuce at 258. 259 is going to be Nordstrom and Rhodes, and then Bud Williams and John Marmon at 260. Mike Deuce, Tracy Deuce, come on in. Deuce and Deuce, the boxes are yours. Shea Herbert and Adam Sneed, they're going to get one put together right here with a leg. 14.12. 14.12. Now let's go to Mike Deuce. Let's go to Tracy Deuce. Mike and Tracy Deuce. Tracy Deuce, are you with us? Let's go to Caleb Nordstrom and Caden Rhodes. This is number 259. 259, if you would, please. Bud Williams and John Marmon, you're on deck. Jim Goodwin and Wayne Monroe. Your 261 and 262 is going to be Stephanie Lindsay and Chris Eckhart. Do we have Caleb Nordstrom and Caden Rhodes? Nordstrom and Rhodes. What about Bud Williams and John Marmon? Caleb Nordstrom. We don't have Caden Rhodes, I believe. Bud Williams and John Marmon, let's go your way. Bud Williams and John Marmon. Then Jim Goodwin and Wayne Monroe. Stephanie Lindsay and Chris Eckhart. You'll be 262 and 263 is going to be Lane Erickson, Legend Real Bird. Jim Goodwin and Wayne Monroe at 261. You can ride on in 261 if you would, please. Bud Williams on the front side. John Marmon, 260. John Marmon had a phenomenal week in partial back in June. Unfortunately, it's not going to carry over to here. No time. Number 260. It'll put us to 261. Jim Goodwin and Wayne Monroe. Stephanie Lindsay and Chris Eckhart. You'll be on deck. Lane Erickson and Legend Real Beard. Your 263 and 264 is going to be Cassidy Hutchison and Weston Paul. Stephanie Lindsay, Chris Eckhart. You can ride on in. Lindsay and Eckhart, go ahead and ride on in, please. Goodwin and Monroe right here, number 261 with 5. The number is 1594. 15-94. Stephanie Lindsay now and Chris Eckhart. Lane Erickson and Legend Real Beard do 263. 4 is going to be Hutchison and Paul and Clay 3 Irons, Sam Hobley. Clay 3 Irons and Sam Hobley, just a couple out. Lane Erickson, Legend Real Beard, 263. Go ahead and ride on in. 263, please. Stephanie Lindsay and Chris Eckhart. Coming across the head, pin, a couple of nods of the head for timing to no avail. Lane Erickson, Legend Real Bird. Now the arena is yours. Second in line is going to be Hutchison and Paul. Clay 3 Irons. And Sam Hobley. You'll be 265. And then Tegan Calf Boss Ribs and Daryl Sankador. Cassidy Hutchison and Weston Paul, number 264. You can ride on in. Unfortunately, it's going to be no time at 263. That'll put us at 264. Cassidy Hutchison and Weston Paul. Clay 3 Irons and Sam Hobley. You are on deck. Then the hole is going to be Tegan Calf Boss Ribs and Daryl Sankador. And then it's Dan Carr and Roger Lewis. Do we have Mike and Tracy Deuce in the house right here? Can we go that way? Mike and Tracy Deuce. We had Mike Deuce a moment ago. Mike Deuce, do we have you? There we go. Caleb Nordstrom and Caden Rhodes. If you're with us, ride in as this team rides out. Caleb Nordstrom and Caden Rhodes. Go ahead and ride in, please. Mike and Tracy Deuce right here, number 258. Caleb Nordstrom and Caden Rhodes. Justin and Nick 3 Irons, you are needed at the practice pin. Justin and Nick 3 Irons, you're needed at the practice pin. Cassidy Hutchison and Weston Paul, you can ride on in if you're with us. Cassidy Hutchison, Weston Paul, go ahead and ride in. It's a no time at 2:59. I don't believe we've got 264 just yet. We'll get you at the bottom of the page, Cassidy. Clay 3 Irons and Sam Hobley. Do we have you with us? Clay 3 Irons and Sam Hobley? Absolutely. Good to see. Tegan Calf, Boss Ribs, and Daryl Sankador. You're number 266. 267 will be Dan Carr and Roger Lewis. Then Jen Brander and Lindsay Koenig. Jen Brander and Lindsay Koenig. You're 268, and you're going to be fourth out. Ribs and Sankador. Go ahead and ride on in. Ribs and Sankador, you can ride on in. Clay 3 Irons and Sam Hobley right here. Number 265. They're going to come out of it with a 14-18. That's with a leg. 14-18 includes the leg. Now to Tegan Calf-Boss Ribs and Daryl Sankador. Dan Carr and Roger Lewis, you're on deck. In the hold, it'll be Jen Brander and Lindsey Koenig and Rachel Peters, Bob Peters at 269. Dan and Roger, come on in. Dan and Roger, you can ride in, please. Tegan and Dale right here looking at team number 266. They're going to get it in a +5 for a 1393. 1393 will bring us down to draw number 267. Dan Carr and Roger Lewis. Jen Brander and Lindsey Koenig, you're going to be on deck. Then it's Rachel Peters and Bob Peters, Kelsey Buchel and John Filesteel. Kelsey Buchel and John Filesteel, be thinking about it. We are coming your way. Hold up at the line just a second, please. We got a man down. There we go. Dan Carr, Roger Lewis, at your leisure now, please. Jen Brander and Lindsey Koenig, number 268. You can ride on in. 268 boxes are yours. Carr and Lewis, no time, darn it. That brings us down to number 268, Jen Brander and Lindsey Koenig. Rachel Peters and Bob Peters, you're on deck. Kelsey Buchel and John Filesteel, you're 270. 271 is going to be Jack Lund and Caden Albertson, that is. Caden Albertson, you are team number 271. Rachel Peters and Bob Peters, number 269. Go ahead and ride on in. 269. Ride on in, please. Brander and Koenig, number 268. No time on number 268. It is Koenig. Is it not Koenig? I'll try and get it most of the time. Thank you. Rachel Peters and Bob Peters, 269. 270. Going to be Buchel and Filesteel. Then Jack Lund and Caden Albertson and Rick Hoover, Ken Balkenbush. Hoover and Balkenbush just a few out. Buchel and Filesteel at 270. Go ahead and ride in. Rachel Peters and Bob Peters right here, number 269. Come on, BP. Going to get out of this one straight up. Good work. You're 970. 9.70 brings us to Kelsey Buchel and John Filesteel. Jack Lund and Caden Albertson. You're going to be on deck. In the hold, it'll be Rick Hoover, Ken Balkenbush. And number 273 is going to be Cody McCabe and Jay Cochran. We are looking for John Filesteel on the backside. I believe I see him trying to coax old paint through the hole. Jack Lund and Caden Albertson, go ahead and ride on in. Jack Lund and Caden Albertson, ride on in, please. Buchel and Filesteel, number 270. With 5, the number is going to be 14 and 12. 14-1-2. Jack Lund and Caden Albertson now, number 271. 272 going to be Hoover and Balkenbush. Then it's Cody McCabe and Jay Cochran and Shea Herbert, Callahan Belling. Shea Herbert, Callahan Belling, you're number 274, and you're going to be 4th out. 272, Rick Hoover, Ken Balkenbush. Hoover and Balkenbush, go ahead and ride on in. Jack Lund and Caden Albertson right here. Good-looking yellow pony putting the bend on the bottom end to no avail. No time at 271. 272 coming up now. This is Rick Hoover and Ken Balkenbush. On deck, it's 273. That'll be Cody McCabe and Jay Cochran. Shea Herbert, Callahan Belling at 274. And 275 is going to be Winston Blackmore and Cash Baxter. Cody McCabe and Jay Cochran, you can ride on in. McCabe and Cochran, ride on in, please. We're in no time here at number 272. Number 273, top of the next page, Cody McCabe. Jay Cochran, the arena is yours. Shea Herbert and Callahan Belling, you're on deck at 274, 275. Going to be Winston Blackmore, Cash Baxter. And then it's Bristol and Lonnie Smith. Bristol Small and Lonnie Smith. Shea Herbert and Callahan Belling, ride on in. Shea Herbert, Callahan Belling, you can go ahead and ride in. We're smooth here, 847. Smooth run of 847. That brings us to Shea Herbert and Callahan Belling. Winston Blackmore and Cash Baxter, you're going to be on deck. Bristol and Lonnie at 276. Talon Neville and Lance Ingwerson, you're 277. Winston Blackmore and Cash Baxter, 275. Right on in, 275. Right in if you would, please. Herbert and Belling right here, number 274. Belling going to get old Bucky Road up to the spot and set the trap. Take a leg, 1760. 1760. Now to Winston Blackmore and Cash Baxter. Bristol Small and Lonnie Smith on deck at 276. 277 is going to be Talon Neville and Lance Ingwerson. Team number 278. Please be ready. 278, be ready, please. Bristol Small and Lonnie Smith at 276. Go ahead and ride on in. 276. Ride in, please. And no time at 275. 276 coming up right now. Bristol Small and Lonnie Smith. Then it is Talon Neville and Lance Ingwerson. You'll be followed by Alex Lawrence and Scott Nelson, Rattler DeJarle, and Travis Koenig. You are coming at 279. Talon Neville and Lance Ingwersen in number 277, right on in. 277, right in, please. Going to be a no time here at number 276. We're going to 277 now. Talon Neville and Lance Ingwersen. Alex Lawrence and Scott Nelson, your 278, 279. Going to be Rattler and Travis. Chad Weimer and Adam Libby, number 280. Number 280, you're just a handful away now. Alex Lawrence and Scott Nelson, number 278. Right in, 278. You can ride in, please. Talon Neville and Lance Ingwersen right here, number 277. They're going to be smooth at an 859. 859. That brings us to draw number 278. Alex Lawrence and Scott Nelson. Rattler DeJarle and Travis Koenig. that is, you can ride on in. Rattler DeJarle, Travis Koenig. Boxes are yours. Lawrence and Nelson taking that one out the bottom end with a no time. That'll put us to Rattler DeJarle and Travis Koenig. Chad Weimer and Adam Libby, you're on deck in the hold. It'll be Mervin Packano, Gus Cummings, and then Jeremiah Riley and Jay Stetson. Chad Weimer and Adam Libby at 280. Go ahead and ride in. 280. Go ahead and ride in, please. DeJarle and Koenig. Going to get one stretched out right here in 10.07. 10.07. Chad Weimer and Adam Libby coming up now. They're number 280. 281 is going to be Mervin Packano and Gus Cummings. Then it's Jeremiah Rayleigh and Jay Stetson, Travian Sessions, and Gail Matt. You're 283. Sessions and Matt, you're 283. You're going to be fourth out. No time, but number 280. Mervin Packano and Gus Cummings right now, number 281. 282 going to be Riley and Stetson. Sessions and Matt, your third out. Then I'm going to get Cassidy Hutchison and Weston Paul. Cassidy Hutchison and Weston Paul, you're coming up in just a few. Jeremiah Riley and Jay Stetson, 282. Go ahead and ride in. 282. Boxes are yours. And we're smooth here for an 887. That's Packano and Cummings. It's an 887. We are at draw number 282 now. Jeremiah Rayleigh and Jay Stetson. Travian Sessions and Gail Matt, you're on deck in the hold. It's going to be Cassidy Hutchison and Weston Paul. And then we drop down to Loudon Zorg and Sid Brantner. Sessions and Matt, 283, right in. No time on number 282. We'll go to 283 now. Travian Sessions and Gail Matt. On deck, we'll see Hutchison and Paul. Then we drop down to 284. That'll be Loudon Zorg and Sid Brander and Ashley Koenig, Lindsey Koenig. Koenig and Koenig, just a handful out. Cassidy Hutchison and Weston Paul, go ahead and ride in. Cassidy and Weston, the boxes are yours. Unfortunately, it's a no time at number 283. That'll put us to Cassidy Hutchison and Weston Paul right here. Then it's Loudon Zorg and Sid Brander at 284. 285 is going to be Ashley Koenig and Lindsey Koenig. Then Taryn Ogden and Kenny Helgeson at 286. Loudon and Sid, you can ride on in. Loudon and Sid, boxes are yours. Unfortunately, it's a no time for Cassidy Hutchison and Weston Paul, which is going to put us at draw number 284. Loudon Zorg and Sid Brander. Ashley and Lindsey Koenig, you're going to be on deck. You're 285, 286, going to be Darren Ogden and Kenny Helgeson. Elias and John Filesteel, just a couple out. Ashley Koenig and Lindsey Koenig, you can ride on in. Koenig and Koenig, boxes are yours. Zorg and Brander right here, number 284. Going to take a couple of laps around the pin. I'm sorry, no time on number 284. Let's go to Koenig and Koenig right now. Better hang on and get the arena cleared out. Ashley Koenig and Lindsey Koenig. Zorg and Brander, you're coming after 289. Zorg and Brander going to run after 289. Ashley Koenig and Lindsey Koenig right here. Darren Ogden and Kenny Helgerson, your number 286. Go ahead and ride on in. Koenig and Koenig going to be a +5, 1534. 1534. Now let's go to team number 286. Darren Ogden and Kenny Helgerson. Elias and John Filesteel on deck. Rylan Erickson and Caden Albertson, you could be at 288. And Cedar Kaplan, Rocky Racine, you're 289. Filesteel and Filesteel, go ahead and ride on in. It's a no time number 286, now to 287. Elias and John Filesteel. Rylan Erickson and Caden Albertson, you're going to be on deck. Then it's Cedar Kaplan and Rocky Racine. And then I'm going to try to get Loudon Zwarg and Sid Brander. Ryden Erickson and Caden Albertson, number 288. You can ride on in, please. 288, please. Filesteel and Filesteel. Dang the luck anyhow. Going to be no time. And that brings us to Rylan Erickson and Caden Albertson. Cedar Kaplan, Rocky Racine, you're going to be on deck. Loudon's Oregon, Sid Brander, you're going to be third to go. And then it's Laramie Nutter and Matthew Heather Shaw. Cedar Kaplan, Rocky Racine, number 289. You can ride in. It's a no time here at number 288. Cedar Kaplan, Rocky Racine coming up right now. Then it's going to be Loudon Zwarg and Sid Brander. Laramie Nutter and Matthew Heathershaw, you're at 290. And 291 is going to be Shea Herbert and Caleb Duffield. Loudon Zwarg and Sid Brander. Go ahead and ride on in. Loudon and Sid, you can ride in. Laramie Nutter and Matthew Heathershaw, number 290. 291 is going to be Shea Herbert and Caleb Duffield. Mark Hilton and Bryce Schaefer, 292. And Cruz Curley, Tony Desital, you're 293. Laramie Nutter and Matthew Heathershaw, go ahead and ride on in. Nutter and Heathershaw, you can ride in, please. Going to be no time right here. We are right now on draw number 290. That's going to be Laramie Nutter and Matthew Heathershaw. Shea Herbert and Caleb Duffield on deck at 291. 292 going to be Mark Hilton and Bryce Schaefer, Cruz Curley and Tony Desital. You're 293. Shea Herbert and Caleb Duffield at 291. You can ride on in. 291. You can ride on in, please. Laramie Nutter. Matthew Heathershaw. Going to be no time. We'll go to right now, number 291, Shea Herbert and Caleb Duffield. Mark Hilton and Bryce Schaefer, you're on deck. Cruz Curley and Tony Desital, you're 293 and 294. Going to be Tellin DeVille and Clarence Three Irons. Hilton and Schaefer, go ahead and ride in. Hilton and Schaefer, ride in, please. There's some team roping. +5. We got one in 1340 here. 1340. That'll bring us to Mark Hilton and Bryce Schaefer. Cruz Curley and Tony Desital on deck. In the hole, it's going to be Tellin DeVille and Clarence Three Irons and Mike Kegley, Trevor Peterson, 295. Erickson and Albertson, you'll follow 295. Cruz Curley, Tony Desital, you can ride on in. Cruz Curley, Tony Desital, go ahead and ride on in. Going to be no time at 292. We'll go to 293, Cruz Curley and Tony Desital. Tellin DeVille and Clarence Three Irons. You're going to be on deck. Then Mike Kegley, Trevor Peterson, And we'll be looking for Rylan Erickson and Caden Albertson then. Tellin Neville and Clarence 3 irons. Welcome. Come on in. Boxes are yours. Cruz Curley and Tony Desatel right here. Looky there. Looky there. Straight up, 8.84. I'll bet you my bottom dollar that Clinton Foster got a great shot of that great run. Make sure you check that out. It's Clinton Foster Photography. Clinton Foster Photography. He is set up right here in the Metro with us. Tellin Neville and Clarence 3 irons coming at you right now. Mike Kegley, Trevor Peterson, go ahead and ride on in. Third out is going to be Erickson and Albertson. Then it's Hubert Hart and Jay Cochran. We got 5 more here for a 14:31. 14:31. Now to Mike Kegley, Trevor Peterson on deck. We'll be looking at Rylan and Caden Albertson. Then it's Hubert Hart and Jay Cochran and Chad Weimer. Tony Monaco. Rylan Erickson, Caden Albertson, the boxes are yours. Rylan, Caden, ride on in, please. That looks good from here. +5, 13.51. 13 and 51. Rylan Erickson, Caden Albertson right now. Then it's going to be Hubert Hart and Jay Cochran. Weimer and Monaco. Third to run at 297 and 298. It's going to be Andrew Cote and Terry Moe. Chad, Hubert Hart, that is. Jay Cochran right on in. Hubert Hart and Jay Cochran. Boxes are yours. We're 5 here. 12, 3, 9. 12 and 39. That'll bring us to draw number 296. Hubert Hart and Jay Cochran. Chad Weimer and Tony Monaco on deck. Andrew Cote and Terry Moe, your 298 and 299. Chad Weimer and Tony Monaco. Andrew Cote and Terry Moe, number 298. Go ahead and ride on in. 298, ride in, please. Chad Weimer and Tony Monaco right now. Number 297. 297. It is going to be no time for 297. 298, Andrew Cote and Terry Moe. Christian Bevins and Dawson Lewis, you're on deck. Christian Bevins and Dawson Lewis, number 299. 299, going to be no time. Number 298, down to 299. Christian Bevins and Dawson Lewis. Dax Tomlinson and Corey Gangle on deck. In the hold, it's going to be Presley Williams and Trace Poppy, Blaine Huntley, and Lindsay Koenig. Lindsay Koenig. You're 302. Dax Tomlinson and Corey Gangle, number 300. Go ahead and ride in. 300. Go ahead and ride in, please. Going to be no time here at number 299. We're at 300. Dax Tomlinson and Corey Gangle. Presley Williams and Trace Papa, you're on deck. Blaine Huntley and Lindsay Koenig, you're at 302 and 303. Going to be Alvaro Jones and Alvaro Jones. Presley Williams, Trace Poppy, come on in. The boxes are yours. Tomlinson and Gangle right now, number 300. Team number 300 going to do it right. They're 10.48. 10.48. That'll bring us to Presley Williams and Trace Poppy, Blaine Huntley and Lindsay Koenig. You're going to be on deck. Then Jones and Jonathan O'Neill, McCray Edwards at 304. Blaine and Lindsay, go ahead and ride on in. Blaine and Lindsay, go ahead and ride in. Williams and Poppy right here, number 301. Got it. 934. Nice done. Nicely done. Williams and Poppy, you're 934. That'll put us down to draw number 302. Blaine Huntley and Lindsay Koenig. Alvaro Jones and Alvaro Jones, you're going to be on deck. Then it's O'Neill and Edwards and Quaid Sadler, Tom Williams. No time at number 302. 303 coming up now. Alvaro Jones and Alvaro Jones. Jonathan O'Neill and McCrae Edwards on deck at 304. Number 305 is going to be Sadler and Williams, Cedar Kaplan and John Filesteel. We're just a few away from you. Cedar Kaplan, John Filesteel, we are coming your way. Jonathan O'Neill and McCrae Edwards, your team number 304, and the boxes are yours. 304, you can go ahead and ride in. Jones and Jones right here. We're looking at number 303. They're straight up, 11 and 14. 11 and 14 will bring us down to Jonathan O'Neill and McCrae Edwards. Quade Sadler and Tom Williams, your 305. 306 going to be Kaplan and Filesteel. And then number 307 will be Rattler DeJarley and Lucas Curley. Rattler DeJarley, Lucas Curley, you're just a few out. Quade Sadler and Tom Williams at 305. You can ride on in. 305, if you would, please. Out the bottom, adios. No time right there. To Quade Sadler now and Tom Williams, we're at 305. Cedar Kaplan and John Filesteel, you are going to be on deck. In the hole, we're going to be looking at Rattler DeJarley and Lucas Curley and Brad Duffield, Caleb Duffield, your 308. Cedar Kaplan and John Filesteel, go ahead and ride in. Cedar Kaplan and John Filesteel, you can ride on in. Quade Sadler and Tom Williams trying to make, look at that heel loop. What an enormous, ravenously hungry heel loop right there. Nice work, your 1006. Nice work, your 1006. Cedar Kaplan, John Filesteel, 306. On deck, it's going to be Rattler DeJarley and Lucas Curley. Then Brad Duffield, Caleb Duffield, and Jacoby Jacobs, Daryl Sankador. Jacobs and Sankador just a couple away now. Rattler DeJarley and Lucas Curley, number 307. You can ride on in. Number 307. Boxes are yours. It's going to be no time here at number 306. That'll put us at 307. Rattler DeJarley and Lucas Curley. Brad Duffield and Caleb Duffield, you'll be on deck. Jacoby Jacobs and Daryl Sankador at 309 and 310 is going to be Claude Lemire and Tessie Lemire. Lemire and Lemire. You're a few away now. Brad Duffield and Caleb Duffield at 308. You can ride on in. 308, go ahead and ride in, please. DeJarley and Curley, number 307. 307 right here. Rattler and Lucas taking a no time. We drop down to number 308 now. Brad Duffield and Caleb Duffield. Jacoby Jacobs and Daryl Sankador, you're on deck in the hole. It's going to be Claude Lemire, Tessie Lemire, and Mervyn Pacino, Don McKenzie, 311. Hold up at the line just a hot second, please. There we go. We got them out. It's all yours. Brad and Caleb, the arena is yours. Jacoby Jacobs and Daryl Sankador, go ahead and ride on in. Jacoby Jacobs and Daryl Sankador, you can ride in, please. Brad Duffield and Caleb Duffield right now, number 308. Caleb taking a quick shot. No time, number 308. 309 coming up now. Jacoby Jacobs and Daryl Sankador. Claude Lemire and Tessie Lemire, you're on deck at 310. 311 is going to be Mervyn Pacino and Don McKenzie. Then Libby Diedrichs and Trevor Peterson. Libby Diedrichs and Trevor Peterson, you're 312. Claude Lemire, Tessie Lemire, 310. Go ahead and ride in. 310, you can ride in. Jacoby Jacobs and Daryl Sankador now, number 309. It's a no time, number 309. 310 coming up now. Claude Lemire and Tessie Lemire. Mervyn Pacino and Don McKenzie at 311. 312 is going to be Diedrichs and Peterson. Jim Goodwin, Corey Fortune, 313. Jim Goodwin and Corey Fortune, you're 313. Mervyn Pacino and Don McKenzie, that is, right on in. Pacino and McKenzie right on. No time at 310. We're going to go to Mervyn Pacino and Don McKenzie right here, number 311. 312 is going to be Libby Diedrichs and Trevor Peterson, then Jim Goodwin and Corey Fortune and Colton Broderson, Creed Sanderson. Broderson and Sanderson, you're number 314. You are 4 away. Libby Diedrichs and Trevor Peterson at number 312. You can ride on in. 312. Ride on in, please. Mervyn Pacino and Don McKenzie, 311. With 5, you're looking at 16, 13. 16 and 13. That'll bring us to Libby Diedrichs and Trevor Peterson. Jim Goodwin and Corey Fortune on deck at 313. 314 going to be Broderson and Sanderson. Alex Carpenter and Jeremiah Richardson at 315. Carpenter and Richardson, you're at 315. Trevor Peterson right here on the backside. Jim Goodwin, Corey Fortune, 313. You can ride on in. 313 boxes are yours. Libby Diedrichs, Trevor Peterson, number 312. We are at no time. That'll put us down to number 313 now. Jim Goodwin and Corey Fortune. Colton Broderson and Creed Sanderson at 314. 315 is going to be Alex Carpenter and Jeremiah Richardson, Swade Schindler, Treg Olson, your 316. 316 going to be fourth out. Colton Broderson and Creed Sanderson right on in. Broderson and Sanderson, you are welcome. Come right on in. Jim Goodwin and Corey Fortune right here at 313. They're going to be in no time. Team number 314 coming at you now. Colton Broderson and Creed Sanderson. Then it's Alex Carpenter and Jeremiah Richardson. Swade Schindler and Treg Olson at 316 and 317 is going to be Tanner Crofts and Legend Real Bird. Alex Carpenter, Jeremiah Richardson, 315. Right on in. Broderson and Sanderson right here at 314. 927. 9 and 27 will put us to Alex Carpenter, Jeremiah Richardson, Swade Schindler, and Treg Olson. You're going to be on deck. Tanner Cross, the Legend Real Bird at 317 and 318. Going to be Dave Paul and Bob Peters. And again, Team Ropers, try to know your numbers and be in the arena in an appointed position, ready to ride in when you are up. We are at Carpenter and Richardson, number 315. Swade Schindler and Treg Olson, go ahead and ride in. Schindler and Olson, boxes are yours. Alex Carpenter right here and Jeremiah Richardson. Dang it, I'm sorry. No time. Down to number 316 now. Swade Schindler and Treg Olson. Tanner Crofts and Legend Real Bird on deck in the hold. It's going to be Dave Paul and Bob Peters. Dion Lodgepole and Trace Poppy, 319. Dion Lodgepole and Trace Poppy, you're 319. You're going to be fourth out. And Tanner Crofts, Legend Real Bird, go ahead and ride on in. Schindler and Olson right here, number 316. 5 on the front and 5 on the back. 18 and a half. 1850. That puts us to Tanner Crofts and Legend Real Bird. This is number 317. 318 is going to be Dave Paul and Bob Peters and Dion Lodgepole and Trace Poppy and Riley Spencer, Bill Gunville. Riley Spencer and Bill Gunville, you are 4 away. Hey, no time right there. Number 317 out of 318. Dave Paul and Bob Peters. Dion Lodgepole and Trace Poppy, 319. Number 320 going to be Spencer and Gunville. And then Frank Bevins and Colton Graham, 321. Dion Lodgepole and Trace Poppy. Right on in. Lodgepole and Poppy. The boxes are yours. Paul and Peters at 318. Going to be no time. Dion Lodgepole and Trace Poppy. Riley Spencer and Bill Gunville going to be next out. Riley Spencer and Bill Gunville. Can we go there? We are there. Frank Bevins and Colton Graham, you're going to be on deck. Then Dan Yates and Scott Shelley and Christian Bevins, Callahan Belling. No time at 320. We'll go to 321 now. Frank Bevins and Colton Graham. Dan Yates and Scott Shelley on deck. In the hole is going to be Bevins and Belling. And we'll go to Will Pisani and Seth Longbreak at 324. Then Yates and Scott Shelley right on in. Yates and Shelley. Boxes are yours. That's Frank Bevins and Colton Graham. They're going to be in no time. We drop down to number 322, Dan Yates and Scott Shelley. Bevins and Belling, you are second in line. Then it's going to be Will Pisani, Seth Longbreak, and Dax Tomlinson, Tom Knight. Dave Paul and Bob Peters and Dion Lodgepole, Trace Poppy, you are going to run back-to-back after 325. Number 323, Christian Bevins and Callahan Belling. Go ahead and ride in. Yates and Shelley right here looking at 322. They're going to get it done in 872. 872. Christian Bevins right now. Christian Bevins and Callahan Belling. Pisani Longbreak, you're on deck. Dax Tomlinson, Tom Knight, you are third to go. And then it's going to be Dave Paul and Bob Peters. Will Pisani and Seth Longbreak right on in. Pisani and Longbreak right on in, please. Going to be straight up right there. 10-14. 10-14. That'll bring us to Will Pisani and Seth Longbreak. Dax Tomlinson and Tom Knight, you're on deck. In the hole, it's going to be Dave Paul and Bob Peters and Dion Lodgepole, Trace Poppy, fourth out. Lodgepole and Poppy, you're fourth out. Dax Tomlinson and Tom Knight, 325. You can ride on in 325. Ride right in if you would, please. Straight up right there. We're looking at a 10-1-2, 10-12. Dax Tomlinson and Tom Knight are going to be next up. They're 325. Then we'll go to Dave Paul and Bob Peters, followed by Dion Lodgepole and Trace Poppy. Bud Williams and Daryl Sankador. Be thinking about it. You are just a handful away now. Dax Tomlinson and Tom Knight. Go ahead, going to work right here. Dave Paul and Bob Peters, you can ride in. Looky here, looky here, looky here. 9:15 for Tomlinson and Knight. 9 and 15. That'll put us at Dave Paul and Bob Peters and Dion Lodgepole and Trace Poppy. From there, we're going to be back to 326. That'll be Bud Williams and Daryl Sankador and Max LaCroix, Rod Schaefer. You're fourth to go now. Dion Lodgepole and Trace Poppy, go ahead and ride on in. You're number 319. No time, number 318. We're at 319 now. This is Dion Lodgepole and Trace Poppy. Bud Williams and Daryl Sankador will be on deck. Then it's Max LaCroix and Rod Schaefer and Junior Gutierrez, Don McKenzie. Bud Williams and Daryl Sankador coming up right now at 326. Max LaCroix and Rod Schaefer, 327. You can ride in. Bud Williams and Daryl Sankador, number 326. No time right there. Down to number 327 now, Max LaCroix and Rod Schaefer. Junior Gutierrez and Don McKenzie on deck at 328. 329 is going to be Caleb Sparks and Ashby Stewart. Mervyn Pacino and Ann Ferris, your 330. With 5, you're looking at $15.99. $15.99. That'll put us down to team number 328, Junior Gutierrez and Don McKenzie. Caleb Sparks and Ashby Stewart, you'll be on deck. Mervyn Pacino and Ann Ferris at 330. And 331, Colton Broderson and Corey Gangle. Caleb Sparks and Ashby Stewart at 329. You can ride in. 329. Right on in, please. Gutierrez and McKenzie right here, number 328. No time at 328. 329 going to be Caleb Sparks and Ashby Stewart. Mervyn Pacino and Ann Ferris, you'll be on deck. Broderson and Gangle at 331 and 332. Going to be Cassidy Hutchison and John File Steele. Mervyn Packano and Ferris at 330. You can ride on in. 330. The boxes are yours. Caleb Sparks and Ashby Stewart right here. We're looking at number 329, and there's going to be no time. That'll put us at number 330. Mervyn Packano and Ann Ferris right now, number 330. 331, Broderson and Gangle, Cassidy Hutchison, John Filesteel. You're 332. Then it's Swade Schindler and Steve Hampton. Colton Broderson and Corey Gangle at 331. You can ride on 8 and 331. Ride and please with 5. We're 1483. 1483. Now to Colton Broderson and Corey Gangle. Cassidy Hutchison and John Filesteel. You're on deck at 332. 333. Going to be Schindler and Hampton. Jonathan Hill and Harvest White, 334. Cassidy Hutchison and John Filesteel at 332. Go ahead and ride in. Broderson and Gangle right here. Going to be no time. We'll go to 332 now. Cassidy Hutchison and John Filesteel. Schindler and Hampton on deck. Jonathan Hill and Harvest White. And then Ariana Henry and Cruz Arrow. Swade Schindler and Steve Hampton, 333. You can ride on in. 333. You can ride in. Hutchison and Filesteel at 332 plus 5. You're looking at 1497. 1497. We're to Swade Schindler now and Steve Hampton. Jonathan Hill and Harvest White, you're on deck. Ariana Henry and Cruz Arrow at 335. And Billy Lemire, Tessie Lemire, 336. Practice arena is open, Team Rovers. The practice arena is open. If you want to run a couple of practice tiers, maybe score a couple, practice arena is open. No time. Let's go to Harvest. Jonathan Hill and Harvest White. Ariana Henry and Cruz Arrow right on it in your 335. Hill and White are going to be no time. Down at number 335 now, Ariana Hill and Cruz Arrow. Billy Lemire and Tessie Lemire, 336, 337 is going to be Delbert Begay and Jace Nelson. Chad Weimer and Colton Graham, your 338. Billy Lemire, Tessie Lemire, come on in. Lemire and Lemire, the boxes are yours. That's Ariana Henry and Cruz Arrow. Cruz, get you some, cowboy. Nice work. Got you in 7.61. 7 and 61. Delbert Begay, Jace Nelson. Delbert Begay and Jace Nelson, go ahead and ride in. No time, number 336. No time, 336. That'll put us at Delbert Begay, Jace Nelson. Chad Weimer and Colton Graham, you're going to be on deck. Hallie Sessions and Ryan Ford, you 339, 340. Going to be John Husky and Todd Heggie. Chad Weimer and Colton Graham, 338. Go ahead and ride on in. 338, you can ride in. Begay and Nelson working on it right here. They're 337. They're going to be no time. We're at Chad Weimer and Colton Graham. Hallie Sessions and Ryan Ford on deck in the hold. It's going to be John Husky and Todd Heggie. Then we'll go to 341. That'll be Rob Erickson and Seth Long Break. Hallie Sessions, Ryan Ford, number 339. You can ride on in. 339, please. Weimer and Graham right here looking at 338. 338. That one's going to be plus 5 for a total of 1571. 1571. Hallie Sessions and Ryan Ford coming up right now. 339. 340 going to be John Husky, Todd Heggie. Then we look to Rob Erickson, Seth Longbreak, and Joe Dunn, Terry Moe. John Husky, Todd Heggie, number 340 right in. 340, please. Sessions and Ford. Going to be a known time. It'll put us down to number 340. John Husky and Todd Heggie. Starting with a 5-second penalty for riding in to the front of the box. That comes compliments of this young lady on my left here. Rob Erickson, Seth Longbreak, you can ride on in. John Husky and Todd Hagee right here, 340. I'm sorry, that is going to be no time. We'll go to number 341 now. Rob Erickson and Seth Longbreak. Joe Dunn and Terry Moe, you are on deck in the hole. It is going to be Danny Balderson and Laz Ariola, then Blaine Hubing and Ray Belling at 344. Joe Dunn and Terry Moe, number 342, right on in. 342 boxes are yours. Rob Erickson and Seth Longbreak right now. 341, they're going to be no time. We'll go to 342, Joe Dunn and Terry Moe. Danny Balderson and Laz Ariola, you're on deck. Then it's going to be Blaine Hubing and Ray Belling and Sally Parks, Mike Iverson. Danny Balderson and Laz Ariola, number 343. You can ride on in. 343. Right on in, please. Joe Dunn and Terry Moe right here, number 342. 342 going to be straight up. 10.89. 10.89. Danny Balderson and Laz Ariola coming up right now. 343. 344 going to be Blaine Hubing and Ray Belling. Sully Parks and Mike Iverson, your 345 and 346 will be Mark Hilton and Lonnie Smith. Blaine Hubing and Ray Belling, 344. Go ahead and ride in. 344, please. Balderson and Ariola right there, going to be at 12.93. 12 and 93. That'll put us down to 344. Blaine Hubing and Ray Belling. Sully Parks and Mike Iverson, you're on deck. Then we'll go to Hilton and Smith and Doyle Music, Nick Ertz, 347. Sully Parks, Mike Iverson, right on in if you would please. Sully Parks, Mike Iverson, right on in, your 345. Ray Belling.
Steve.
I missed what happened right there. Smooth run right there. Your number is a 988. Ray Belling and Blaine Hubing, you were 988 right there. Sully Parks, Mike Iverson, number 345, coming at you right now. Mark Hilton and Lonnie Smith, 346. No time at 345. We'll go to 346. Mark Hilton, Lonnie Smith. Then it's Doyle Music and Nick Ertz. Doyle Music and Nick Ertz right now, 347. 348 going to be Kale Francois and Yancey Holly. Loudon Swarg and Bill Gunville at 349. And 350 is going to be Alex Lawrence and Cash Gerhardt. Lawrence and Gerhardt, you're a couple out. Kale Francois, Yancey Holly, number 348, right on in. 348, right in if you would, please. Hilton and Smith, I'm sorry. Music and Ertz, that is, I'm sorry, you're going to be no time. Kale Francois, Yancey Holly now, number 348. 349 going to be Zwarg and Gunville. Alex Lawrence and Cash Gerhardt at 350. And 351 is going to be Ken Hurton and John Marmon.
Kale Francois and Yancey Holly at 348. Boxes are yours, please. Team 348. Boxes are yours. No time at 347. 348. Kale Francois, Yancey Holly, you're up. Followed by Loudon Swarg and Bill Gunville at 349. Alex Lawrence, Cash Gerhardt, 350. Ken Hurton, John Marmon. Gentlemen, you are team 351. Loudon Swarg and Bill Gunville, 349. No time here at 348. 349, Loudon Swarg and Bill Gunville. Alex Lawrence and Cash Gerhardt at 350, 351. Ken Hurd, John Marmon, Michelle Antone, and Levi Gorzalka, 352. Marcus Jones and Jason Bowman, you're out at 353. Alex Lawrence and Cash Gerhardt, 350. Ride on in, please. Team 350. Go ahead and ride in, please, with a leg. That is a 1353, including 1353, including. Team 350, Alex Lawrence, Cash Gerhardt, Ken Hurd, and John Marmon at 351, 352. Michelle Antone, Levi Gorzalka, Marcus Jones, Jason Bowman, 353. Ken Hurd and John Marmon, 351. No time here at 350, 351 at Ken Hurd and John Marmon. You're up, followed by Michelle Antone, Levi Gorzalka on deck at 352. 353, Marcus Jones, Jason Bowman, Connor Nelson, Jace Nelson, 354. Hold up at the line for a moment, please. All right, 351, Ken Hurden and John Marmon. Gentlemen, Michelle Antone, Levi Gorzalka on deck at 352. 353, Marcus Jones, Jason Bowman, Connor Nelson, Chase Nelson. You are out at 354. Michelle Antone, Levi Gorzalka, 352. Right on in, please. Team 352, Ken Hurden, John Marmon at 351. Along the side of the fence, that is an 1175 straightaway, 1175. Going down to team 352, Michelle Antone, Levi Gorzalka, Marcus Jones, Jason Bowman at 353, Connor Nelson, Jason Nelson, 354, Alex Carpenter, Lance Ingerson, 355. Lance and Alex, you're out at 355. Marcus Jones, Jason Bowman, 353. Ride in, please. Team 353, ride in, please. With a leg, that is a 14.98, including a 14.98, including. Team 353, Marcus Jones, Jason Bowman, Alex Nelson, Connor Nelson, Jace Nelson at 354, Alex Carpenter, Lance Ingerson at 355, Sally Parks, Mike Everson, you're out at 345. Connor and Jace at 354. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 353. 354, Connor Nelson, Jace Nelson. You are up. Alex Carpenter, Lance Ingerson on deck at 355. Then I'm going to go back for Sally Parks and Mike Iverson, Blaine Huntley, and Ryan Ford. With a leg, that is a 14.89, including 14.89, including. Team 355, Alex Carpenter, Lance Ingerson, followed by Sally Parks, Mike Iverson at you're on deck. Then Blaine Huntley, Ryan Ford, Dave Paul, Jeff Brander, 357. Sally Park and Mike Iverson, please go ahead and ride in. Looking at Alex Carpenter here and Lance Ingerson. That works. That is a 9.57 a straightaway, 9.57 straightaway. No time here. That Team at 356, Blaine Huntley, Ryan Ford, you're up. Dave Paul, Jeff Brander at 357. McRae Edwards, Creed Sanderson at 358. Weston Hobley and Perry Joyce, 359. Team Ropers, if you find yourself that you are missing some trailer keys and a Perry Trailer Sales key fob, please find yourself to the office. With a leg, that is a 15-22 including, 15-22 including. Team 358, McCray Edwards, Creed Sanderson, you're up. Weston Hobley, Perry Joyce at 359. Rylan Erickson, Doug Heim at 360. Blaine Hubing and Callahan Belling, 361. Again, if you are missing some trailer keys with a Perry Trailer Sales key fob, they do have them down in the office. No time here at 358. Rylan Erickson, Doug Heim, you're on deck at 360. Blaine Hubing, Callahan Belling at 361. Murph Packanu, Bryce Schaefer, 362. Bottom of the nod, Rylan Erickson and Doug Heim, 360. Boxes are yours, please. Blaine Hubing, Callahan Belling at 361. Murph Packanu, Bryce Schaefer, 362. Weston and Perry, 359. No time here at 359. 360 now, Rylan Erickson, Doug Heim, followed by Blaine Hubing, Callahan Belling at 361, 362. Murph Packanu, Bryce Schaefer, Riley Spencer, Lonnie Smith, 363. Do we have Doug Heim?
Team number is a lovely young lady was just here a second ago. She turned in a certain amount of cash. It was found at down by the strip and shoot, approximately Team 300. If that sounds like something you're missing, if you can identify the amount of cash that's here, we'll sure split it with you. Now we'll give it back.
Blaine and Callahan at the bottom of the nod. Boxes are yours, followed by Murph Packanu, Bryce Schaefer at 362, Riley Spencer, Lonnie Smith, 363, Jeremiah Richardson, Clay Duran, 364. With a leg, that is a 15-45 including, a 15-45 including. Team 361, Blaine Hubing, Callahan Belling, you're up, followed by Murph Packanu, Bryce Schaefer at 362, Riley Spencer, Lonnie Smith at 363, Jeremiah Richardson, Clay Duran, 364. Mervin and Bryce, 362. Bottom of the nod, right in, please. Riley Spencer, Lonnie Smith at 363, Jeremiah Richardson, Clay Duran, 364. Mervin and Bryce at 362. Right in, please. No time here at 361. 362, Murph Packanu, Bryce Schaefer, Riley Spencer, Lonnie Smith at 363, Jeremiah Richardson, Clay Duran, 364, Gail Francois, and Tony Desatel, 365. Cash Waddington, Quaid Sandler, and Michelle Curley to the office, please. Cash Waddington, Quaid Sandler, Michelle Curley to the office, please. With a leg and a barrier, that is a 1932 including, a 1932 including. Team 363, Riley Spencer, Lonnie Smith, you're up. Jeremiah Richardson, Clay Duran at 364, Cale Francois, Tony Desatel, 365, Joe Dunn, Bill Gunville, 366. No time here, 363, 364, Jeremiah Richardson, Clay Duran, Cale Francois, Tony Desatel at 365, Joe Dunn, Bill Gunville, 366, Yancey Hawley, Haley Yeoman at 367. Cale Francois, Tony Desatel, 365. Right in, please. No time here at 364. 365. Cale Francois, Tony Desatel, you're up. Joe Dunn, Bill Gunville at 366. Yancey Hawley, Haley Yeoman at 367. Ken Hurden, Corey Fixon, you are team 368. Joe Dunn and Bill Gunville. Boxes are yours, please. Joe Dunn, Bill Gunville. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 365, 366. Joe Dunn, Bill Gunville, you're up. Followed by Yancey Hawley and Haley Oman at 367. Ken Hurd and Corey Fixon at 368. Ryan Schlintling, Charlie Sadler, 369. Yancey Hawley, Haley Oman, 367. Boxes are yours, please. Team 367. Doug Van Dyken back to the announcer stand, please. No time here at 366. 367. Yancey Hawley, Haley Oman, you're up. Ken Hurd and Corey Fixon at 368. Ryan Schlintling, Charlie Sadler, 369. Frank Bevins, Ray Belling, 370. No time here at 367. 368. Ken Hurd and Corey Fixon, you're up. Ryan Schlintling, Charlie Sadler, 369. Frank Bevins, Ray Belling, 370. Kate Helbig, Ty Kitson, 371. Never mind, Doug. They shut the curtain. No time here at 368. 369, Ryan and Charlie, please. Team 369, Ryan Schlitling, Charlie Sadler, Frank Bevins, Ray Belling at 370, 371, Kate Helbig, Ty Kitson, Jacoby Jacobs, and Caden Albertson, 372. No time here at 369, 370, Frank Bevins, Ray Belling, followed by Kate Helbig and Ty Kitson, Jacoby Jacobs, Caden Albertson, Libby Dietrich, Nate Carr, 371, 372, 373. Leg and a barrier, 19, 28 including, a 19, 28 including. Team 371, Kate Helbig, Ty Kitson. Going right here, Jacoby Jacobs and Caden Albertson. You can ride in at 372. Libby Dietrich, Nate Carr, 373. Swade Schindler and Kenny Helgeson at 374. No time, 371. Libby Dietrich, Nate Carr, you're on deck at 373. Swade Schindler, Kenny Helgeson, 374. Jeremiah Riley, Cash Baxter, 375. Libby and Nate at the bottom of the nod. Boxes are yours, please. Miss Jacoby Jacobs and Caden Albertson right here at 372. Libby Dietrich, Nate Carr at 373. Swade Schindler, Kenny Helgeson at 374. Smooth run here is an 842 straightaway. 842. Team 373. Libby Dietrich, Nate Carr, followed by Swade Schindler, Kenny Helgeson, 374. Jeremiah Riley, Cash Baxter, Olivia Hobby, and Wyatt James, 376. With a leg that is a 1465 including, a 1465 including. Hold up at the line, please. Hold up. All right. Swade and Kenny, I'm sorry. Let's carry on at 374, please. Jeremiah Riley, Cash Baxter at 375. Olivia Hobby, Wyatt James, 376. Rylan Erickson, Laz Ariola, 377. 709 straight away. 709 straight away. Jeremiah Riley and Cash Baxter right here at 375. Olivia Hobby, Wyatt James at 376. Rylan Erickson, Lazo Ariola at 377. Lacey Good, Hudson Roush at 378. No time here at 375. 376, Olivia Hobby, Wyatt James, followed by Rylan Erickson, Lazo Ariola at 377. Lacey Good, Hudson Roush at 378. Denny Lou Nichols, Shane Mintz, 379. Olivia and Wyatt right here at 376. Rylan Erickson, Laz Ariola at 377. Lacey Good, Hudson Roush at 378. Denny Lou Nichols and Shane Mintz at 379. No time here at 376. Olivia, I am happy to see you out here. Team at 377, Rylan Erickson, Laz Ariola, followed by Lacey Good, Hudson Roush at 377. Denny Lou Nichols, Shane Mintz at 379. John Hewing and Will Pasanti at 380. Lacey and Hudson, 378. Boxes are yours, please. Team 378. Rylan Erickson and Laz Ariola right here at 377 with the leg, gentlemen. That is a 1377 including, a 1377 including. Going down to 378 now, Lacey Good, Hudson Roush, Denny Lou Nichols, Shane Mintz at 379. John Hubig, Will Santi at 380. Sydney Johnson, Caleb Duffield, you are team 381. Denny Lou and Shane, 379. Boxes are yours, please. Team 379. Boxes are yours. Darn it, Hudson, no time here at 378. 379, as long as you had, do you have your lucky socks on? Team 379, Denny Lou and Shane, followed by John Hubing and Will Pasanti at 380. Sydney Johnson, Caleb Duffield at 381. Bill Bagley, Logan Nordland at 382. John Hubing, Will Pasanti, 380. Ride in, please. No time here at 379. 380, John Hubing and Will Pasanti, you are up. Then we'll go Sydney Johnson, Caleb Duffield at 381. 382, Bill Bagley, Logan Nordland at Talon Neville, and Tony Monaco at 383. Sydney Johnson, Caleb Duffield, 381. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 380. 381, Sydney Johnson, Caleb Duffield, Bill Bagley, Logan Nordland at 382. 383, Talon Neville, Tony Monaco, Zach Rappley, and Ann Ferris, 384. Bill Bagley, Logan Nordland, 382. Ride in, please. Team 382, no time here at 381. 382, Bill Bagley, Logan Nordland, you're up. Talon Neville and Tony Monaco at 383. Zach Rappley, Ann Ferris, 384. Cale Francois and Gavin Francois, 385. Talon and Tony at 383. Ride on in, please. Team 383. Ride in, please. No time here at 382. 383. Talon Neville and Tony Monaco. Zach Rappley and Ferris on deck at 384. 385 is Cale Francois, Gavin Francois, Carlene Hansen, Delray Begay, 386. Zach Rappley and Ferris, 384. Boxes are yours, please. Team 384. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 383. 384, Zach Rappley and Ferris, please. Cale Francois, Gavin Francois, you'll follow at 385. Carlene Hansen, Delray Begay at 386. Christina Gorzalka, Scott Nelson, you are team 387. Cale Francois and Gavin, 385. Boxes are yours, please. Zach and Miss Ann, come on in. I'm sorry, no time here at 384, 385. Kale Francois, Gavin Francois, Carlene Hansen, Delray Begay, you're at 386. Christina Gorzalka, Scott Nelson, 387. Alejandro Vila and Chris Eckhart, 388. Darn it, good loop, Miss Kale, good loop. Team at 386, Carlene Hansen, Delray Begay, followed by Christina Gorzalka, Scott Nelson, 387. Alejandro Vila, Chris Eckhart, you're 388. Hubert Hart, Tracy Deuce, 389. Treg Olson and John Marmon, you are 390. Christina and Scott, 387. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. No time here at 386. We'll see you back again, Carlene. Team at 387, Christina Gorzelka, Scott Nelson, you're up. Alejandro Vila, Chris Eckhart on deck at 388. Hubert Hart, Tracy Deuce, 389. Trey Olson, John Marmon at 390. Alejandro Vila, Chris Eckhart. Ride in, please. Team 388. Go ahead and ride on in, please. No time here at 387. 388, Alejandro and Chris. $9.30 straight away, 930 straight away. Hubert Hart, Tracy Deuce right here at 389. Treg Olson, John Marmon at 390. Kate Helvick, Gail Matt, you are 391. Cash Baxter, Tony Desatel, 392. Treg and John, 390. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 389. Team at 390 now. Treg Olson, John Marmon, Kate Helvick, Gail Matt at 391. Cash Baxter, Tony Desatel, 392. Chris Setram, Wyatt James, 393. Kate Helvick, Gail Matt, 391. Ride on in, please. Team 391. Ride in, please. Trey Olson, John Marmon, and a no time at 390. 391, Kate Helvick, Gail Matt, followed by Cash Baxter, Tony Desatel, 392. Chris Setram, Wyatt James at 393. Sam Conley and Porter Hogg, you are out 394. Load them up at 392, please. Cash Baxter and Tony Desatel, please. Boxes are yours. Welcome on in. That is a 916 straight away. 916 straight away. Team 392, Cash Baxter, Tony Desatel, you're up. Chris Setram, Wyatt James at 393. Sam Conley and Porter Hogg, you're out at 394. Cody McCabe and Ray Belling. Raymond, 395. Chris and Wyatt, 393. Right in, please. Team 393, right on in, please. No time here at 392. 393 is Chris Setram, Wyatt James, followed by Sam Conley and Porter Hodge out at 394. 395, Cody McCabe and Ray Belling. Wendy Mintz and Shane Mintz, 396. Sam and Porter, 394. Boxes are yours, please. Team 394. Boxes are yours, please. With a straightaway. 976. 976 smooth. Team 394. Sam Conley, Porter Hodge, followed by Cody McCabe and Ray Belling. Wendy Mintz and Shane Mintz at 396. Will Pisanti and Nick Ertz, 397. Cody and Ray Belling. Oh, wait, Ray, is it handsome? Is that what you said earlier? No time here at 394. Laser focus, that Raymond is. Team at 395, Cody McCabe, Ray Belling, you are up. Followed by Wendy Mintz and Shane Mintz at 396. Will Pisanti and Nick Ertz at 397. Alvaro Jones and Wayne Monroe at 398. Sorry, no time here at 395. 396. Wendy and Shane. Miss Wendy. Welcome to the boxes. Will Pisanti and Mr. Nick Ertz walking across. Alvaro Jones and Wayne Monroe, you're at 398. Chuck Hunter, Legend Realbird at 399. You betcha, Team Mintz, 1083 straight away. 1083 straight away. Team 397, Will Pisanti, Nick Ertz, please. Alvaro Jones and Wayne Monroe at 398. 399, Chuck Hunter, Legend Realbird, Ariana Henry and Kenny Helgeson, 400. Alvaro and Wayne at 398. Welcome. I am so sorry. Dirty Loop, Nick Ertz, no time. Going to 398, please. Alvaro Jones and Wayne Monroe, Chuck Hunter and Legend Realbird at 399. Ariana Henry and Kenny Helgeson at 400. Zach Rappelai and Lonnie Smith at 401. Rob Erickson, Jay Cochran, you are going to be out at the 402 spot. Can we hold up after this team, please? No time here. Yepper. Let's go 399. Chuck Hunter and Legend Realbird, please. Ariana Henry and Kenny Helgeson at 400. Zach Rappelai, Lonnie Smith, 401. Rob Erickson, Jay Cochran, 402. Ariana Henry and Kenny Helgeson, 400. Right in, Mr. Realbird. Oh, darn it, Yeller. Wrong foot. Looking at Ariana Henry and Kenny Helgeson, please. And Zach Rappelai and Lonnie Smith at 401. Rob Erickson, Jay Cochran, 402. Mark Shabinsky and John Doblar, 403. Zach and Lonnie, 401. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at Team 400, 401. Zach Rappelai, Lonnie Smith, followed by Rob Erickson, Jay Cochran, 402, 403. Mark Shabinsky, John Doblar, Lane Erickson, Rocky Racine, 404. Team 402, Rob Erickson, Jay Cochran. Right in, please. No time here at 401. 402, Rob Erickson, Jay Cochran, followed by Mark Shabenski, John Doblar at 403. 404, Lane Erickson and Rocky Racine, Sidney Johnson and Chris Eckhart at 405. Harper Nichols and Rope Reese at 406. Mr. Rob Erickson right here, and Jay Cochran, Mark Shabenski, John Doblar, 403. Lane Erickson, Rocky Racine at 404. Sidney Johnson, Chris Eckhart at 405. Don't forget, everybody, we're creeping up on dinner time. Fuddruckers is open across the way. They are doing steak sandwiches today. Steak sandwiches at Old Fuddruckers today amongst chicken strips and burgers and cheese sticks. So go on and check them out. Team 403, Mark Shabenski, John Doblar, you're up. Lane Erickson, Rocky Racine at 404. Sidney Johnson, Chris Eckhart, 405. Harper Nichols, Rope Reese, 406. Lane and Rocky ride in at 404, please. I'm sorry, tough luck at 403, 404, Lane Erickson and Rocky Racine. Then we go to 405 at Sidney Johnson, Chris Eckhart, Harper Nichols, Rope Reese at 406, Trey Olson and Cody Algren. You are team 407, Russell Mosier, Grady Mosier, 408. With a leg that is a 1781 including, a 1781 including. Team 405, Sidney Johnson, Chris Eckhart, Harper Nichols, Rope Reese at 406, Trey Olson, Cody Algren, 407, Russell Mosier, Grady Mosier, 408. Harper Nichols and Rope Reese, welcome to ride in at 406. Fleet, Trey Olson, Cody Algren, 407. Russell Mosier, Grady Mosier, 408. Got a loop down, got 2 feet in it. That is an 883 straight away. 883 straight away. Team 406, Harper Nichols, Rope Reese, you're up, followed by Trey Olson and Cody Algren at 407, 408. Russell Mosier, Grady Mosier, Cannon Sebastian, Shelby Berg, 409. Treg and Cody, 407. Bottom of the nod. Boxes are yours, please. Team 407, then Russell Mosier, Grady Mosier, Cannon Sebastian, and Shelby Berg. Alex Carpenter, Laz Ariola at 410. Rope Reese. I'm sorry, no time here at 406. 407, Trey Golson, Cody Algren, you're up. Russell Mosier, Grady Mosier, 408. 409, Cannon Sebastian, Shelby Berg, Alex Carpenter, Laz Ariola, 410. No time here at 407. 408, Russell Mosier, Grady Mosier, you're up, followed by Cannon Sebastian, Shelby Berg at 409, Alex Carpenter, Laz Ariola at 410, Josh Guncap, Bless Espinoza, 411. Team 409, Cannon Sebastian, Shelby Berg, please. Right in. Welcome to the Metro Coliseum as we look at Mr. Grady Mosier. I'm sorry, no time here at 408. Going to 409, Cannon Sebastian and Shelby Berg, please. Alex Carpenter, Laz Ariola at 410, Josh Guncap, Bless Espinoza, Cody McCabe, and Cruz Arrow, 412. Alex and Laz ride in at 410. I'm sorry, no time here at 409. 410. Looking at Alex Carpenter and Laz Ariola, Josh Guncap, Bless Espinoza at 411. 412, Cody McCabe, Cruz Arrow, Chris Setrum, Shane Mentz, 413. Josh and Bless, 411. Yep, got it rolled right on there. Alex Laz Areola. 931. Going down to team 411, Josh Gunkap, Bless Espinoza, Cody McCabe, and Cruz Arrow at 412. Chris Setrum, Shane Mintz at 413. Clay Counts, Nick Ertz, 414. Rachel Peters, Wayne Monroe, you are out at 415. Cody McCabe, Cruz Arrow, bottom of the nod. Boxes are yours. Cody and Cruz, 412. Ride in, please. Team 412. No time here at 411. 412. No time here at 413. Clay Counts, Nick Ertz, you're up. Rachel Peters, Wayne Monroe at 415. Elias Feisteel, Delray Begay, 416. Hallie Session, Hudson Rouse at 417. Miss Rachel, you are on deck. Right now, I need Mr. Clay Counts. Do we have Clay? Then Rachel, then Elias, then Hallie, then Riley on the head side. Rachel Peters and Wayne, 415. Boxes are yours, please. Team 415, boxes are yours, please. Sorry, no time here at 414. 415. Rachel Peters, Wayne Monroe, you're up. Elias Feisteel, Delray Begay at 416. 417. Hallie Sessions, Hudson Roush, Riley Fortune, Brad Duffield, 418. Elias and Delray, 416. Ride in, please. Team 416. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 415. 416. Elias Feisteel, Delray Begay, followed by Hallie Sessions, Hudson Roush at 417. 418. Riley Fortune, Brad Duffield, Blaine Hubing, Dutch Helgeson, 419. Hallie and Hudson, 417. Boxes are yours, please. Team 417. No time here at 416. 417. Hallie Sessions, Hudson Roush, Riley Fortune, Brad Duffield at 418. Blaine Hubing, Dutch Helgeson at 419. Yancey Holly, Kenny Helgeson, 420. Riley and Brad, 418. Ride in, please. Team 418, go ahead and ride on in, please. 10-20 straight away, Hudson. 10-20 straight away, Hallie. Team 418, Riley Fortune, Brad Duffield, Blaine Hubing, and Dutch Helgeson at 419. 420, Yancey Holly, Kenny Helgeson, Connor Nelson, Scott Nelson. Team 421. Blaine and Dutch, 419. Boxes are yours, please. Team 419. Boxes are yours, please. No time at 418. 419. Blaine Hewing and Dutch Helgeson. Yancey Holly, Kenny Helgeson. You're out at 420. 421. Connor Nelson, Scott Nelson, Jonas McKenzie, Clarence 3 irons, 422. Max LaCroix, Legend Real Bird, 423. Yancey and Kenny at 420. Ride on in, please. Team 420. Welcome to the boxes, please. That is us 927 straight away. 927 straight away. Going to 420, Yancey Holly, Kenny Helgeson, followed by Connor Nelson, Scott Nelson at 421. Jonas McKenzie, Clarence Rarens, 422. Max LaCroix, Legend Real Bird, 423. No time here at 420. 421, Connor Nelson, Scott Nelson, followed by Jonas McKenzie, Clarence Strearns at 422. Max LaCour, Legend Reelbird at 423. John Husky, Casey Mason out at 424. Jonas and Clarence, 422. Boxes, please. Team 422. Boxes are yours, please. I'm sorry, no time here at 421, 422. Jonas McKenzie, Clarence Strearns, Max LaClory, Legend Reelbird at 423. John Husky, Case Mason out at 424. Cassidy Hutchinson, Trace Poppy, 425. Max and Legend, 423. Ride in, please. I'm sorry, no time here at 422. 423, Max LaCloy, Legend Reelbird, John Husky, Casey Mason at 424. Cassidy Hutchinson, Trace Poppy at 425. Dan Yates, Corey Fixon, you are team 426. Frank Bevins, Jeremiah Richardson, I'm going to look for you at 427. That is an 1148 straightaway. 1148 straightaway. Team 4424, John Husky, Casey Mason, you're up. Cassidy Hutchinson, Trace Poppy at 425. Dan Yates, Corey Fixon, 426. Frank Bevins, Jeremiah Richardson, 427. Cassidy and Trace at 425. Ride in, please. Cassidy and Trace at 425. Ride in, please. No time here at 424. 425 at Cassidy Hutchinson, Trace Poppy, followed by Dan Yates, Corey Fiction, 426. 427, Frank Bevins, Jeremiah Richardson, Claude Lemire, and Grant Fox at 428. $826 straight away. $826. Team 425, Cassidy and Trace. Team 426, Dan Yates, Corey Fixon, you're up. Frank Bevins, Jeremiah Richardson at 427. Claude Lemire and Grant Fox at 428. Harper Nichols, Bodie Nichols, 429. Team 427, Frank Bevins, Jeremiah Richardson, you're up. Claude Lemire, Grant Fox at 428. Harper Nichols, Bodie Nichols, 429. No time here at 426. 427, Jeremiah and Frank, please. Team 428, Claude Lemire and Grant Fox. Right on in, please. This is Frank Bevins and Jeremiah Richardson at 427. No time here at 427 is Frank and Jeremiah. Team 428, Claude Lemire and Grant Fox, Harper Nichols, Bodie Nichols at 429. Delbert Begay, Mike Iverson at 430. Loudenzorg, Ken Balkenbush at 431. Team 428 right here. Claude Lemire, Grant Fox going to work. Harper Nichols and Bodie Nichols at 429. Right in. Delbert Begay, Mike Iverson at 430. Loudenzorg and Ken Balkenbush at 431. No time at 428. 429. Harper Nichols, Bodie Nichols, followed by Delbert Begay, Mike Iverson at 430. 431. Loudenzorg, Ken Balkenbush, Jamie Rhodes, Wayne Monroe, 432. Delbert and Mike, 430. Right in, please. Team 430, right on in, please. No time here at 429. 430, Delbert Begay, Mike Iverson, you're up. Loudon Zorg, Ken Balkenbush on deck. Jamie Rhodes and Wayne Monroe, you're out at 432. Andrew Cole, Andrew Coate, and Tom Osborne, 433. Loudon and Ken at 431. Ride in, please, with a leg. That is a 1239, including a 1239, including team 431. Loudon Zorg, Ken Balkenbush, you're up, followed by Jamie Rhodes and Wayne Monroe, 432. Andrew Coate, Tom Osborne, 433. Cash Cook, Wyatt James, 434. Jamie and Wayne, 432. Boxes are yours, please. Team 432. Boxes are yours, please. Loudon and Ken right here at 431. Smooth run, gentlemen. That is a 1087 straight away. A 1087 straight away. Team 432, Jamie Rhodes, Wayne Monroe, you're up. Andrew Coate, Tom Osborne at 433. Cash Cook, Wyatt James, 434. Brad Duffield, Callahan Belling, 435. Andrew and Tom, 433. Ride in, please. Team 433. Cash Cook, Wyatt James, 434. Brad Duffield, Callahan Belling at 435. Andrew and Tom, and no time here at Jamie and Wayne. Andrew Coate, Tom Osborne, 433. You are up, followed by 434. Cash Cook, Wyatt James, Brad Duffield, Callahan Belling, 435. Lane Erickson, Carson Mose, you're out at team 436. Cash and Wyatt, 434. Boxes are yours, please. Team 434. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 433. 434. Cash Cook and Wyatt James, followed by Brad Duffield, Callahan Belling at 435. Lane Erickson, Carson Mose at 436. Sally Parks, Rope Reese, 437. Brad and Callahan, 435. Right on in, please. No time here at 434. 435, Brad Duffield, Callahan Belling, followed by Lane Erickson, Carson Mose at 436. 437, Sally Parks, Rope Reese, Chuck Hunter, and Don McKenzie, 438. Lane and Carson, 436. Boxes are yours, please. Go ahead and ride in. No time here at 435, 436. Lane Erickson, Carson Mose, followed by Sally Parks, Rope Reese, 437. Chuck Hunter, Don McKenzie at 438. Cannon Sebastian, Clarence Rearns, 439. Sally and Rope, 437 at the bottom of the nod. Welcome to the boxes, please. Chuck Hunter and John McKenzie at 438. Cannon Sebastian, Clarence Rearns, 439. Carleen Hansen, Legend Reelbird, 440. Sally and Rope, 437. Ride in, please. Team 437. Carson, Lane Erickson, get a wrap on her. Yes, sir, we did. That is a 1232. 1232 straight away. Team 437, Sally Parks, Rope Reese, you're up. Followed by Chuck Hunter and Don McKenzie on deck at 438. Cannon Sebastian, Clarence Rearns at 439. Carleen Hansen and Legend Reelbird, 440. Chuck Hunter, Don McKenzie, 438. Ride in, please. No time here at 437. 438, Chuck Hunter and Don McKenzie, followed by Cannon Sebastian, Clarence Rearns, 439. Carleen Hansen, Legend Reelbird, 440. Swade Schindler, Cody Ogren, 441. Danny Balderson, Todd Hagee, you are team 432. Cannon and Clarence at the bottom of this nod. Boxes are yours, please. Carleen Hansen, Legend Reelbird, you're out at 441. Swade Schindler, Cody Ogren at 441. Cannon and Clarence again. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 438. 439, Cannon Sebastian Gramps, followed by Carleen Hansen, Legend Reelbird at 440. Swade Schindler, Cody Ogren, 441. Danny Balderson, Todd Hagee, 442. With a leg, that is a 1427, including a 1427, including team 440. Carleen Hansen, Legend Realbird, you're up. Swade Schindler and Cody Algren on deck at 441. Danny Balderson, Todd Hagee at 442. Caleb Nordstrom and Jace Nelson, 443. We're going to 450. We're going to go to 450. Right? We're 10 away. No time at 440. 441, Swade Schindler, Cody Algren, followed by Danny Balderson, Todd Hagee at 442. Caleb Nordstrom, Jace Nelson at 443. Jack Lund, Logan Nund at 444. Dan Carr, Jim Espy at 445. Danny Balderson, Todd Hagee, 442. No time here at 441. 442, Danny Balderson, Todd Hagee, you're up. Caleb Nordstrom and Jason Nelson, 443. Jack Lund, Logan Nordland at 444. Dan Carr, Jim Espy, 445. Bruce Luger and Bill Gunville, 446. Caleb and Jace, 443. Ride on in, please. 443. Go ahead and ride on in, please. And a leg is a 2085, including a 2085, including a leg. Team 443, Caleb Nordstrom, Jace Nelson, you're up, followed by Jack Lund, Logan Nordland at 444, Dan Carr, Jim Espy, 445, Bruce Luger and Bill Gunville, 446, Alejandro Villa, Diana Cochran, 447. With a leg, that is a 1281, including a 1281. Team 444, Jack Lund, Logan Nordland, you're up, followed by Dan Carr, Jim Espy at 445, Bruce Luger, Bill Gunville, 446, Alejandro Villa, Diana Cochran at 447. Dan Carr and Jim Espy, 445. Boxes are yours, please. Team 445, boxes are yours, please. That is a 970 straight away, 970 straight away. Huh? Cassidy Hutchinson, when you're available to the announcer stand, please. When you're free, dear. No hurry. And you feel like making the trek all the way up the big stairs. 929 straight away, 929. 446, a Bruce and Bill, please. Alejandro Villo, Diana Cochran, Christian Bevins and Kelvin Fox, John Husky, Lauren Cooney, Dylan Gamble, Chris Edcart, and Kubota. Alejandro and Diana, 447. Ride in, please. No time here at 446, 447. Alejandro and Diana, you're up, followed by Christian and Kelvin at 448. John Husky, Lauren Cooney, 449. Dylan Gamble, Chris Edcart, you're the last team before we bring in the tractor. Alejandro, I feel like Alejandro might be down below or just recently went down below. He did. He should be back. Alejandro, you were down there about 100 teams ago. Are you here? There you are. Take a breath. I see you. Take a breath. Christian Bevins and Kelvin Fox, 448. Boxes are yours, please. 448. Boxes are yours, please. No time here at 447. 448. Christian Bevins, Kelvin Fox, John Husky, Lauren Cooney, Dylan Gamble, and Chris Eckhart. No time here. We'll get the lid picked up. With a leg, that is a 13, 20 including, 13, 20 including. Team 450, Dylan Gamble and Chris Outcart, please. No time here. All right, we're going to farm.
We're going to get it rolling again. 451 is going to be first out. Cruz Curley and Cash Gerhardt. John Stewart and Cole Hould. You are number 452. 453 going to be Cole Purcell, Caden Elberson, Dan Yates, Carson Mossett. You are team 454. We're going to stand on the throttle pretty much from here to the end, Team Ropers. It is right now 10 minutes in front of 6 o'clock. We've got about 2 hours to go. We ought to be done with this long round pretty easily by straight up 8 o'clock, and we ought to be back to the house by 9. Let's get her underway. John Stewart and Cole Hood, number 452. Go ahead and ride on in. 452, please. Cruz Curley and Cash Gerhardt at the bottom end of the pin. They're going to drag one out of the pin and see if we can't get a time on him. Darn right. Nice work. 13:54. 13:51. Cole Purcell and Caden Albertson go ahead and ride on in. Looking right here at John Stewart and Cole Hould, and they're going to be no time. Let's go to number 453 now. Cole Purcell and Caden Albertson. Dan Yates and Carson Mossett. You're on deck in the hold. It'll be Dylan Mossett and Steve Hampton, Lacey Good, Mario Cervantes. You are 456, and you're going to be fourth out. 456, you are 4 away. Dan Yates, Carson Mossett, go ahead and ride on in. Yates and Mossett, boxes are yours. Cole Purcell and Caden Albertson. Number 453, one over the back, and a nice shot, boys. You're looking good, 909. 909 is going to bring us to Dan Yates and Carson Mossett. Dylan Mossett and Steve Hampton, you're on deck in the hold. It's going to be Lacey Good, Mario Cervantes, and then it's Rattler DeJarley and Casey Meeson. 454 coming at you right here. Dylan Mossett, Steve Hampton, 455. Go ahead and ride on in. 455. Boxes are yours. Going to be no time there at 454. We're to 455 now. Dylan Mossett and Steve Hampton. Lacey Good, Mario Cervantes. You're on deck in the hole. It's Rattler DeJarley and Casey Meeson. Then Talon Neville and Adam Sneed. Talon Neville and Adam Sneed, you're going to be fourth out. Go ahead and ride in right when that team before you rides out. Team Ropers, we are going to kick it to the short round. We got to get your money to you, and the only way we can do that is if we get to the short round. So let's get there as quick as we can. Lacey Good, Mario Cervantes, go ahead and ride on in, please. Dylan Mossett right here and Steve Hampton. Mossett going to put the bend on one. Hampton over the back one time and no time. Lacey Good, Mario Cervantes now, 456. 457 is going to be DeJarley and Meeson. Talon Neville and Adam Sneed, your 458 and 459 is going to be Ryan Schlisseting and Weston Paul. Schlisseting and Paul, you are 4 away. Rattler DeJarley, Casey Meeson, your 457, and you can ride on in at the bottom of the nod. And there's the nod. Rattler DeJarley, Casey Meeson. Fill them up if you would, please. Lacey Good and Mario Cervantes right here. Mario, he's timing up and setting a trap. Going to come out of it, packing a leg, 1460. 1460 will bring us down to Rattler DeJarley, Casey Meeson, number 457. 458 going to be Talon Neville and Adam Sneed, Schlisseting and Paul at 459. Danny Balderson and Bob Peters, you're 460. Balderson and Peters, 460, you're 4 away. Talon Neville and Adam Sneed at 458. Go ahead and ride on in. DeJarley and Meeson right here, 457. I'm sorry, not going to happen for us right there. 458 going to be next out. Talon Neville and Adam Sneed. Ryan Schlisseting, Weston Paul, you're on deck in the hole. It's going to be Danny Balderson, Bob Peters, and Denny Lou Nichols, Cody Kenyon. You are 461. 461, you're fourth to go. Ryan Schlisseting, Weston Paul, come on in. That's Talon Neville getting it out of her hand in post-haste fashion right there. Southpaw Healer. Get you some, get you some. Not today. We'll go down to number 459, Ryan Schlisseting and Weston Paul. On deck, it's going to be 460. That's Danny Balderson and Bob Peters. Denny Lou Nichols and Cody Kenyon, your 461. And 462 is going to be Jim Goodwin and Jay Cochran. Danny Balderson, Bob Peters. Go ahead and ride on in. Balderson and Peters, the boxes are yours. Schlisseting and Paul. It is going to be no time in 459. Danny Balderson, Bob Peters, I'm sorry. Going to be no time. Denny New Nichols, Cody Kenyon, you're on deck then at 461. 462 is going to be Jim Goodwin and Jay Cochran. Riley Spency, Tuffy Limmerhand. 463, you're 4 away. Jim Goodwin and Jay Cochran, 462. Go ahead and ride on in. No time at 461. Jim Goodwin and Jay Cochran coming up right now. This is draw 462. Riley Spencer, Tuffy Limberhand, you're going to be on deck. Swade Schindler and Trace Papa, you're 464. Marcus Jones and Clint Pinkerton, you're 465. Riley Spencer, Tuffy Limberhand, go ahead and ride in. Spencer and Limberhand, the boxes are yours. Goodwin and Cochran right here. We're looking at team 462. And they're going to be in no time. Down to 463 now. Riley Spencer and Tuffy Limberhand. Swade Schindler and Trace Papa, you'll be on deck. In the hole, it's going to be Marcus Jones and Clint Pinkerton. And then it's John Husky and Colton Small at 466. 466 going to be 4 away. Schindler and Poppy at 464. Go ahead and fill them up. Schindler and Poppy, the boxes are yours. Spencer and Limberhand right here, 463. No time. That'll bring us down to 464. Swade Schindler and Trace Poppy. Second in line is going to be Marcus Jones and Clint Pinkerton. Then it's John Husky and Colton Small and Ben Powell. Grady Mosier, you are 467. Marcus Jones and Clint Pinkerton, come on in. Jones and Pinkerton, boxes are yours. Swade Schindler, sticking and moving right there. Looky here, dadgummit. Trace Poppy, I thought we had a pair. No time. Let's go to 465. Jones and Pinkerton. John Husky and Colton Small, you're going to be on deck. Then Ben Powell and Grady Mosier and Richard Easterby, Esterby, and Adam Libby. Esterby and Libby, 468, you're 4 away. John Husky and Colton Small at 466. Go ahead and ride on in. 466, the boxes are yours. Jones and Pinkerton right here, 465. They're straight up 1058, 10.58 on the run. John Husky and Colton Small are going to be next out there. Draw 466. 5 seconds again. Coming in the front of the box. Ben Powell and Grady Mosier. You're on deck at 467. 468 is going to be Esterby and Libby. Alex Lawrence and Jason Bowman. You're 469. Ben Powell, Grady Mosier. Go ahead and ride on in. Husky and Small. We've got a beautiful young lady here that's kind of looking for mom and dad. Got some pink glasses on, kind of a tie-dyed shirt. She's as pretty as the sunrise and just looking for mom and dad. Got a tie-dyed kind of a shirt, says love on the bottom of it. We need to find mom and dad. Got a little sister here as well. Did we find them? There we go. That's a lot better. Back on track. We're at number 468. 468, Richard Esterby and Adam Libby. Alex Lawrence and Jason Bowman, you're on deck. In the hole, it's going to be Bevins and Fox, and then Dan Yates, Ramaria Brimner. How about this? We're at 1466, including 14 and 66 includes the leg. We go to Alex Lawrence now and Jason Bowman at 469. 470 going to be Bevins and Fox and Yates and Brimner. And Mark Sherbinski, Ray Belling, you're 472. Bevins and Fox at 470, right on in. Bevins and Fox, 470, right on in, please. Lawrence and Bowman right here, 469. They're going to get her done straight, 956. 9 and 5-6 will put us at draw number 470. Frank Bevins and Kelvin Fox. Yates and Brimner on deck. In the hole, it's going to be Sherbinski and Belling. Then T. Ness and Jim Robinson. T. Ness and Jim Robinson, you're just a handful of runs away. With 5, the number is 1452. 1452. Dan Yates and Ramaria Brimner, 471. Sherbinski, Belling, your 472. 473 going to be T. Ness, Jim Robinson, Colton Broderson, and Eden Gutierrez, your 474. Sherbinski, Belling, right on in. We're no time at 471. 472 coming up right here. Mark Sherbinski and Ray Belling. T. Ness and Jim Robinson, you're on deck. Colton Broderson and Eden Gutierrez, your 474 and 475. Stephanie Lindsay and Yancey Hawley. T. Ness and Jim Robinson go ahead and ride in. 10 and 46. Looks good right there. 10:46. On down to T. Ness and Jim Robinson, 473. 474 going to be Broderson, Gutierrez. Stephanie Lindsay, Yancey Holly at 475 and 476. Rachel Peters and Weston Paul. Colton Broderson and Eden Gutierrez. Go ahead and ride on in. Broderson, Gutierrez, you can ride in, please. T. Ness and Jim Robinson right here. Looking at draw 473. No time at 473. That'll bring us to Colton Broderson and Eden Gutierrez. Stephanie Lindsay, Yancey Holly on deck. Then Rachel Peters, Weston Paul. And number 477 is going to be Danny Balderson and Roger Lewis. Balderson and Lewis a handful away. Stephanie Lindsay, Yancey Holly, 475. Go ahead and ride in. 475, please. Broderson and Gutierrez out the bottom. No time. We are at Stephanie Lindsay and Yancey Holly now. This is 475. 476 going to be Peters and Paul. And then we drop down to Balderson and Lewis. Skunk Cap and Skunk Cap, year 478. Rachel Peters and Weston Paul, go ahead and ride on in. Your team number 476. The boxes are yours. Lindsay and Holly right here. 475. They take a leg. 1369. 1369 puts us to Rachel Peters and Weston Paul at 476. 477 is going to be Danny Balderson and Roger Lewis. Gail Skunk Cap and Josh Skunk Cap at 478. And Max LaCroix and Jay Cochran. Danny Balderson, Roger Lewis, 477. Gail Skunk Cap and Josh Skunk Cap. Right on in the hole. It's going to be LaCroix and Cochran and Connor Nelson, Roe Priest. You're 4 away. We got 5 here. Total going to be 1381. 1381 includes the 5. Now to Skunk Cap and Skunk Cap. Max LaCroix and Jay Cochran here on deck. Then it's going to be Connor Nelson, Roe Priest, and Caleb Sparks, Rylan Erickson, 481. Max LaCroix and Jay Cochran, go ahead and ride on in. Five-second penalty right there, 15:34. 15:34, and that'll bring us down to Max LaCroix and Jay Cochran. Connor Nelson, Roe Priest, your number 480. 481 is going to be Caleb Sparks and Ryan Erickson. Sam Connolly and Adam Sneed, your 4th out. Connor Nelson, Roe Priest, number 480. Go ahead and ride on in. 480, the boxes are yours. Max LaCroix and Jay Cochran right here, 479. Going to be no time for 479. 480 coming up now. Connor Nelson, Roe Priest, Caleb Sparks, and Ryan Erickson. You're on deck in the hold. It'll be Sam Connolly and Adam Sneed and Michelle Antone, John Doblar. You're 483. Caleb Sparks and Ryan Erickson, number 481. Right on in. With 5 there, the number is 1269. 12 and 69 is going to bring us to draw 481. Caleb Sparks and Rylan Erickson. Sam Conley and Adam Sneed on deck at 482. Number 483 going to be Antone and Doblar. And Cade Helvick, Lance Ingwerson, your 484. Cade Helvick and Lance Ingwerson, your 484, and your 4 away. Sam Conley and Adam Sneed, go ahead and ride on in. Conley and Sneed, boxes are yours. Sparks and Erickson right here at 481. Unfortunately, in no time at 481. Now let's go to 482. Sam Connolly and Adam Sneed. Michelle Antone and John Dobler, you're on deck in the hole. It's Cade Helvick and Lance Ingwerson. Jen Brander and Jeff Brander, 485. Brander and Brander, you're 485. Michelle Antone and John Dobler, 483. You can ride on in, 483. Boxes are yours. Connolly and Sneed. Got a leg on this run for a 16.82. 16.82 on down to Michelle Antone and John Dobler. Number 483. 484 is going to be Cade Helvick and Lance Ingwerson, Jeff Brander and Jen Brander. You're at 485. And number 486 is going to be Alex Lawrence and Sid Brander. Let's roll on. Cade Helvick, Lance Ingwerson, right on in, boys. Good to have you here. Antone and Doblar, they're going to get out of it with a leg. 1272, not too shabby. 1272, that'll put us to Kate Helvick and Lance Ingerson at 484. 485 is going to be Brander. Alex Lawrence and Sid Brander. You are number 486, and then Fortune and Bowman at 487. Brander. Go ahead and ride on in. Kate Helvick and Lance Ingerson right here. We're at 484. They're going to be no time. Now to 485. Jen Brander and Jeff Brander. Alex Lawrence and Sid Brander on deck at 486. 487 is going to be Riley Fortune and Jason Bowman. Dan Yates and Hazen Paul, 488. Dan Yates and Hazen Paul, you're 488. You're 4 away. Alex Lawrence and Sid Brander, 486. Right in, 486, please. Brander. Bottom into the pin. They're going to do it right. It looks good. 920. 920. Head on down to the second pin. And don't forget, when you get a minute, make sure you stop up and see my buddy Clinton Foster and his outfit. I'll bet you he's got a great shot of that great run. Alex Lawrence, Sid Brander right now. 486. 487 is going to be Riley Fortune and Jason Bowman. Yates and Paul, you're 488 and 489 is Hudson Roush and Ren Edwards. Fortune and Bowman go ahead and ride in. No time on 486. Excuse me, we're 855. 855. My apologies, Alex and Sid. You're 855. This one's straight up, 835. 835. Now let's go to Dan Yates and Hazen Paul. Hudson Roush and Ren Edwards, you're on deck in the hole is T. Ness and Trevor Peterson, Ty Kitson and Eden Gutierrez, 491. Hudson Roush and Ren Edwards, number 489. You can ride on in, 489, please. Yates and Paul, no time at 488. We're at 489. 489 is going to be Hudson Roush and Ren Edwards, T. Ness and Trevor Peterson on deck. Ty Kitts and Eden Gutierrez at 491 and 492 going to be Jamie Rhodes, Caden Rhodes. Rhodes is 4 away. T. Ness, Trevor Peterson, right on in. T. Ness, Trevor Peterson, boxes are yours. We could pick up the pace just a notch, I think, if we tried hard. Roush and Edwards right here. It's going to be no time. Number 489 is going to 490. T. Ness and Trevor Peterson. Ty Kitts and Eden Gutierrez on deck at 491. 492 is going to be Jamie Rhodes and Caden Rhodes and R.J. Goss, Rocky Racine. R.J. Goss and Rocky Racine, you are 4 away. Number 491, Ty Kitson and Eden Gutierrez. Go ahead and ride in. Kitson and Gutierrez, the boxes are yours. Right here, we're going to be +5 and a 1393 to Ty Kitson and Eden Gutierrez now. They're 491. Rhodes and Rhodes are on deck. Then R.J. Goss and Rocky Racine and Dylan Mossett, Daryl Sankador, 494. Rhodes and Rhodes at 492. Go ahead and ride on in. Kitson and Gutierrez right now, number 491. No time at 491 to 492 now. 492 is Rhodes and Rhodes. R.J. Goss and Rocky Racine, you're on deck. Then we'll go to Dylan Mossett, Daryl Sankador, and Darren Ogden, Mike Deuce. Darren Ogden and Mike Deuce, your 4th out. R.J. Goss, Rocky Racine, 493. You can ride on in. 493, please. Rhodes and Rhodes at 492. Going to be no time at 492. We'll go to 493. R.J. Goss and Rocky Racine. Then it's Dylan Mossett, Daryl Sankador, Ogden and Deuce at 495 and 496. Going to be Denny Lou and Brody Nichols. R.J. Goss, Rocky Racine, 493. Go ahead and ride on. We're working right here. Mossett and Sankador, you can ride on in. Mossett, Sankador, ride in, please. We got a 9:13 on the clock right here, 9 and 13. That'll put us to Dylan Mossett and Daryl Sankador. Number 494. 495 is going to be on deck. That'll be Darren Ogden and Mike Deuce, then Denny Lou and Brody Nichols, and Olivia Hobby. Nick Sessions at 497. Darren Ogden, Mike Deuce, 495. You can ride on in. Mossett and Sankador right here. Number 494. Going to be no time. We drop down to 495 now. This is going to be Darren Ogden and Mike Deuce. Nichols and Nichols on deck. Then Olivia Hobby. Nick Sessions at 497 and 498. It's going to be Caleb Sparks and Scott Nelson. Sparks and Nelson, you are just a few out. Denny Lou Nichols and Brody Nichols. Go ahead and ride on in. Denny Lou and Brody. Boxes are yours. I'm looking at Ogden and Deuce right here. They're 495. Smooth run of a 960. We did hit the barrier. I'm sorry. You're actually 1460. 1460. Got it by just a breath. Denny Lou and Brody Nichols coming up right now at 496. 497 is going to be Hobby and Sessions. Then Caleb Sparks, Scott Nelson, and Bill Bagley. Caleb Duffield, you're 499. Bagley and Duffield, you are 499, and you are going to be fourth out. Olivia Hobby, Nick Sessions, 497, right on in, 497. The boxes are yours. Denny Lou and Brody Nichols, 496. No time at 496. We'll go to 497 now. Hobby and Sessions. Caleb Sparks and Scott Nelson are on deck. Bill Bagley and Caleb Duffield at 499 and 500. Going to be Michelle Antone, Lauren Cuney. Michelle Antone and Lauren Cuney, your team number 500. You're 4 away. Caleb Sparks and Scott Nelson, go ahead and ride in. Sparks and Nelson, boxes are yours. Hobby and Sessions right here. We're looking at team 497. 497, and they're going to be plus 5 and 1482, that is. 1482 puts us to Caleb Sparks and Scott Nelson, Bill Bagley and Caleb Duffield. You're on deck. Then it's Michelle Antone, Lauren Cuney, and Cody McCabe, Dutch Helgeson. McCabe and Helgeson, you're a handful out now. Bill Bagley and Caleb Duffield, we'd welcome you to ride on in as this team rides out, and they're riding out. Bill Bagley and Caleb Duffield, good to have you. Come on in. Sparks and Nelson right here. We're looking at 498. Bottom into the pin. They're going to be no time. We drop down to number 499, Bill Bagley and Caleb Duffield. Michelle Antone and Lauren Cuney at 500. 501 is going to be Cody McCabe and Dutch Helgeson. Tanner Crofts and Corey Gangle, 502. Crofts and Gangle, you're 502. You're 4 away. Michelle Antone, Lauren Cuney, you can ride on in. Antone and Cuney, the boxes are yours. Bill Bagley and Caleb Duffield right now, number 499. Roney, good pony, going to come to a halt right there in 899. 899, that's a solid one. Let us get the arena cleared just a hot second. Then we're going to go to Michelle Soswell, Antone, and Lauren Cuney. Second in line, it'll be Cody McCabe and Dutch Helges, and then Tanner Crofts and Corey Gangle, and Tegan and Treg. Tegan, Calf, Boss, Ribs, and Treg Olson. Cody McCabe, Dutch Helgeson coming at you right now, number 501. 502 going to be Tanner Crofts and Corey Gangle. Then Tegan, Calf Boss Ribs, and Treg Olson. Jim Goodwin and Shelby Bergen, 504. Tanner Crofts and Corey Gangle, 502 rattled in. 502, boxes are yours. It's a no time at number 501. 502 coming up now. Tanner Crofts, Corey Gangle. Tegan and Treg are going to be on deck. Jim Goodwin, Shelby Bergen, 504 and 505. Rob Erickson and C3I. Clearance 3 irons. Tegan and Treg, 503. You can ride on in. Tegan and Treg, ride in, please. Crofts and Gangle, dang it, no time. Team 503, Tegan, Calf Boss Ribs, and Treg Olson. Jim Goodwin and Shelby Berger going to be on deck. Rob Erickson, clearance 3 irons, 505 and 506. Going to be Shea Herbert and Jay Stetson. Shea Herbert and Jay Stetson. You are team 506. Jim Goodwin and Shelby Berg, the boxes are yours. Come on in. Ribs and Olsen right here, number 503. Jim Goodwin and Shelby Berg going to be next out. We're at team 504. 505 is Rob Erickson, Clarence 3 irons. Shea Herbert and Jay Stetson at 506, and 507 is going to be Ashby Stewart and Ryder Kepler. Erickson and 3 irons, number 505. Go ahead and ride in. 505, you can ride on in, please. Get me there, Yeller. Get me there, Yeller. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. 14-16. 14-16 straight up. Rob Erickson now. Clarence 3 irons, 505. Herbert and Stetson are going to be on deck. Ashby Stewart and Ryder Kepler. You're at 507 and 508. It's going to be Rattler DeJarley and Ben Sulzer. Shea Herbert and Jay Stetson go ahead and ride in. Erickson and 3 irons. Going to be in no time. On down to number 506 now. Shea Herbert and Jay Stetson. Ashby Stewart and Ryder Kepler on deck. Rattler DeJarley, Ben Sulzer at 508. Number 509. Going to be Jonathan O'Neill and Jace Nelson. Jonathan O'Neill and Jace Nelson, you're just a few out now. Ashby Stewart and Ryder Kepler, go ahead and ride on in. Stewart and Kepler, ride right on in if you would, please. Shea Herbert and Jay Stetson right now, 506. Going to be no time. We're going to try and pick her up just a little bit right here. Ashby Stewart and Ryder Kepler. You'll be followed by Rattler DeJarley and Ben Sulzer, then Jonathan O'Neill and Jace Nelson and Bruce Luger, Doug Heim. Luger and Heim, you're 510. You're a few out now. Rattler DeJarley and Ben Sulzer. Ride in as this team rides out. Ashby Stewart and Ryder Kepler, come on in. Rattler DeJarley, Ben Sulzer, the boxes are yours. Rattler and Ben, come on in. Ashby Stewart and Ryder Kepler, 507, going to be no time. We're looking right now to Rattler DeJarley and Ben Sulzer, Jonathan O'Neill and Jace Nelson at 509. 510 is going to be Bruce Luger and Doug Heim. And then it's Clay Counts and Lance Ingwerson. Counts and Ingwerson just a couple out now. Jonathan O'Neill and Jace Nelson, team number 509. There's a nod of the head from Rattler. So Jonathan and Jace, you can ride on in. Jonathan and Jace, go ahead and ride in, please. Rattler DeJarley. Having some trouble right there. I'm sorry. Going to be no time at 508. Let's go to 509. Jonathan O'Neill and Jace Nelson. Bruce Luger and Doug Heim, you're on deck at 510. 511 is going to be Clay Counts and Lance Ingwerson and Caleb Nordstrom. Tuffy Limberhand, be thinking about it. You're just a few out. Bruce Luger and Doug Heim, 510. Go ahead and ride in. 510. Boxes are yours now. I'm looking at Jonathan O'Neill and Jace Nelson. They'll take a no time. We go to Bruce Luger and Doug Heim. This is team 510. Top of the next page, going to bring us 511. That's Clay Counts and Lance Ingwerson. Then Caleb Nordstrom and Tuffy Limberhand and Denny Lou Nichols. Gail Matt at 513. We're rolling now. Clay Counts, Lance Ingwerson. Go ahead, right in. Bruce Luger and Doug Heim going to work on one right here. And they're going to be 10 in penalties for a total of 1883. 18.83, including Clay Counts and Lance Ingwerson in pursuit right here. Caleb Nordstrom and Tuffy Limberhand right on in. Nordstrom and Limberhand, you can ride on in. Counts and Ingwerson are going to be straight up, 10 and a quarter. 10.25. We are now at draw number 512. Caleb Nordstrom and Tuffy Limberhand. Danny New Nichols and Gail Match are going to be on deck. Then Tavy Scott and Tony Monaco and Connor Nelson. Trace Poppy. Connor Nelson and Trace Poppy, your team 515, and you are fourth out. We're at Denny Lou Nichols and Gail Matt. Denny Lou and Gail, go ahead and ride on in. Caleb Nordstrom and Tuffy Limberhand right here, number 512. They'll take a leg to be 12.92. 12.92 on down to Denny Lou Nichols and Gail Matt. Now they're 513. 514 going to be Tavy Scott and Tony Monaco. Then Connor Nelson, Trace Poppy. And 516 will be Cody LaFrance and Brad Duffield. Tavi Scott and Tony Monaco right on in. Tavi Scott, Tony Monaco, boxes are yours. Nice head loop, Denny Lou Nichols. Gail Matt, what you got loaded right there, partner? Get a pair. I'm sorry, not today. We'll go to 514 now. Tavy Scott and Tony Monaco. Connor Nelson, Trace Poppy at 515. 516 going to be Cody LaFrance and Brad Duffield and Bill Bagley. Travis Koenig, you're 517. Bagley and Koenig, you're 517. You're going to be fourth out. Connor Nelson and Trace Poppy, the boxes are yours. Come on in. Nelson and Poppy, go ahead and ride on in. Tavy Scott and Tony Monaco right here. Number 514. 5 more for 1373. 1373. That'll bring us down to Connor Nelson and Trace Poppy now. 515. 516 going to be Cody LaFrance and Brad Duffield. Then Bill Bagley and Travis Koenig, Cash Cook, and Diana Corcoran. Cash Cook and Diana Corcoran. You're at 518. Cody LaFrance and Brad Duffield. Go ahead and ride on in. Nelson and Poppy. Not going to happen for him here. We'll go to 516 now. Cody LaFrance and Brad Duffield. Bill Bagley and Travis Koenig on deck. Then is Cook and Corcoran and Ty Kitson, Dutch Helgeson. Ty Kitson and Dutch Helgeson just a handful away now. Bill Bagley and Travis Koenig. We're going to turn it over to you here in just a hot second. Cody LaFrance getting everything put together, fixing to nod. Bill Bagley and Travis Koenig. The boxes are yours. Bagley and Koenig, you can ride on in. Cody LaFrance and Brad Duffield going to take a no time. That'll put us at number 517, Bill Bagley and Travis Koenig. Then it's Cash Cook and Diana Corcoran. They'll be followed by Ty Kitson, Dutch Helgeson, and McCrae Edwards and Ferris. McCrae Edwards and Ann Ferris, you're just a few out now. Cash Cook and Diana Corcoran, go ahead and ride on in. Cook and Corcoran, you can ride in, please. Bill Bagley sticking it on the bones right there. Travis Koenig, get you some, got you some. Nice job. You're 8.89. 8.89 will bring us down to Cash Cook and Diana Corcoran. Then Ty Kitson, Dutch Helgeson, McCrae Edwards, and Ann Ferris. You're going to be on deck. Your third out. Ty Kitson, Dutch Helgeson, number 519. 519. Go ahead and ride on in. Cook and Corcoran right here at 518. They're going to be in no time. Puts us down to number 519. Ty Kitson, Dutch Helgeson, McCrae Edwards, and Ann Ferris. You're on deck. Cash Cook and Don McKenzie. You are number 521 and 522. Going to be Alex Lawrence and Mike Deuce. McCrae Edwards and Ann Ferris, 520. 520. Right on in. Going to be no time in 519. We'll go to 520 now. McCrae Edwards and Ann Ferris. Cash Cook and Don McKenzie on deck at 521. 522 going to be Alex Lawrence and Mike Deuce. Then it's Alejandro Villa and Grant Fox. Shelby Berg, we've got you back-to-back at 525 and 525A. We're not going to roll you much. We're going to have you rope 2 feet at 525 and then just puff right up and ride back up the arena for 525A. That's how it's going to look. No time right here at 520. We'll go to 521. Cash Cook, Don McKenzie, Alex Lawrence, and Mike Deuce. You're on deck. Then Alejandro Villa and Grant Fox and Gail Skunk Cap, Daryl Sankador. Looking for Cash Cook and Don McKenzie. Can we do that? Alex Lawrence and Mike Deuce, you're going to be on deck. Then it's Gail Skunk Cap and Daryl Sankador and Ariana Henry Shelby Berg at 525. Alex Lawrence and Mike Deuce, 522, right in. 522, you can ride in, please. Got to be no time at 521. 522 coming up now. $522, going to be Lawrence and Deuce. Alejandro Villa, Grant Fox, your 523. 524 going to be Skunk Cap and Sankador. Then Henry and Berg. No time, number 522. 523 coming up right now. Alejandro Villa and Grant Fox. Gail Skunk Cap and Daryl Sankador on deck. Ariana Henry, Shelby Berg, your 525. And 525A is going to be Derek Taylor and Shelby Berg. Shelby Berg roping them back-to-back in the big pen. Gail Skunk Cap and Daryl Sankador. You can ride on in. Skunk Cap and Sankador boxes are yours. Alejandro Villa and Grant Fox here. We're looking at 523. They're going to be no time. We move to 524 now. Gail Skunk Cap and Daryl Sankador. Ariana Henry and Shelby Berg on deck in the hole. It's going to be Derek Taylor and Shelby Berg. Then Cash Waddington and Ben Sulzer. Ariana Henry, Shelby Berg. Go ahead and ride in. Ariana Henry, Shelby Berg. The boxes are yours. Looking at Skunk Cap and Sankador right here, number 524. With 5, we're at 1981. 19.81. Now to Ariana Henry and Shelby Berg. Derek Taylor and Shelby Berg going to be next out. Ariana Henry going to stick right there. Get a pair, Berg. Get a pair, Berg. Get a pair, Berg. Going to be a leg right there, 1636. 1636. Shelby, make your way back around just as soon as you can. We're going to run you another one before we send you down yonder. Right now, let's go to Cash Waddington and Ben Sulzer. Then Alex Carpenter and Jace Nelson. Atta girl, Shelby. Atta girl. We're going to get you right after 527. Looking at 526 right here. Cash Waddington, Ben Sulzer. Then it's going to be Alex Carpenter, Jace Nelson, Derek Taylor, and Shelby Berg, and Frank Bevins, Jason Bowman. Alex Carpenter, Jace Nelson, go ahead and ride on in. Carpenter and Nelson, the boxes are yours. Going to be no time right here at number 526. 527 is Alex Carpenter and Jace Nelson. Derek Taylor and Shelby Berg, boxes are yours. You can ride in, please. Carpenter and Nelson right here at 527. Look at that. That's as pretty as it can look right there. 965. 965. Nicely done. We're going to pick up right here Taylor and Berg. Frank Bevel and Jason Bowman will be on deck there. Number 528, 529. Going to be Darren Ogden and Lance Ingers, and then Caleb Nordstrom and Tom Knight. Derek Taylor, dang it, it's not going to fit for us. No time. We're at 528 now. Frank Bevins and Jason Bowman. Frank Bevins and Jason Bowman coming up right now with Darren Ogden and Lance Ingers, and they're going to follow real tight. Then 530 will be Caleb Nordstrom and Tom Knight. And Ben Powell, Gail Matt, 531. Ben Powell and Gail Matt, you're 531. You're going to be fourth out. Darren Ogden and Lance Ingers in it. Go ahead and ride on in. Bevins and Bowman right now, 528 there in no time. 529 coming up now. Darren Ogden and Lance Ingwerson. Caleb Nordstrom and Tom Knight on deck. Ben Powell and Gail Matt, 531 and 532. Going to be Elias File Steele and Kenny Helgeson. Elias File Steele and Kenny Helgeson, you're a few away. Do we have Darren Ogden? Caleb Nordstrom and Tom Knight, you're at 530. You're on deck. Caleb Nordstrom and Tom Knight, number 530. Go ahead and ride in. This is Darren Ogden and Lance Ingwerson, number 529. And they're going to be no time at 529 to 530 then. Caleb Nordstrom and Tom Knight. Ben Powell and Gail Matt on deck. Then Elias File Steele and Kenny Helgeson and Connor Nelson, Doug Heim, 533. Connor Nelson and Doug Heim, you're 533. You're 4 away. Ben Powell and Gail Matt, go ahead and ride on in. Ben Powell and Gail Matt, you can ride on in. Caleb Nordstrom, stole the start right there. Let's pay for it right now. Ooh, buddy. Dang it, anyhow. I'm sorry. Going to be no time. Ben Powell and Gail Matt coming at you now, 531. File Steele and Helgeson on deck. Then it'll be Connor Nelson and Doug Heim and Dylan Gamel, Drayton Broderson. Gamel and Broderson, you're at 534. You're 4 away. Elias File Steel and Kenny Helgeson right on in. File Steel and Helgeson, you can ride in. Please, Ben Powell and Gail Matt right now, number 531. They're straight up 785. That's a heck of a start. 785. That's a darn good start. We're going to Elias File Steel and Kenny Helgeson now at 532. Connor Nelson and Doug Heim on deck. Then it'll be Dylan Gamel and Drayton Broderson, followed by Jacoby Jacobs and Clint Pinkerton. Connor Nelson and Doug Heim, right on in, please. Connor Nelson and Doug Heim. Cutoff time to get to the top 70 now is a 27 and 73. We're at no time at number 532. 533, Connor Nelson and Doug Heim. Dylan Gamel and Drayton Broderson on deck. In the hold, it's going to be Jacoby Jacobs and Clint Pinkerton. J.W. Bonomo and Dutch Helgeson, you're at 536. Dylan Gamel and Drayton Broderson, 534. You can ride on in. 534, please. No time at 533. Now to 534. Dylan Gamel and Drayton Broderson. Jacoby Jacobs and Clint Pinkerton. Your 535. 536 is Bonomo and Helgeson. 537 has been Hall and Ann Ferris. Let's rock and roll right here. Keep it going. Jacoby Jacobs and Clint Pinkerton, 535. Looking for you at the bottom of the knot. There she goes. Dylan Gamel and Clayton and Drayton Broderson right now. Jacoby and Clint right on in. Jacoby and Clint, the boxes are yours. We had them and lost them. No time right there at 534. Now to 535. Jacoby Jacobs and Clint Pinkerton. J.W. Bonomo and Dutch Helgeson on deck in the hole. It'll be Ben Hall and Ann Ferris. And then it's Mark Hilton and Ryan Cook. Bonomo and Helgeson go ahead and ride in. We're going to be a leg on this run for a 14.61. A 14.61 brings us to draw number 536. J.W. Bonomo and Dutch Helgeson. Ben Hall and Ann Ferris, you're on deck. Then it's Mark Hilton, Ryan Cook, and Jeremiah Richardson, Russell Mosier. Ben Hall and Ann Ferris, 537. You can ride on in. 537, go ahead and ride in. Bonomo and Helgeson right now, they're 536. Going to be no time. 537, Ben Hall and Ann Ferris. Mark Hilton and Ryan Cook, you're on deck. Jeremiah Richardson, Russell Mosier, 539. 540, going to be Ashley Koenig and Hazen Paul. Mark Hilton, Ryan Cook, 538. Right on in. 538, you can ride on in. Ben Hall and Ann Ferris right here. No time, number 537, 538. Mark Hilton and Ryan Cook. Richardson and Mosier, 539, 540. Going to be Ashley Koenig and Hazen Paul. Quade Sadler and Seth Whiteclay, you're 541. Jeremiah Richardson, Russell Mosier, go ahead and ride in. It's a no time at number 538. 539, Jeremiah Richardson and Russell Mosier. Then it's Ashley Koenig and Hazen Paul. Then Quade Sadler and Seth Whiteclay and Cole Purcell, Adam Libby. Ashley Koenig and Hazen Paul, you can ride on in. Koenig and Paul, the boxes are yours. Darn the luck anyhow. Going to whip it back off. It'll be no time at 539. 540, Koenig and Paul. Quade Sadler, Seth Whiteclay, you're 541. 542, going to be Cole Purcell and Adam Libby. Cash Waddington and Lauren Cuny, 543. With 5, we're looking at 14 double deuce. 1422 brings us to Quade Sadler and Seth Whiteclay, number 541. 542 going to be Cole Purcell and Adam Libby. Cash Waddington, Lauren Cuny, 543 and 544 going to be Max LaCroix and Dion Lodge-Pole. Cole Purcell and Adam Libby, draw number 542. You can ride in as this team rides out. They're going to ride out. Cole Purcell and Adam Libby, go ahead and ride on in. Cole Purcell, Adam Libby, boxes are yours. Quade Sadler sticking one on the front side there. Seth Whiteclay going to wait and set the trap. It's empty. Cole Purcell and Adam Libby now at number 542, 543. Going to be Waddington and Cuny. Max LaCroix and Dion Lodge-Pole. You'll be followed by Christian Bevins and Grant Fox. They're number 545. Try and ride in right when that team before you rides out, Team Ropers. Cash Waddington and Lauren Cuny, come on in. Cash Waddington, Lauren Cuny, the boxes are yours. That's Cole Purcell and Adam Libby. And they're going to be in no time. We go to number 543 now. Cash Waddington and Lauren Cuny. Max LaCroix and Dion Lodgepole, you're on deck. In the hold, it's going to be Christian Bevins and Grant Fox. Sally Parks, Harvest White, you're 546. Max LaCroix and Dion Lodgepole at 544. You can ride on in 544. Ride in, please. No time number 543. 544 now. Max LaCroix and Dion Lodgepole. Then Christian Bevins and Grant Fox, Sally Parks and Harvest White. Your 546 and 547 is going to be Joe Dunn and Ron Nelson. Christian Bevins and Grant Fox, 545. We've got you on deck. Christian Bevins and Grant Fox, go ahead and ride on in. Bevins and Fox, the boxes are yours. I'm at LaCroix and Lodgepole, number 544. And no time at 544. That's going to bring us down to draw number 545. Then Bevins and Fox. Sully Parks and Harvest White, you're going to be on deck. In the hole is Joe Nunn and Ron Nelson and Mike Deuce, Cody Kenyon. Mike Deuce and Cody Kenyon, you're a handful out. It is 6:38 now. Team Ropers are going at a pretty good pace. Let's keep it rolling. Sully Parks and Harvest White, 546. Go ahead and ride on in. Christian Bevins and Grant Fox right now at 545. They're going to be no time. Sully Parks and Harvest White now at 546. 547 is going to be Joe Nunn and Ron Nelson. Mike Deuce, Cody Kenyon, your 548. Michelle Antone and Nick Hertz, your 549. Joe Dunn and Ron Nelson, 547. 547, go ahead and ride on in. We're going to be +5 there for a 1469. 14 and 69. Joe Dunn and Ron Nelson coming up right now. They're 547. 548 is going to be Deuce and Kenyon. Michelle Antone and Nick Hertz here at 549 and 550. Going to be Blaine Huntley and Will Pasanti. Blaine Huntley and Will Pasanti are a few out. Mike Deuce and Cody Kenyon, go ahead and ride on in. Mike Deuce, Cody Kenyon. You can ride right into the boxes now, gentlemen. Joe Dunn and Ron Nelson are going to be out the bottom end with no time. That's why Mike Deuce, Cody Kenyon, go ahead and be right on in there. Michelle Antone and Nick Hertz, you're going to be on deck. Then is Blaine Huntley, Will Pisani, and Marcus Jones, Corey Fixon at 551. Michelle Antone and Nick Hertz, go ahead and ride on in. We got a good one started right here. Mike Deuce, Cody Kenyon, they drew him a good one. Now let's use him, boys. Let's use him. Ain't no time at number 548 to 549. Now Michelle Antone and Nick Ertz. He'll be followed by Blaine Huntley and Will Pisani. Then it's Marcus Jones, Corey Fixon, Loudon Zwarg, and Amy Lowry, 552. Loudon Zwarg and Amy Lowry, you're 552. You are 4 away. Blaine Huntley and Will Pisani, 550 right in. 550, go ahead and ride on in. Antone and Ertz right here. They're going to be no time. It'll put us down to 550. Blaine Huntley and Will Pisani. Marcus Jones and Corey Fixon on deck. In the hole is Loudon Zwarg and Amy Lowry. Wade Beckett-All and Clint Pickerton, 553. Beckett-All and Pickerton, you're 553. You're 4 away. Marcus Jones, Corey Fixon. Marcus Jones, Corey Fixon. Go ahead and ride in. Blaine Huntley and Will Pisani right here. Going to be a barrier, 1292. 12.92. Now to Marcus Jones and Corey Fixon. Loudon Zwarg and Amy Lowry on deck. Wendy Beckett-All, Clint Pickerton, your 553 and 554. Going to be Caleb Nordstrom and Cole Hould. Loudon Zwarg and Amy Lowry. Go ahead and ride on in. No time, number 551. We're to 552 now. Loudon Zwarg and Amy Lowry. Second in line, it'll be Wade Beckett-All and Clint Pickerton. Then we're going to Caleb Nordstrom and Cole Hould and Clay Counts, Shelby Berg. Wade Beckedahl and Clint Pinkerton at 5.53. You can ride on in. 5.53, please. No time at number 5.52. Let's go to 5.53 now. Wade Beckedahl and Clint Pinkerton. Caleb Nordstrom and Cole Hould at 5.54. 5.55 is going to be Clay Counts and Shelby Berg. And then it's Elias Filesteel and Gavin Francois. Caleb Nordstrom and Jeff Hould, you can ride on in. Nordstrom and Hould, if you would, please. Beckedahl and Pinkerton right now, no time. Team 554, Caleb Nordstrom and Cole Hould. Clay Counts and Shelby Burke going to be on deck. Filesteel and Francois. Your 556 and 557 is going to be Jeremiah Richardson and Grady Mosier. Clay Counts, Shelby Berg, your 555. Go ahead and ride on in. Triple nickel. You can ride in. Nordstrom and Hould right now, number 554. No time in 554. Let's go to 555 now. Clay Counts and Shelby Berg. Elias Filesteel and Gavin Francois. You're going to be on deck. Then Richardson and Mosier and Presley Williams, Shane Mintz. Elias Filesteel and Gavin Francois. You can ride on in. Elias Filesteel and Gavin Francois. The boxes are yours. I'm sorry, it's a no time at number 555. 556 coming up now with Filesteel and Francois. Jeremiah Richardson and Grady Mosier. You're going to be on deck. Presley Williams and Shane Mintz. And then Rick Hoover and Pope Rope Reese, that is, at 559. Jeremiah Richardson, Grady Mosier, go ahead, right on in. Filesteel and Francois right here, 556. Ain't happening. Down to 557 now. Richardson and Mosier. Presley Williams and Shane Mintz are going to be on deck. Rick Hoover and Pope Reese at number 559 and 556. Going to be Tegan and Gail Matt. Tegan Calf Boss Ribs and Gail Matt. Your 560. Presley Williams and Shane Mintz. Right on in. Williams and Mintz, you can ride in. Jeremiah Richardson and Grady Mosier. Unfortunately, going to be in no time. It'll put us down to draw number 558 now. Number 558. This one's going to be Presley Williams and Shane Mintz. Then it's Rick Hoover and Rope Reese, followed by Tegan Calf Boss Ribs and Gail Matt and Doyle Music, Ken Balkenbush. Hoover and Reese, number 559. You can ride on in. 559. Ride on in, please. Williams and Mintz at 558. Straight up, 1054. Straight up, 1054. Rick Hoover and Rope Race coming at you right now. Number 559. 560 going to be Calf Boss Ribs and Matt. Music and Balkenbush, your third to go. Tegan and Gale right on in. Tegan and Gale, go ahead and ride in, please. We're going to get one put together right here in pretty good shape. 8.73. Do want to double check that head catch just to make sure that all is as it ought to be. Looks good. 873. That'll work. Tegan and Gale. The next one belongs to you. Doyle Music and Ken Balkenbush. You're going to be on deck. Then we'll go to Delbert Begay and Dalray Begay and Kelsey Boucher. Kelsey Buchel, that is. And John Dobler. Music and Balkenbush. You can ride on in. Music, Balkenbush. Boxes are yours. Going to be in no time at number 560. Let's go to 561 now. Doyle Music and Ken Balkenbush. Delbert Begay and Dalray Begay, you can ride on in. Begay and Begay, go ahead and ride in. With 5, it's going to be 1542. 1542. Delbert Begay and Dalray Begay, 562. Will go into work right here. Buchel and Doblar right on in. Buchel and Doblar, you can ride in. We're going to be in no time right here. That'll put us down to number 563, Kelsey Buchel and John Dobler. Corey Fortune, Seth Longbreak at 564. 565 is going to be Kegley and Nelson and Zach Raply and Tracy Deuce. Corey Fortune, Seth Longbreak, 564. Go ahead and ride in. 564, please. Kelsey and John. Dang it anyhow, going to be no time. Let's go to 564. Corey Fortune and Seth Longbreak. Mike Kegley and Ron Nelson on deck. Then it's going to be 566. That's Repley and Deuce. Blaine Huntley and Hazen Paul, you're 4 away. Blaine Huntley and Hazen Paul, you're a handful away now. Okay. Mike Kegley and Ron Nelson, you can ride on in. Kegley and Nelson, boxes are yours. Fortune and Longbreak, going to be no time. Now it's going to Mike Kegley, Ron Nelson, 565. 566, going to be Zach and Tracy, Blaine Huntley and Hazen Paul at 567. And Jonathan O'Neill, Austin Stewart, you're 568. Zach Rapley and Tracy Deuce right on in. Rapley and Deuce, the boxes are yours. Straight up, 14-24. 14 and 24. That's going to bring us to Zach Rapley and Tracy Deuce. Blaine Huntley and Hazen Paul at 567. 568 is going to be O'Neill and Stewart. Alvaro Jones and Levi Garzalka, you're 569. Blaine Huntley and Hazen Paul at 567. You can ride on in. 567, please. Rapley and Deuce right here at 566. Going to get a leg out of it. 1441. 1441 brings us to Blaine Huntley and Hazen Paul. Jonathan O'Neill and Austin Stewart on deck at 568. 569 is going to be Alvaro Jones and Levi Garzalka. Cody McCabe and Casey Meeson, 570. Jonathan O'Neill, Austin Stewart, 568. Go ahead and ride in. 568, please. Blaine Huntley and Hazen Paul right now, number 567. 567, they're going to get out of it with, unfortunately, a no time. It'll drop us down to Jonathan O'Neill and Austin Stewart. Then Alvaro Jones and Levi Garzalka, Cody McCabe and Casey Meeson at 570. And 571 is going to be Sam Connolly and Nate Carr. Alvaro Jones, Levi Garzalka, number 569. Go ahead and ride in. 569, please. Jonathan O'Neill and Austin Stewart right here. This is 568. 568. They're going to be 943. 9.43. That'll bring us down to 569 now. Alvaro Jones and Levi Garzalka. Cody McCabe and Casey Meeson on deck. Sam Connolly, Nate Carr, 571 and 572 is going to be Caleb Nordstrom and Ty Kitson. Cody McCabe, Casey Meeson. Fill the boxes, please. McCabe and Meeson, thanks for riding in, gentlemen. I'm looking at Jones and Garzalka right here. They're going to take a leg. It'll be 13.81. 1381 brings us to 570 now. Cody McCabe and Casey Meeson. Sam Connolly and Nate Carr on deck. Then Caleb Nordstrom and Ty Kitson and Ryan Schlissening, Shelby Berg. Schlissening and Berg, you're 4 away. Connolly and Carr, the boxes are yours. Come on in. McCabe and Meeson right here, 570. 570. They're going to be a 1354. That includes a leg. 1354. Sam Connolly, Nate Carr right now, 571. 572. Caleb Nordstrom and Ty Kitson. Then Ryan Schlissening and Shelby Berg and Olivia Hobby, Lauren Cuny, 574. Fourth out, 574. Caleb Nordstrom and Ty Kitson, go ahead and ride on in. Caleb Nordstrom, Ty Kitson, right on in, please. No time at 571. We'll go to 572 now. Caleb Nordstrom and Ty Kitson. Ryan Schlissening and Shelby Berg on deck at 573. 574, going to be Hobby and Cuny. Jed Hutchison and Lucas Curley at 575. Ryan Schlissening, Shelby Berg, 573. Ride right on in, please. 573, you can ride right in. Nordstrom and Kitson, not today. Team 573, Ryan Schlissening and Shelby Berg. Olivia Hobby and Lauren Cuny on deck. Then it's going to be Jed Hutchison and Lucas Curley. Jeremiah Riley and A.J. Swinson. You're at 576. Riley and Swinson, you're 576. You're 4 away. Olivia Hobby and Lauren Cooney right on in. Hobby and Cooney, boxes are yours. That's Ryan Schlissening and Shelby Berg. I'm sorry, no time. Let's go to 574 now. Olivia Hobby and Lauren Cooney. Jed Hutchison and Lucas Curley on deck in the hole. It'll be Riley and Swinson. And then it is Laramie Nutter and Travis Koenig. Laramie Nutter and Travis Koenig at 577. Jed Hutchison and Lucas Curley, go ahead and ride on in. Hutchison and Curley, ride in, please. Olivia Hobby and Lauren Cooney, they're going to come out of it packing a leg. 13.99. 13.99 will bring us down to Jed Hutchison and Lucas Curley. Jeremiah Riley and AJ Swinson, you're on deck. Laramie Nutter and Travis Koenig at 577. Harper and Cody, Nichols and Kenyon, you are fourth out. Jeremiah Rayleigh and AJ Swinson, go ahead and ride on in. Rayleigh and Swinson, the boxes are yours. Hutchison and Curley right there. No time. On down to number 576. 576, going to be Riley and Swinson, Nutter and Koenig. Nichols and Kenyon, your 578. 579, going to be Jamie Rhodes and Wyatt James. Jamie Rhodes and Wyatt James for away. Laramie Nutter and Travis Koenig at 577. You can ride on in. Whoa, Bucky. Whoa, Bucky. No time at 576. Down to 577 now. Nutter and Koenig. Harper Nichols and Cody Kenyon, you're on deck. 579 is going to be third out. That's Jamie Rhodes and Wyatt James. Cole Purcell and Brett Hoover, your 580. Cole Purcell and Brett Hoover, your 580. Handful out. Harper Nichols and Cody Kenyon right on in. Harper and Cody, boxes are yours. Laramie Nutter and Travis Koenig right here. And they're in no time. And we are right now at number 578, Harper Nichols and Cody Kenyon. Jamie Rhodes and Wyatt James, you'll be on deck. Cole Purcell and Brett Hoover at 580 and 581 is going to be Gail Skunk Cap and Ken Balkenbush. Jamie Rhodes and Wyatt James, go ahead and ride in. Rhodes and James, you can ride on in. Harper and Cody doing their best to make something happen of it right here. 15-4-6. 1546 puts us to draw number 100, 579. 579. Cole Purcell and Brett Hoover, 580, right in, 580. Right in, please. Rhodes and James right here. 579. Got an outside hawk. 1339. 1339 out of Cole Purcell and Brett Hoover. 580. 581 is going to be Skunk Cap and Balkenbush. Hubert Hart, Jim Espy. 582 and 583. Esterby and Moe. Gail Skunk Cap and Ken Balkenbush. You can ride on in. Skunk Cap and Balkenbush. Go ahead and ride in. Cole Purcell and Brett Hoover right now. Number 580. 580 is going to be straight up 10-9. 10-29 will put us to Gail Skunk Cap and Ken Balkenbush. Hubert Hart and Jim Espy on deck. Then Esterby and Moe and Colton Broders and Jay Stetson at 584. Hubert Hart, Jim Espy, number 582. Go ahead and ride on in. 582, ride in, please. Skunk Cap and Balkenbush, not today. 582 now. Hubert Hart, Jim Espy. Richard Esterby and Terry Moe, you're at 583. 584 is going to be Colt Broderson and Jay Stetson. Cannon Sebastian and Cash Gerhardt, you're 585. Sebastian and Gerhardt, 585. You're 4 away. Richard Esterby and Terry Moe, you can ride on in. Esterby and Moe, the boxes are yours. I'm looking at Hubert Hart and Jim Espy right here. They're 582. Not going to happen for him today. I'm sorry. That brings us down to number 583 now. Richard Esterby and Terry Moe. Colton Broderson and Jay Stetson, you're on deck at 584. 585 going to be Cannon Sebastian and Cash Gerhardt. Legacy Jacobs and Rylan Erickson, that is your 586. Broderson and Stetson, 584. Go ahead and ride in. I'm looking at Esterby and Moe. They're 583. They're going to be in no time. We move to 584 now. Colton Broderson and Jay Stetson. Cannon Sebastian and Cass Gerhardt on deck. Then Legacy Jacobs, Rylan Erickson, and Shea Herbert Creed Sanderson. Shea Herbert and Creed Sanderson, you're just a few out. Cannon Sebastian to Cash Gerhardt, go ahead and ride on in. Sebastian and Gerhardt, ride in, please. Broderson and Stetson right here, not today. That brings it to number 585. Cannon Sebastian to Cash Gerhardt. Legacy Jacobs and Rylan Erickson, you'll be on deck. Then it's Shea Herbert and Creed Sanderson and Sam Connolly, Scott Nelson. Sam Connolly and Scott Nelson, you are 4 away now. Legacy Jacobs and Rylan Erickson, you can ride on in. Legacy and Rylan, boxes are yours right here. Cannon Sebastian and Cass Gerhardt at 585. They're going to be no time. We move to 586 now. Legacy and Rylan. Shea Herbert and Creed Sanderson at 587. Number 588 is going to be Sam Connolly and Scott Nelson. Max LaCroix and Don Charging, your 4th out. Shea Herbert and Creed Sanderson, you can ride on in. Shea and Creed, ride on in, please. Legacy Jacobs and Rylan Erickson. Team number 587 is going to be next out. Shea Herbert and Creed Sanderson. Sam Conley and Scott Nelson on deck. Then LaCroix and charging at 589 and 590 is going to be Ariana Henry and Ben Sulzer. Ariana Henry, Ben Sulzer, you're a few away. Sam Connolly, Scott Nelson, go ahead and ride in. Connolly and Nelson, the boxes are yours. Shea Herbert and Creed Sanderson right here. They are going to make it in no time. Team number 588, Sam Connolly and Scott Nelson. Max LaCroix and Don Charging on deck. Henry and Sulzer, your 590 and 591 is going to be Blaine Hubing and Dalray Begay. Hubing and Begay just a handful away now. Less than 100 teams in the round, Team Ropers. Less than 100 to go. We're doing pretty good shape to get through this long round by 7. Let's roll on. LaCroix and charging, 589. 589, go ahead and ride on in. We're going to be 5 and 5 for a 20-32. 20 and 32. That'll bring us down to Max LaCroix and Don Charging. Ariana Henry and Ben Sulzer on deck. Then it's Blaine Hubing and Dalray Begay. Alex Lawrence and Lucas Curley, your 592. Ariana Henry and Ben Sulzer, the boxes are yours. Come on in. LaCroix and charging right here. They take a no time. We're at 590. Ariana Henry and Ben Sulzer. Blaine Hubing and Dalray Begay, you are second out. Then we drop down to Alex Lawrence and Lucas Curley and Jeremiah Rayleigh, Daryl Sankador. Blaine Hubing and Dalray Begay, 591. Right on in, please. 591. The boxes are yours. Henry and Sulzer. They're not going to make it happen there at 590. Now to 591, we're going to be Blaine Hubing and Dalray Begay. Then Lawrence and Curley. Jeremiah Rayleigh and Daryl Sankador. Your 593 and 594 is going to be Jed Hutchison and Gavin Francois. Hutchison and Francois, you are 4th to go. Alex Lawrence and Lucas Curley, come on in. Lawrence and Curley, the boxes are yours. Nice head loop right there, Blaine Hubing. Dalray Begay, let's see what we can do with a heel loop. Beautiful on both ends. 749. Holy cow, boys. 7.49. You're in good shape. Have fun down at the second pin. Alex Lawrence and Lucas Curley coming up right now. Number 592, 593. Going to be Riley and Sankador. Then Jed Hutchison and Gavin Francois. Cedar Keplin and Ramaria Brimner. I'm needing Alex Lawrence and Lucas Curley. Do we have Alex Lawrence and Lucas Curley? Anybody see him? Let's keep rolling. Jeremiah Riley and Daryl Sankador. You can ride on in. Jeremiah Riley and Daryl Sankador. Jed Hutchison and Gavin Francois. 594. 595 is going to be Cedar Keplin and Ramaria Brimner. And then we'll go to Jamie Rhodes and Gus Cummings. I'm going to look for 592 after 602. I'll get 592 after 602. If anybody's got any idea where Lucas Curley is, we better get him up here pretty darn quick. Jed Hutchison, Gavin Francois, you can fill the boxes now. Riley and Sankador, they're just going to take this one to the catch pin. No time. Team number 594 is Jed Hutchison and Gavin Francois. Cedar Keplin and Ramaria Brimner. You're at 595. 596 is going to be Rhodes and Cummings. Stewart and Stewart at 597. Cedar and Ramaria, you can ride on in. Cedar and Ramaria, boxes are yours. We got 5 more in the field for a total of 1265. Cedar and Ramaria coming up right now. We're looking at 595. 596 going to be Rhodes and Cummings. Ashby Stewart, John and Austin Stewart at 597 and 598 is going to be Olivia Hobby and Flint Hance. Olivia Hobby and Flint Hance, you're 4 away. Jamie Rhodes and Gus Cummings, you can ride on in. Rhodes and Cummings, boxes are yours. Whipped her back off. Darn it, anyhow. No time. Let's go right now to Jamie Rhodes and Gus Cummings. Ashby Stewart, Austin Stewart, you're going to be on deck. Olivia Hobby, Flint Hatcher, $5.98. $5.99 is going to be Swinson and Algren. Looking for Jamie Rhodes and Gus Cummings. Do we have Jamie? We're going to go to Ashby Stewart and Austin Stewart. Stewart and Stewart. Olivia Hobby, Flint Hatch, you're on deck. Then Aspen Swinson, Cody Algren, and Gail Francois, Tom Osborne at 600 for away. Olivia Hobby and Flint Hatch at 598. You can ride on in. 598, please. Stewart and Stewart right now, 597. No time. 598 coming up now. Olivia Hobby and Flint Hance. Aspen Swinson and Cody Algren at 599. 600 is going to be Francois and Osborne. J.W. Bonomo and Jay Stetson, 601. And again, I'm going to look for Alex Lawrence and Lucas Curley after 602. Aspen Swinson and Cody Algren at 599. You can ride on in. 599, please. 598 right here. Olivia and Flint. Darn the luck anyhow. Going to be no time. That'll put us to Aspen Swinson and Cody Algren. Cale Francois, Tom Osborne on deck. Then it's going to be Bonomo and Stetson and Wendy Mintz, Cash Gerhardt. Cale Francois, Tom Osborne at 600. Right on in. Team number 600. Swinson and Algren right now, number 599. They're going to be no time. We'll go to 600 now. Cale Francois, Tom Osborne, J.W. Bonomo, and Jay Stetson on deck. Then it's going to be Wendy Mintz and Cash Gerhardt. Alex Lawrence and Lucas Curley, your fourth out now. J.W. Bonomo and Jay Stetson, you can ride on in. Bonomo and Stetson, boxes are yours. It is unfortunately a no time number 600. We're going to go to 601 now. J.W. Bonomo and Jay Stetson, Mintz and Gerhardt, you are on deck. Then it's going to be Alex Lawrence and Lucas Curley. And Quade Sadler, Rope Race, your number 603. Wendy Mintz and Cash Gerhardt, you can ride on in. Mintz and Gerhardt, you can ride on in. Going to be no time number 601. Let's go to 602. Wendy Mintz and Cash Gerhardt. You'll be followed by Alex Lawrence and Lucas Curley. Then we're to Quade Sadler and Rope Race, followed by Christy Stewart and Cole Hould. Jamie Rhodes and Gus Cummings, we're going to look for you after draw number 606. Alex Lawrence and Lucas Curley, go ahead and ride on in. Alex Lawrence, Lucas Curley, can fill the boxes, please. Mintz and Gerhardt. Mr. Gerhardt, my goodness, what an enormously hungry heel loop. 1031. 1031. Beautiful job. That's going to take us to Alex Lawrence and Lucas Curley right now, number 592. 592. We're going to be next to go. Quade Sadler and Rope Race. You can go ahead and ride on in. Quade and Rope, the boxes are yours. We are going to be no time, unfortunately, at number 592. It'll bring us to 500 to 603 now. Number 603. This is Quade Sadler and Rope Race. Christy Stewart and Cole Hould. You're going to be on deck. Then Derek Taylor, Wynda Hampton, and Junior Gutierrez, Mario Cervantes. Christy Stewart and Cole Hould to go ahead and ride on in. Christy Stewart and Cole Hould, you can ride on in. Sadler and Race at number 603. It is a no time, I'm sorry to say. It brings us down to number 604 now. Christy Stewart and Cole Hould. Derek Taylor and Wynda Hampton, you're on deck. Gutierrez and Cervantes, you are third out. Then it's going to be Jamie Rhodes and Gus Cummings. Rhodes and Cummings. Derek Taylor, Wynda Hampton, go ahead and ride in. Taylor and Hampton. Stewart and Hould right here, number 604. No time for number 604. Let's go to number 605 now. Derek Taylor, Wynda Hampton. Junior Gutierrez and Mario Cervantes, you're going to be on deck. Then it's going to be Jamie Rhodes and Gus Cummings, followed by Rick Hoover and Brett Hoover. Junior Gutierrez and Mario Cervantes, you can ride on in. No time, number 605. Junior Gutierrez and Mario Cervantes right now. Then Jamie Rhodes and Gus Cummings. Rick Hoover and Brett Hoover at 607 and 608. It's going to be Hallie Sessions, Creed Sanderson. Jamie Rhodes and Gus Cummings, go ahead and ride on in. Rhodes and Cummings, go ahead and ride in, please. No time. Right now, it's going to be Jamie Rhodes and Gus Cummings. Rick Hoover and Brett Hoover are going to be on deck. Then it's going to be Hallie Sessions, Creed Sanderson. They're 608 and 609. Riley Spencer and Lucas Curley. Jamie Rhodes and Gus Cummings coming up right now. Rick Hoover and Brett Hoover going to be on deck. Sessions and Sanderson, your 608, and Spencer and Curley, your 609. Rick Hoover, Brett Hoover, number 607. Go ahead and ride on in. Rhodes and Cummings right here, number 596. Number 500, 607 that is now. Rick Hoover and Brett Hoover. Hallie Sessions and Creed Sanderson, you're going to be on deck. Then it is Spencer and Curley, followed by Blaine Hubing and Terry Moe. Hallie Sessions, Creed Sanderson, you can ride on in. Sessions and Sanderson, ride in, please. We got it, 867. You're good to go right there, 867. That'll put us to Hallie Sessions and Creed Sanderson. Riley Spencer and Lucas Curley on deck. Blaine Hubing and Terry Moe, your 610. Number 611 is going to be Jed Hutchison and Eden Gutierrez. With 5, you're looking at 13-17.
Team 609 right here, Riley Spencer and Lucas Curley going to work. And then 610, No time here at 6:09. 6:10, Blaine Huming, Terry Moe, you're up. Then we go Jed Hutchinson, Eden Gutierrez at 6:11, 6:12, Cole Purcell, Tom Williams, 6:13, Dylan Gamble, Wayne Monroe, Jamie Rhodes, Austin Stewart, 6:14. Dylan Gamble and, Jed Hutchinson, Eden Gutierrez, 6:11. No time here at 6:10. 6:11, Jed Hutchinson, Eden Gutierrez, you're up. Cole Purcell, Tom Williams at 6:12. 6:13, Dylan Gamble, Wayne Monroe, Jamie Rhodes, Austin Stewart, 6:14. Boxes are yours at 6:12. Cole Purcell and Tom Williams, please ride in. Team 612, Dylan Gamble, Wayne Monroe, you will follow at 613. No time here at 6:11. Going down to 6:12, Cole Purcell, Tom Williams, top a new page. Dylan Gamble, Wayne Monroe, 613. Jamie Rhodes, Austin Stewart, 614. Dan Yates, Ben Sulzer, 615. Right on in, please. Dylan Gamble and Wayne Monroe at 613. 612, unfortunately, is going to go out at a no time. Team 613, now Dylan Gamble, Wayne Monroe, followed by Jamie Rhodes, Austin Stewart, 614. 15, Dan Yates, Ben Sulzer, Dylan Mossett, and Cody Algren at 616. Dylan and Wayne with a leg. That is a 15, 53 including, 15, 53 including. Going down to team 614, Jamie Rhodes, Austin Stewart, Dan Yates, Ben Sulzer at 615. 16, Dylan Mossett, Cody Algren, Ben Hall, Nate Carr, 617. Dan Yates and Ben Sulzer at 615. Boxes are yours, please. Team 615. Boxes are yours, please. Jamie Rhodes, Austin Stewart, smooth run. That is a 989 straight away, 989. Team 615, Dan Yates, Ben Sulzer, you're up. Dylan Mossett and Cody Algren at 616. Ben Hall, Nate Carr, 617. Richard Esterby, Adam Sneed, you're out at team 618. Please ride in Dylan and Cody at 616. Team 16. Boxes are yours. Dan Yates, Ben Sulzer, Ben Testier, 615. Smooth run. That is an 1153 straight away. 1153 going down to team 616. Dylan Mossett and Cody Algren, followed by Ben Hall and Nate Carr at 617. 18, Richard Esterby, Adam Sneed, Dylan Lodgepole, and Dutch Helgeson. You're out at team 619. Ben Hall and Nate Carr, welcome to the boxes at 617. Dylan and Cody here at team 616. No time here at 616. Team 617, Ben Hall, Nate Carr, Richard Esterby, and Adam Sneed at 618, 619. Dion Lodgepole and Dutch Helgeson, Lane Erickson, and Don McKenzie at 620. Richard Esterby and Adam Sneed, 618. Boxes are yours, please. Team 618, boxes are yours, please. No time here at team 617. 18 now, Richard Esterby, Adam Sneed, you're up, followed by Dion Lodgepole, Dutch Helgeson at 19. 20, Lane Crutchfield, John McKenzie, Aiden Amnion, and Gavin Francois at 621. 19, Dion and Dutch. Double D's, ride on in, please. Boxes are yours. No time here at 618. 19 now, Dion Lodgepole, Dutch Helgeson, Lane Erickson, Don McKenzie at 620. 21, Aiden Amnion, Gavin Francois, Dax Tomlinson, and Ashby Stewart at 622. Lane and Don, 620. Ride in, please. Team 620. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Looking at Dion and Dutch, 619. No time here at 619. Going down to 620. Lane Erickson, Don McKenzie, followed by Aiden Amniot, Gavin Francois at 621. 622, Dax Tomlinson, and Ashby Stewart, Cruz Curley, and Mario Cervantes. You are team 623. Aiden and Gavin, 621. Boxes are yours, please. Team 621, boxes are yours, please. No time, 620, 21 now. Aiden Amniot, Gavin Francois, you're up. Dex Tomlinson and Ashby Stewart on deck at 22, 23. Cruz Curley, Mario Cervantes, Bud Williams, and Ferris, 624. Dax Tomlinson and Ashby Stewart, 622, no time at Team 621, 622. Now Dax Tomlinson and Ashby Stewart, followed by Cruz Curley and Mario Cervantes at 623. Bud Williams and Ferris, 624. Alex Carpenter and Lindsay Koenig, you are Team 625. Alex and Lindsay, Team 625. Cruz Curley and Mario Cervantes ride in at 623. Team 623. Welcome to the boxes. That is an 883 straightaway, 883. Going down to Cruz Curley and Mario Cervantes, 623. You're up. Bud Williams and Ann Ferris on deck at 624. 625, Alex Carpenter, Lindsay Koenig, Jonathan O'Neill, Weston Paul. You are Team 626. Do we have Mario Cervantes? 623. We're going to go past this one. Let's go to Team 624, Bud Williams and Ferris, please. Bud Williams and Ferris, ride in, please. Bud Williams and Ferris, ride on in. Please, Cruz Curley and Mario Cervantes. Right here. I'm sorry, no time here at Team 623, 624, Bud Williams and Ferris. Alex Carpenter and Lindsay Koenig at 625, 626. Jonathan O'Neill, Weston Paul, Ryan Schlittling, and Clint Peterson. You are Team 627. With a leg, that is a 1661, including 1661, including. Team 625, Alex Carpenter, Lindsay Koenig, followed by Jonathan O'Neill and Weston Paul at 626. Ryan Schlittling, Clint Pinkerton, then Ken Hurden, Willis Hurden, 628. No time here at Team 625. 626, Jonathan O'Neill, Weston Paul, followed by Ryan Schlittling, Clint Pinkerton at 627, Ken Hurden, Willis Hurden, 628, Jonathan Hill, Bob Peters at 629. Ryan Schlittling and Clint Peterson, 627. I'm sorry, no time here at 626. Going back to the boxes now, it's Ryan Schlittling and Clint Pinkerton, Ken Hurden, Willis Hurden at 628, Jonathan Hill, Bob Peters, 629, Derek Taylor, Todd Hagee, Team 630. Ken Hurden, Willis Hurden, boxes are yours, please. With a leg, that is a 1563, including 1563, including. Team 628, Ken Hurden, Willis Hurden, you're up, followed by Jonathan Hill, Bob Peters at 629. Derek Taylor, Todd Hagee at 630. Connor Nelson, John Doblar, you are Team 631. Team Hurden is out and roping. Jonathan Hill, Bob Peters looking for you to load those boxes at 629, and it is pure heartbreak at the Hurden family. No time at 628, 629. Jonathan Hill, Bob Peters, you're up. Derek Taylor, Todd Hagee on deck at 630, 631. Connor Nelson, John Dobler, Will Pasante, and Austin Stewart, 632. Derek Taylor, Todd Hagee. I'll be asking for you at 630. We got it bent right here. Jonathan Taylor, Bob Peters. I'm sorry, gentlemen, no time at 629. Going on now to 630. Derek Taylor, Todd Hagee, Connor Nelson, John Dobler. You're going to follow at 31-32. Will Pasante and Austin Stewart. Andrew Cote and Laz Ariola at 623. Connor and John. Gentlemen, boxes are yours, please. No time at 630, 631. Connor Nelson, John Dobler, Will Pasante, Austin Stewart at 632. 33, Andrew Cote, Laz Ariola, Dylan Mose, and Creed Sanderson at 634. Will and Austin, 632, please. 632. Right on in. No time here at 631. At 632, Will Pasante, Austin Stewart, followed by Andrew Cote, Laz Ariola, 633. 634, Dylan Mose, Creed Sanderson, Hallie Sessions, Nick Sessions, 635. Austin Stewart. Andrew Cote and Laz Ariola, no time here at team 632. 633, Andrew Cote, Laz Ariola, you're up. Dylan Mosette and Creed Sanderson on deck at 634. 635, Hallie Sessions, Nick Sessions, Carlene Hansen, and Russell Mosier. You are team 636, please. Carlene and Russell, I'm going to look for you at 636. Andrew Cote, Laz Ariola right here at 633. Heading down the pen, Dylan Mosette, Creed Sanderson, 634. Right on in, please. Team 634, right on in, please. With a leg, that is a 1903 including, 1903 including. Going to team 634, Dylan Mosette, Creed Sanderson, followed by Hallie and Nick Sessions at 635. 636, Carlene Hansen, Russell Mosier, Dave Paul, Hazen Paul, 637. No time here at 634. 635, Hallie Sessions. Nick Sessions, you're up. Carlene Hansen, Russell Moser at 636. Dave Paul, Hazen Paul, 637. Laramie Nutter, Terry Moe, 638. This is Hallie Sessions and Nick Sessions at 635. And my favorite bay head horse out there, that is an 842. Straight away, 842. Team 636, Carlene Hansen, Russell Mosier, you're up, followed by Dave Paul, Hazen Paul at 637. 638, Laramie Nutter, Terry Moe, Billy Lemire, Lucas Gurley, 639. Dave Paul, Hazen Paul, 637 at the bottom of the nod, please. No time here at 636. 637, Dave Paul, Hazen Paul, you're up. Laramie Nutter, Terry Moe at 638. Billy Lemire, Lucas Curley at 639. J.W. Bonamo and John Stewart at 640. Laramie Nutter and Terry Moe, 638. Boxes are yours, please. Team 638. Hazen Paul, Dave Paul, I'll take it. That is a 13.93, including a 13.93, including Team 638, Laramie Nutter, Terry Moe, you're up, followed by Billy Lemire, Lucas Curley, 639, J.W. Bonamo, John Stewart, 640, Jamie Rhodes, Mario Cervantes, 641. Buckberger, Kevin Murnion, we need you to the office, please. No time here at 6:38. 6:39, Billy Lemire, Lucas Curley, you're up. J.W. Bonamo, John Stewart at 6:40. Jamie Rhodes, Mario Cervantes, 6:41. Bud Williams, Cash Cook, 6:42. No time. Team 640, J.W. Bonamo, John Stewart, you're up. Jamie Rhodes, Mario Cervantes, 6:41. Bud Williams, Cash Cook, 6:42. Jamie Rhodes and Mario Cervantes, boxes are yours at 641, please. Looking at Bonamo and John Stewart. 1062 straight away. 1062. Jamie Rhodes, Mario Cervantes, you're up. Bud Williams, Cash Cook at 642. Mike Kegley, Caleb Duffield, 643. Christian Bevins, Brad Duffield, 644. Team 642, Bud Williams, Cash Cook, you're up. Mike Kegley, Caleb Duffield, 643. Christian Bevins, Brad Duffield, 644. Mario Cervantes, I'm sorry, no time here at 641. 642, Bud Williams, Cash Cook, you're up. Mike Kegley, Caleb Duffield, 643. Christian Bevins, Brad Duffield, 644. Jim Goodwin, Michelle Antone, 645. Mike Kegley and Brad Duffield, 643. Boxes are yours, please. That is a 982 straight away. 982. Team 643, Mike Kegley, Brad Duffield, you're up. Christian Bevins, Brad Duffield, 644. Jim Goodwin, Michelle Antone, 645. T. Ness, Lauren Cooney, you are 646. Then Bruce Luger and Cody Kenyon, 647. No time here at 643. 644, Christian Bevins, Brad Duffield, you're up. Jim Goodwin, Michelle Antone on deck at 645. T. Ness, Lauren Cooney at 646. Then we go to 647, Bruce Luger and Cody Kenyon. Rick Hoover and Charlie Sadler at 648. Ten, 15, 28, including 15, 28, including Team 645, Jimmy Goodwin and Michelle Antone, you're up. T. Ness, Lauren Cooney on deck at 646. 647, Bruce and Cody, then Rick Hoover and Charlie Sadler. No time here at 6:45. 6:46, T-Ness, Lauren Cooney. Followed by 6:47, Bruce Lutzer, Cody Kennan, and then Rick Hoover and Charlie Sadler, 6:48, Rusty Crofts and Corey Gangle, 6:49. Team at 6:47, Bruce Luger and Cody Kenyon. No time here at 6:46. 6:47, Bruce and Cody, please. Rick Hoover and Charlie Sadler on deck at 6:48. 6:49, Rusty Crofts, Corey Gangle, Dan Carr, Nate Carr, 6:50. That is a straightaway 8:44. 8:44 straightaway. Team 6:48, Rick Hoover, Charlie Sadler, you're up. Rusty Crofts, Corey Gangle at 6:49. Dan Carr, Nate Carr, 6:50. Andrew Coate, Ryan Ford, 6:51. With a leg, that is a 12:74, including a 12:74, including. Team 6:49, Rusty Crofts, Corey Gangle, you're up, followed by Nate Dan Carr at 6:50. Andrew Coate, Ryan Ford, 6:51. Dylan Mose and Carson Mose at 6:52. Dan and Nate Carr, 6:50. Boxes are yours, please. Team 650. I'm sorry, no time here. Team 650, Dan Carr, Nate Carr, you're up. Andrew Coate, Ryan Ford on deck at 6:51. Dylan and Carson out at 6:52. Frank Bevins, Grant Fox, Weston Hobley, Sam Hobley, you are 654. Boxes, please. Andrew and Ryan at 651. Andrew and Crosswire right on in, please. Welcome. Welcome. No time here at 6:50. 6:51, Andrew Coate, Ryan Ford, Dylan and Carson out at 6:52. Frank Bevins, Grant Fox at 53, 54. Weston and Sam Hobley, Sam Conley, Harvest White, you are team 55. Dylan and Carson, 6:52. Boxes are yours, please. Team 652, boxes are yours, please. Going to team 652, Dylan and Carson, you're up, followed by Frank Bevins, Grant Fox at 6:53, Weston and Sam Hobley at 6:54. Ten 67 straight away. 10-67. Team 653, Frank Bevins, Grant Scott Fox, you're up. Weston Hobley and Sam Hobley on deck at 6:54. Sam Conley, Harvest White, you are 6:55. Jonathan O'Neill and Scott Shelley, 6:56. Weston and Sam, Team Hobley, this 654. Boxes are yours, please. 654. Boxes are yours. Gonna pull a leg. That is a 1464, including a 1464, including. Going down to 650. Don't want 4 now. Sam Hobley, Weston and Sam, followed by Sam Conley and Harvest White at 655. 656 is Jonathan O'Neill, Scott Shelley, Blaine Huntley, and Lucas Gurley, 657. Sam and Harvest, right on in, please. Team 655, no time at 654. 655 brings us to Sam Conley and Harvest White. Jonathan O'Neill and Scott Shelley, you are team 656. Blaine Huntley and Lucas Curley, 657. Christy Stewart and John Stewart, 658. Ken Hurden, Logan Nordland, you are team 659. Jonathan and Scott Shelley, please. 656. Boxes are yours. Harvest, what you got, Harvest? Smooth run, 2 feet, 1090. Go see Cassie. Team 656, Jonathan O'Neill, Scott Shelley, please. You're up. Blaine Huntley, Lucas Curley at 657. Christy Stewart and John Stewart, you are out at 658. Ken Hurden, Logan Nordland, 659. Jen Brander, Colton Graham, 660. No time here at 6:56. 6:57, Blaine and Lucas, please. Blaine Huntley and Lucas Curley right here. Christy Stewart, John Stewart at 6:50. Whoa there, Brownie. We're roping. We're not, we know Saddle Bronc. No time here at 6:57. 6:58, Christy Stewart, John Stewart, you're up. Ken Hurd and Logan Nordland at 6:59. Jen Brander, Colton Graham at 6:60. Doyle Music Cruzeiro, 6:60. Ken and Logan, 659. Ride in, please. Team 659. Ride in. No time here at 6:58. 6:59. Ken Herden, Logan Nordland, you are up. Then we go and look for Jen Brander and Colton Graham at 6:60. Doyle Music Cruzeiro, 6:61. John Hubing, Mr. Handsome Ray Belling at 6:62. Stephanie Lindsay and Haley Yeoman at 6:63. Smooth run. That is an 875 straight away. 875. Team 660, Jen Brander, Colton Graham, you're up, followed by Doyle Music Cruzeiro, 661. John Hubing, Ray Belling at 662. Stephanie Lindsay and Haley Yeoman, you are team 663. Doyle Music Cruzeiro, 661. Boxes are yours, please. Team 661. No time here at 660. 661. Doyle Music Cruzeiro, you're up. John Hubing, Ray Belling. 662. Stephanie Lindsay, Haley Yeoman. 663. Going over to 64 is Rachel Peters and Tony Desatel. John Hubing and Ray Belling, 662. Boxes are yours, please. Team 662. Gray Dog, you okay? Get 2 feet. Darn it. I'm sorry, Cruz. Hope you're okay. Pony stubbed a toe. John Hubing and Ray Belling, 662. You're up. Stephanie Lindsay, Haley Yeoman, you're on deck at 663. Rachel Peters, Tony Desatel, 664. Ryan Schlitling, Hazen Paul at 665. No time here at 662. Stephanie Lindsay and Haley Yeoman, you're up at 663. Rachel Peters, Tony Desatel, 664. Rachel Schlitning, Hazen Paul, 665. Hubert Hart and Ren Edwards, the 666 team. With a leg, that is a 1751 including, 1751 including. We're going to look at Rachel Peters and Tony Desatel. Rachel Schlitling, Hazen Paul at team 664. 665 is then Hubert Hart and Ren Edwards. The 666s and Rusty Crofts and Russell Mosier. Smooth run. That is a 1036 straight away. 1036. Ryan Schlitling, Hazen Paul, you're up at 65, 66. Hubert Hurt, Ren Edwards, Rusty Crofts, Russell Mosier out at 67, 68. Winston Blackmore, Nate Carr, Andrew Cope, Brett Hoover, 69. Ryan and Hazen right here at 65. Hubert and Wren, 666 team. No time here at 65. Going down to 66. Hubert Hart, Wren Edwards, Rusty Cross, Russell Mosher at 67, 68. Winston Blackmore, Nate Carr, Nate Coate, and Brett Hoover. You are team 669. Rusty and Russell. No time here at 66. 67, Rusty Cross, Russell Mosher, please. Winston Blackmore, Nate Carr at 68. 69, Andrew Coate, Brett Hoover, Dylan Mose, and Warren Baker, 670. William Bagley and Ryan Ford, I'm going to look for you at 71. No time here. 68, Winston Blackmore, Nate Carr, followed by Andrew Coate, Brett Hoover at 69, Dylan Mose, Warren Baker at 70, Bill Bagley, Ryan Ford at 71. Andrew and Brett, boxes are yours. Please ride on in. We got the Yellow Pony team here at Blackmore and Cart, team 68, and it's not going to work today, boys. We'll see you again. Going down to 69 now, Andrew Coate, Brett Hoover, you're up. Dylan Mose and Warren Baker at 70, 71. Now Bill Bagley, Ryan Ford, Darren Ogden, and Todd Hagee at 72. No time here at 69. 70, Dylan Mose and Warren Baker, followed by Bill Bagley, Ryan Ford at 71. 72, Darren Ogden, Todd Hagee, John Husky, and Ferris, 73. Working our trip all the way to 683. That is going to be Clay Counts and Rocky Racine. Bill Bagley, Ryan Ford, boys. Load them up at 71. Mr. Baker, I'm sorry, no time. They're at 70, 71. Bill Bagley, Ryan Ford now. Darren Ogden and Todd Hagee at 72, 73. John Husky and Ferris, Richard Esterby and Tony Monaco at 74, 75. Aiden Amniot, Chris Eckhart, Ariana Henry, and Seth Lawnbrake at 676. John Husky and Ann Ferris, boxes are yours. Excuse me, Darren Ogden and Todd Hagee, boxes are yours, please. About stepped over those. No time here at 67, 62, 71, 672. Darren and Todd, you're up, followed by John and Ann on deck at 73, 74. Richard Esterby, Tony Monaco, Aiden Amniot, and Chris Eckhart at 75. Arena Henry and Seth Longbreak at 76. John and Ann, and now it's your turn to get in those boxes at 73, please. Ride on in. Welcome. No time here at 72, 73. John Husky, Ann Ferris, Richard Esterby, Tony Monaco at 74, 75. Aiden Amniot, Chris Eckhart, Ariana Henry, and Seth Longbreak, 76. Bruce and Logan, I'm going to look for you at the 7-7 team. No time here at 73, 74. Richard Esterby, Tony Monaco, Aiden Amniot, Chris Eckhart, you're out at 75, 76. Arena Henry and Seth Longbreak, Bruce Luger, and Logan Nordland. You are team 677. Aiden and Chris at 75. Ride in, please. Team 675. Boxes are yours. Richard Esterby and Tony Monaco here at 674. That run I like at an 817 straight away. 817. Team 75 now, Aiden Amniot, Chris Eckhart, you're up. Ariana Henry and Seth Longbreak at 676. 77, Bruce Luger, Logan Nordgren, Alejandro Villa, and Amy Lowry. You are team 78. Ariana and Seth, 76. Ride in, please. Team 76. Ride in. No time at 75. 76 now. Ariana Henry and Seth Longbreak, Bruce Luger, and Logan Nordgren at 677. 678 is Alejandro Villa, Amy Lowry, Doyle Music, Scott Shelley, 679. Bruce and Logan, 77. Ride in, please. 77. Ride in, please, Mr. Longbreak. Nice run. That is a smoking 679. A smoking run. That might be the fast one that I've seen today in this roping. 697. My apologies. A 697. Bruce and Logan, 677. You are up, followed by Alejandro and Amy at 678. Doyle Music, Scott Shelley at 679. Zach Rapalai and Laz Ariola at 680. No time, 677. 78 now, Alejandro and Amy, please. Doyle Music, Scott Shelley at 79. 80, Zach Rapalai, Laz Ariola. Marcus Jones, Alvaro Jones, Cash Baxter, Michelle Antone, Clay Counts, Rocky Racine. No time here at 78. 79, Doyle Music, Scott Shelley, you're up. Zach Rapalai, Laz Ariola at 680. 681, Marcus Jones, Alvaro Jones, Cash Baxter, Michelle Antone, Michelle and Cash, you're at 682. Clay and Rocky, 683. No time here. Zach Rapalai, Laz Ariola, you're up. Marcus Jones, Alvaro Jones, Cash Baxter, Michelle Antone, Clay Counts, Rocky Racine. Zach Rapalai, Laz Ariola. Marcus Jones, Alvaro Jones, you're up, followed by Cash Baxter, Michelle Antone, Clay Counts, and Rocky Racine. Then Max LaCroix and Don Charging. I'm sorry, no time. And going down to the last three teams, Cash Baxter, Michelle Antone, Clay Counts, Rocky Racine, Max LaCroix, and Don Charging. No time here at 682. Clay Counts and Rocky Racine, you're up. Clay and Rocky right here. Max and Don, please. Sorry, gentlemen. No time here. They need me to come in and clean up the mess. No time there. Wade Doney, Cash Cook, Ryan Cook, and
We do need to keep the arena clear, if we could, please.
All right, Team Ropers, before we get going into the official of everything, we are going to read off our threes only incentive winners right here. We are giving away prizes down to 10th in this threes only. 10th place, getting a buckle in the threes only, goes to Colt Broderson and Nate Carr. They were a 22.73. 9th place, getting a buckle, going to Cassidy Hutchinson and Steve Hampton. They were a 22.42. 8th place, getting a trophy buckle, Jonas McKenzie and Jim Espy. They were a 22.24. 7th place, a 21.54 on 2, and an extra special one for me to announce as she's jumping off her horse right down there is Cash Baxter and Shelby Berg. The 6th place, getting a buckle, Dylan Mose and Carson Mose. You're a 21.41. 5th, getting a trophy buckle and $500 for the team. 21.37 goes to Max LaCroix and Legend Realbird. 4th place, getting a $600, the trophy buckles. 1979, Tavy Scott and Cash Gerhart. 3rd place in the incentive, Caleb Nordstrom and Jace Nelson. They are taking $800 home for the team, the trophy buckles on a 1957. Caleb Nordstrom and Jade Nelson again. Your 2nd place champions taking home trophy saddles, buckles, $1,000 for the team. I think he got one last year and he's back for it again, is Marcus Jones, But Clint Pinkerton, I believe, is back for his second trophy saddle. They're in 1890. And your champs of the threes only, going with an 1840. They will split $1,500 for the team. The trophy buckles, the trophy saddles, the GIST gold buckles, cactus certificates, goat sunglasses. That is going to Rachel Peters and Bob Peters. They were in 1840 on 2.
We are going to get into the main short round right here. Let's talk about the money before we do so, shall we? Here's where it's going to get real interesting. We are paying 14 places out of this average. 14, 13, 12, and 11. Each team is going to get $2,000. For 10th in the average, it's going to be $2,000 in trophy buckles. 9th is going to be $2,202 and the trophy buckles. 8th in the average is going to get $3,336 in buckles. 7th will be $3,604 in buckles. 6th place, you're going to get $4,070 and the trophy buckles. For 5th, it'll be $4,604 in buckles. 4th is going to be $5,138 and the trophy buckles. 3rd place, $6,074 in trophy buckles. 2nd, going to get the saddles, the buckles, and $8,410. And for the champions, the number 7-5, it's going to be a heck of a payday. We're going to get you the GIST buckles, the trophy saddles, the goat sunglasses, the cactus ropes, and that's all going to go in a package wrapped up in $10,212 of cash money, baby. Now, here's the order that we're going to rope them. We're taking 70 teams to the short round. The top 70 are going to rope here over the course of the next half hour or thereabouts. 70th callback, going to be Rachel Peters and Tony DeSoto. They're 2504. 69th callback, Danny Balderson and Mike Deuce with the 2450. 68th call, Chad Weimer and Matthew Heathershaw. They're 2443. And the 67th callback, Jamie Rhodes and Austin Stewart, 2443. 66th callback, Andrew Coate, Ryan Ford, you're 2439. 65th call is Stephanie Lindsay and Trace Poppy, 2437. 64th call, Dax Tomlinson and Ashby Stewart, you're 24-24. Jacoby Jacobs and Tom Williams, your callback 63, 24, and 16. The 62nd call goes to Joe Dunn and Terry Moe, 23.99. Callback number 61, going to be Tanner Crofts and Logan Nordland, 23.95. Callback 60, Max LaCroix and Rod Schaefer. You're 23.93. Callback number 59 is going to be Clay Clounce and Lance Ingwerson. They're 23.72. At the 58th call is Christina Garzolka and Bless Espinoza with a 23.66. Our 57th callback is John Stewart and Jim Espy with a 23.61. And the 56th call is going to be Cannon Sebastian and Haley Yeoman, 23.59. Callback number 55, Cruz Curley and Cash Gerhart, you're 23.58. At the 54th call, it's going to be T. Nass and Trevor Peterson with a 23.57. Callback number 53, going to be Tavy Scott, Tony Monaco, 23.49. And the 52nd call goes to Rick Hoover and Pope Race, the 23.97. Callback number 51, going to be Hallie Sessions and Nick Sessions, you're 23.42. And the 50th call is going to be Jonas McKenzie and Corey Fortune, 23.41. Callback number 49, going to be looking at Hallie Sessions and Hudson Roush with a 23.33. And the 48th call is Chris Seacham and Wyatt James, 23.19. Callback number 47 belongs to Jim Goodwin and John Doblar. They're at 23.07. Dan Carr and Jim Espy. Your callback number 46, you're 23.04. At the 45th call, we're going to see Chad Weimer, Rocky Racine, 23.01. Christina Garzolka and Charlie Sadler, your callback number 44, 22.94. At the 43rd call, it'll be Jacoby Jacobs and Caden Albertson, 22.93. Bill Bagley, Caleb Duffield, you're coming at callback number 42 with a 22.83. Our 41st callback, Colton Broderson and Nate Carr, you're 22.73. Alvaro Jones and Levi Garzolka, your 40th callback at a 22.43. 39th call goes to Cassidy Hutchison and Steve Hampton with a 22.42. And callback number 38 going to be Chris Seatram and Ryan Ford with a 22-37. At call number 37, it's going to be Michelle Antone and Levi Garzolka with a 22-32. That'll get us to the top 36 now. Cannon Sebastian and Corey Gangle with a 22-26. Callback number 35, going to be Jonas McKenzie and Jim Espy. They're 22-24. Presley Williams and Ron Schaefer, you're the 34th caller to 22-16. Callback number 33, Legacy Jacobs and Tom Knight, 22-04. Callback 32, Rylan Erickson and Laz Ariola, 21-78. Our 31st callback, going to be Rattler DeJarley and Travis Koenig, 21-69. That'll get us to the top 30, and we'll see Rick Hoover and Brett Hoover with a 21-69 as well. At the 29th callback, it's Cash Baxter and Shelby Berg working on a 21-54. Callback number 28 going to be Clay 3 Irons and Sam Hobley with a 21-51. Call 27 goes to Clay Counts and Creed Sanderson, 21-49. Callback number 26 is Dylan Mossett and Carson Mossett, 21-41. At the 25th call, it's going to be Max LaCroix and Legend Reelbird, 21-37. Callback 24 is Danny Balderson and Brody Nichols, 21-15. At the 23rd call, Connor Nelson and Roe Price coming in at 20-66. And then it's RJ Goss and Rocky Racine at callback number 22. They're at 20-54. The 21st callback belongs to Ben Hall and Haley Yeoman, and they're at 20-12. That's going to get us to the top 20. Our 20th callback, Sam Connolly and Harvest White with a 1984. Callback number 19, going to be Tavy Scott and Cash Gerhardt, 1979. The 18 call is Rachel Peters and Austin Stewart with a 1969. And callback number 17 is going to be Caleb Nordstrom and Jace Nelson, 1957. Callback number 16 then, Dax Tomlinson and Corey Gangle with a 1949. And Caleb Sparks, Bryce Schaefer, your callback 15 at a 1917. Jacoby Jacobs and Levi Garzolka, they were team number 1 and their callback number 14, and they're working on a 1901. Marcus Jones and Clint Pinkerton, callback number 13, you're at 1890. It's going to be Rachel Peters and Bob Peters at the 12th callback. They're 18-40. And the 11th call is Quade Sadler and Tom Williams with an 18-25. Our top 10, and may I remind you that the top 10 each get at least $2,000 in trophy buckles. Ken Herden and Lane Norton with a 17.99. At the 19th callback, it's going to be Dan Yates and Scott Shelley with a 17.87. And the 8th call is Mervyn Pacino and Gus Cummings, 17.84. Bill Bagley and Travis Koenig, your callback number 7, 17.79. And Libby Diedrichs, Matthew Heathershaw, going to be callback number 6 with a 17.49. Here now is your top 5. Our 5th callback belongs to Sidney Johnson and Chris Eckhart. They're 16.79. Callback number 4, Taylor Neville and Lance Ingwerson with a 16.69. Callback 3, Ben Powell and Gail Matt, 16.07. The second high team is Cassidy Hutchison and Trace Poppy. They're at 15.47. And high callback on a gorgeous Friday evening, brought to you by the good folks as Cactus Robes, the rope to stick with, and the official rope of the PRCA and the WTRC. Ariana Henry and Seth Longbreak. Your Cactus high callback is a 14-10. 14-10, the high callback. We got a pile of cash to hand out right here. Mr. Donnie Gardapi going to be flagging our short round. I'm going to hand the microphone over to my good partner, Heidi, and she is going to take you to the top 20.
All right, let's kick it off right here. Like he said, that 70th callback, I believe we have someone down there with sheets helping direct people if you need it. If you have questions, look for that person. Let's go with the 70th callback. That is Rachel Peters and Tony Dizatel. You're a 25.06. Danny Broderson and Mike Deuce, you're on deck at the 69th call, followed by Chad Weimer and Matt Heathershaw at the 68th callback. 69 call, you can ride in the box. Danny Balderson and Mike Deuce. Unfortunately, we're going to start it out with some tough luck at the 70th call. Going to the 69th call back. That's Danny Balderson and Mike Deuce working on a 24.50. 68th call back, Chad Weimer, Matt Heathershaw. You are welcome to ride on in, please. Jamie Rhodes and Austin Stewart. You are the 67th call back. No time at 69. Going down to 68 now, Chad Weimer and Matt Heathershaw. You're up out of 24.43. Jamie Rhodes and Austin Stewart, you're on deck at the 67th callback. Andrew Coate, Ryan Ford at the 66th callback. Stephanie Lindsay and Trace Poppy, you're the 65th callback. Just like that, that is your exact short go run steer you wanted. My friends, that is going to stick for a while. That is a 32.89, 8.46, 32.89. You're sitting at the top. You're going to be there for a little bit. As we go to the 67th callback, Jamie Rhodes and Austin Stewart right now with a 24.43. Your 66th callback, Andrew Coate and Ryan Ford. Then Stephanie Lindsay and Trace Poppy at the 65th callback. Dax Tomlinson and Ashby Stewart, you're the 64th callback. I'm sorry, no time at the 67 callback. Going down back to the boxes, this is the 66 callback. Andrew Coate and Ryan Ford, crosswire fencing on the backside here. You're 66, you're at 24.39. Stephanie Lindsay and Trace Poppy, 65th callback. You are welcome to ride in the boxes, please. Ryan Ford, yes, sir, 754. That changes it right there, my friend. That is a 31.93. 31.93 going to the 65th callback. Stephanie Lindsay and Trace Poppy right now. You're at 24.37. You've got a 7.56 or quicker if you want to take out that team right in front of you. I'm sorry, that elusive left horn is going to get us. No time at the 65th callback. Going to 64, Dax Tomlinson and Ashby Stewart right now. You're at 24.24. Jacoby Jacobs and Tom Williams, you're going to follow at the 63rd callback. Joe Dunn, Terry Moe at 62. Big old loop. We got one. That is a 12.26. A 12.26 on that one. That is going to put you at a 36.50. 36.50. Going to the 63rd callback right now. Jacoby Jacobs and Tom Williams, please, with a 24.16. 62nd call on deck. Joe Dunn, Terry Moe, Tanner Crofts, and Logan Nordland at 61. Max LaCroix and Rod Schaefer, you're the 60th callback. We got 2 feet. We had trouble and we made it work. That is an 8.63, Mr. Williams. 8.63. That is a 32.79. That is going to put you in number 2. Andrew Coate and Ryan Ford hanging out in the top spot still as we go back to Joe Dunn and Terry Moe now, your 62nd callback. They're coming out with a 23.99. Tanner Crofts, Logan Nordland, you're on deck at the 61st callback. Max LaCroix and Rod Schaefer at the 60th callback. Clay Counts and Lance Ingerson at the 59th callback. Leg here is a 13.60. A 13.60. That's going to put you down the road a mile or two. 37.59. 37.59 a fifth. Going to the 61st callback. Tanner Crofts and Logan Nordland. Western Montana, he is out. Max LaCroix and Rod Schaefer, 60th callback. Boxes are yours, please. We ended up with 1. We had 2. That is going to put you at a 13.57, including a 13.57. That'll be a 37.52. That is sitting in 5th place as we go to the 60th callback right here. Max LaCroix and Rod Schaefer, gentlemen, you're at 23.93. Business is 7.99 or quicker. We'll pull a leg out of it. That is a 15.01, a 15.01, a 38.94 on that run. 38.94. That is going to be 7th right now as we go to the 59th callback. We are Clay Counts and Lance Ingerson. We're out roping, gentlemen. Lance Clay. Let her down, Lair. That is a 12.61. We got the ticket to start it. That is going to be a 36.33. Still good enough to put you in the number 4 hole right now. Going on down to the 58th callback. That's Christina Gorzalka and Bless Espinoza, please. You're a 23.61.66 coming at us. John Stewart and Jim Espy, gentlemen, you're the 57th callback. Followed by Cannon Sebastian, Haley Yeoman at the 56th callback. Cruz Curley and Cash Gerhardt at the 55th callback. What do we have out of that? That is a leg. That is a 17.08. A 17.08. That might sting a little bit. Might look a little gloomy. That is a 40.74 right now. That is 9th. Going down to the 57th callback. That is John Stewart and Jim Espy. Espy, that is the man I know to rope 2 feet. That is a 7.16 downtown, Jim Espy. 30.77. You are now in charge, gentlemen, as we go to the 56 callback. Cannon Sebastian and Haley Yeoman, you're a 23.59. Cannon and Haley, John and Jim were hungry. They put you in the position. You got to be quicker than a 7.18. Team ropers. Haley, I've seen you put down 2 feet all day. Let's keep it going right here, sister. Cruz Curley and Cash Gerhardt, you're on deck at the 55th callback. T. Ness and Trevor Peterson at the 54th callback. Tavy Scott, Tony Monaco, you are the 53rd callback. Come on, Haley, that was one big old loop. Yes, ma'am, that is what I wanted. That is an 8.27. That right there is going to put you guys in second place at a 31.86. 31.86. Nice roping today, Haley. Very impressive as we go right here to Cruz Curley and Cash Gerhardt. 55th callback. Got him on a long leash, and it is going to go down in flames. No time at the 55th callback. Going to the 54th callback. This is T. Ness and Trevor Peterson coming at us. They're a 23.57. Tavy Scott and Tony Monaco, you're on deck at the 53rd callback. Rick Hoover and Rope Reese, you're at the 52nd callback. Haley Sessions and Nick Sessions, you're the 51st callback. Trevor Peterson, this is a tough short go, Team Ropers. You've got to have your game on. That is a 9.51, gentlemen, a 33.08. It is getting dog tough. That is 6, believe it or not. That is sitting 6. Going down to the 53rd callback, Tavy Scott and Tony Monaco right now. You're coming out, Team Ropers, are working on a 23.49. Rick Hoover and Rope Reese, you're the 52nd callback. Followed by Haley Sessions and Nick Sessions at the 51st callback. No time at the 53rd callback. 52, Rick Hoover, Rope Reese, gentlemen. 23.47. If you want to knock Stewart and Espy out, you got to be quicker than a 7.30 to be exactly. Sessions, I'm looking for you next. Then Jonas McKenzie and Corey Fortune at the 50th callback. No time at the 52nd callback. Here we go to the 51st callback. Miss Hallie Sessions, Nick Sessions. Hallie Sessions, come on in, my sister. This girl is riding one of the most beautiful head horses that I've seen in a long time. Girlfriend Hallie and Nick, right here. You're a 23.42. No pressure for you. Just a 7.35. I'm sorry, a big old hungry head loop on that, Hallie, and we got too much in it. I'll see you again. I'll see you again as we go to the 50th callback. Jonas McKenzie and Corey Fortune, 23:41, gentlemen. You're the 50th callback. Hallie, just come right back up on the inside after this run right here. I'm sorry, no time at the 50th callback. Going to the 49th callback. Hallie is coming back up. The 49th callback is Hallie Sessions and Mr. Hudson Roush. Hello, Hudson. You're a 23:33, 49th callback. Couple of young guns loading in the boxes right here. Hallie and Hudson right now. A 30:77 is out in front. You two just need to be quicker than a 7:43 to be exact. I have full faith in both of you that you can take care of this business. All right, this is the 49th callback.